Welcome back to Stockholm, the Stockholm Norseberg Cricket Ground to be specific, for day 5 of this FanCode European Cricket Series here in the Swedish capital. We've been blessed with gorgeous weather across the tournament so far, and the sun has got its hat on today once again. The calm before the storm is where we're at right now, but that pitch behind me that looks so empty at this moment will be full soon with action, carnage, drop catches, run-outs, boundaries and all sorts in between. It's time for the FanCode European Cricket Series Sweden, Stockholm. Welcome to the coin toss ahead of this match 17 of the FanCode European Cricket Series Sweden here in the capital, Stockholm. It's a key game in the hunt for a theoretically easier quarter-final spot. There's 3 teams today who are effectively involved in something of a mini playoff to finish second in the group behind Pakistanska, and 2 of them are in action in this first game. Rohit Jadeja's 4-on Royals will be supremely confident after beating the defending champions and table toppers Pakistanska last night. They're up against Chenanali Stockholm, who've been inconsistent. They've played some very good cricket at times, powered particularly by their gun all-rounder Archan Vaidya, but they've also had some difficult moments in the competition. Whichever side wins this match will be well placed to finish second. Rohit Jadeja has the call on the coin toss. Match referee Adrian van der Dries has the coin in his hand.
I have a head and a tails. Head and a tails, Rohit, you call. Head's called, I look.
Heads is the call.
And this is tails.
Tails. So, Stockholm's Chenanali has won the toss. He's decided he's going to have a bat in what is absolutely gorgeous conditions for cricket. The temperature here just before 9 AM local time is already up and into the early 20s. We're going to get into the mid-20s in terms of degrees Celsius by the peak of the day. A little bit of wind around, so that's also going to make catching very difficult, which has been a persistent theme in this tournament. It's a big playoff game in the hunt for second place. Stockholm have won the toss. They've decided they're going to have a bat. Let's get up to the commentary box ahead of the first ball. So, pre-match duties all done and dusted, and here at the Stockholm Norseberg Cricket Ground, it is the men from the capital, Stockholm, who have won the toss. They've decided they are going to wield the willow first against the 4-on Royals. And good morning to you wherever you are across the world, whether you're keeping an eye on your Dream 11 in the subcontinent, watching on FanCode, or across the rest of the world on the European Cricket Network YouTube page. It is fantastic to have you with us. Those are your team sheets for this match 17 in red. The Dream 11 points accumulated so far. In gold, the cost to get them in your Dream 11. Rohit Jadeja, the all-round star for the 4-on Royals. Arpit Tiwari's been impressive for them as well. As for Stockholm, Archan Vaidya, their key all-rounder, is missing from this game. A big loss for them with his left arm spin, his big hitting with the bat. He's also probably their best fielder, so that is a huge loss. Rakesh Kumar comes in for his ECS debut. And coming into the commentary box next to me on this roving, rotating cast that we've continued with in the absence of the Australian who so often is to my right, is instead a man who had a few nice cameos, T10 style, yesterday. Michael Bousley, good morning.
Good morning. Thanks for having me back. After yesterday, I'm pleased to say that I was invited. So I must have done something right along the way. But
yeah, we got in touch with your agent overnight, got the papers sorted. So a long old negotiation with Les Clifford, but he strikes a hard bargain, that man.
He does. Just generally, lots of food is what will get me into any role. So whatever that may be, just make sure if you're ever speaking to Cliff that you are offering plenty of food and refreshments, and the job is mine.
Yeah, it's a very cricketing bargain to strike, isn't it? Cricket so often seems to be almost more than any sport associated with food. I mean, what other game literally has breaks that are described as drinks, tea, lunch, and then of course with day-night test matches at our interval it's literally called dinner. As for the cricket going on in front of us, we're going to have spin used in the first over of a game for the first time in this tournament. Arpit Tiwari to bowl for the 4-on Rolls, who thus far have 3 wins from 6. Stockholm have 3 wins from 7. So both of these teams have qualified for the quarterfinals, but this is a key game in the fight for second place. And it started with a horrid full toss that he's very much got away with. Tiwari, that's finding one of the 2 sweepers out in the power play at cover. We've got a deep cover and a deep square leg, and the field now changing because Ankit Tiwari is on strike against Arpit Tiwari. Not brothers, by the way, for those wondering, just happen to have the same surname.
Yeah, I think starting with spin is historically in T10 is not a wise choice with the power play and only 2 out, but we will see.
He's got a dot in there, left alone by Tiwari. Of course, I know exactly what you're saying. It does also depend on the quality and the form of the spinner that you've turned to, and this is a man in great form. Arpit Tiwari was bowling brilliantly yesterday. That'll be just a single to mid-off, so he's off the mark for the purpose of not confusing the Tiwaris, because I can see why you might look on your screen and get awfully confused now. We're going to stick with calling Arpit Tiwari the bowler Arpit and the batter Ankit Tiwari Ankit. Missed by Vats. Straying down leg though, so not really the most convincing LBW shout.
Yeah, and only 2 runs from the first 4 balls, so as always I'm pretty wrong when it comes to the ball. Maybe a bit better with the bat.
Straight down the ground from Vats though. That's the first boundary of the day. Cleanly struck, 1 bounce 4. That is a lovely blow from Vats, who's played some good cameos in this tournament, and he's off and running again here in terms of his boundary count.
And this is exactly it. This drops just inside the rope. If this was after the power play, they would have had someone at long on, someone at long off, and that's highly likely a wicket. It's just that with the spin, you're always trying to draw people into the stroke. You're trying to get people to play their shots and use the turn, use the bounce to pop it up in the air.
That's trying to cut that. That was a bit too close to the
was.
off stump. So end of the first over. The experiment has worked overall, you would say. 6 runs conceded by the 4-on Rolls, and Arpit Tiwari to be specific. Vats has 5 of them. I'm going to pick you up on just one thing he said there, Michael. He said words along the lines of likely a wicket. That is presuming that a catch will be taken. And from what we've seen in Stockholm, without meaning to be too disparaging, because there is a bit of a nasty little crosswind that again is around today. The catching percentages, I mean, I had Kaushik Vats next to me yesterday, so I put it at 50 to try and be kind, and he corrected me and went about 25% for the tournament.
I think it's, I wouldn't blame the wind. I think what I would do is you look at a lot of the catches that they've actually been excellent and getting themselves into position. Quick on the feet, getting around the boundary, getting themselves into a decent position, but just not soft enough with the hands and lots bouncing out.
Now, Ankit Tiwari is going to bowl to Ankit Tiwari for front foot cut shot for a single. Start of the second over. We are still in the power play.
So we're referring to surnames in this one rather than first names.
You mean first names? It's
Yeah.
in fact, well, he's known as Ankit Tiwari Pandey, so that's why it's been changed on your screen to Ankit Pandey. And I think that's probably a great move from our scorers behind the scenes, because it spared a lot of us a lot of confusion. Middle name, his other surname as such is Tiwari, but for the purposes of keeping things simpler.
I think that was a little harsh on the wide. That seemed to have crept inside, but Oh,
That's a great response. That's definitely not a wide, and Kasia Vats is left sort of fumbling awkwardly at that one, like somebody stumbling out of a nightclub at 3 AM, which hasn't happened for 18 months, but when the world allows it again, you can guarantee that will be back. Jabbed away by Vats. He's going to get just one here. So just a runner ball, 9 off 9 to start Stockholm off here.
yeah, just struggling to get the ball away, struggling to get it off the square. Need to just stay composed, not try and take the leather off, and just try and work these each and every ball if they can.
They don't tend to stay shiny for long, these kookaburras, particularly when you hit them into the forest behind the straight boundaries, as that's gone relatively straight. In fact, pulled round to a sort of wide long on, sort of cow corner area as it's known. First boundary of the day for Ankit Tiwari, and Stockholm up into double digits.
Not quite got hold of that, but it's just made the circle, and it's got a decent kick on the bounce, which has taken it over the boundary, and making use of the power play.
So both batters have found the boundary, albeit they're not exactly rollicking along here, Stockholm. That will be first wide of the day from Pandey, a second in the innings.
It just goes to show with they're not getting going quite as they would like, but 2 boundaries in the first 2 overs and working the singles, you can keep up to 10 and over no problem. So here we go again, taking on the power play, using the 2 men out only who are not in those positions, and another boundary.
Yeah, he's pulled this around from outside off through to the mid-wicket region, but the timing of the shot has allowed Ankit Tiwari to do that. Not out of the textbook, but perfectly effective. So he's into double figures. And that is short, there to go, and go it does. 4 more for Tiwari. Back-to-back boundaries for Stockholm to finish the second. They're starting to go through the gears. 22 without loss.
And another one quite well outside Josh Stump. He's moved across. And this is the difference. We were talking about it yesterday, how the players are not moving their feet enough. And what he's done there is, as we mentioned in discussing a few of the shots yesterday, he's got his back foot round. And rather than moving just across the front, he's moved his back foot round, opened up his body, and been able to pull a shot that's a good 1.5 foot outside off stump for 4.
Yeah, it was smart field manipulation, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Now, Rohit Jadeja, he's going to... Well, he's thinking of bowling the 3rd over himself. I think he is going to bowl the 3rd over himself. Jadeja, who was magnificent last night as they became the first team in 12 games to defeat Pakistan Skir, the ECS defending champions. Jadeja taking 1 for 6 from his pair of overs. But eventually, after a big old conference, he decided actually he's going to give the ball to Sahil Prasher, who normally, aside from the spin experiment of today, has bowled the 1st and the 3rd over in the power play. He's got a very fine 3rd man, and he's got a cover point that he's going to need to bowl outside off from right arm around. And that's a good start. A look up from Vats to the umpire as if to say, is that a wide? But certainly wasn't.
He's used the angle coming wide from around the wicket to come across the right-hander, and smart bowling. And without moving your feet and getting across, you're not going to reach that.
Got him! What a piece of bowling from Prasher. Shaping in and disturbing the furniture of Vats. Base of the middle stump Yorker. That is lovely. In fact, base of leg with the swing back, and it was that shape that really made it so difficult to play for Vats. And Stockholm 22 for 1.
Yeah, it's hard to blame the batsman for that. It's an absolutely cracking ball right at the base of leg stump. And though he doesn't get his feet out of the way, it's coming from wide around the wicket, just angling it in. Really tough to move your feet quick enough at that pace to be able to dig that one out. And unfortunately, as much as he tried, that's him back to the pavilion or tent, as we have.
Circus tents. Nothing humorous about this, though, if you're Kaushik Vats. Nothing he could do, really.
It's a
It
big
was the
wicket.
movement back.
Yeah, and it's a big wicket. It's
Yep.
a really big wicket. He's a really important batsman for Stockholm.
He's played some good cameos. Now getting his first ever ECS bat is Himanshu Patel. No contact on his first one.
And after a run of wins for the Royals, it's they've certainly got their backs up again today. Started well, though first 2 overs they ticked over nicely at 22. They're yet to score a run from this, and we're at 2.3.
Nicked. And that's why they've got this very fine third man in play. It's a single for Himanshu Patel. It's not the shot he'd have dreamed of getting off the mark with in his first ever televised appearance. They've sent him up ahead of others who've already impressed in the tournament because they want to keep the right-hand, left-hand combination going, and that does make sense. Field changes now for the left-hander. They've got square leg and again a very fine third man.
Yeah, on the with the power play, and you've only got 2 available to be out. It's really important to make the right decisions at this time. I think third man is always vital in the T10 format. Would you bring him in at this point in the power play? I don't know.
Swing and a miss for Tiwari. He's trying to go through that mid-wicket region. Well, I know what Rohit Jadeja would say, which is having third man back has just saved us 4. And he brought the single.
Or missed out on a catch.
Yep.
No, I think you're probably right. I'm just being a bit facetious.
Swung away. Square leg is in play. Won't get there to take it. We'll cut it off though. Think of 2. It's not there. Sent back was Tiwari by Himanshu. So end of the power play. And Stockholm 24 for 1. An outstanding over of bowling from right arm around the wicket by Sahil Pressure. That's not something we see very often in the ECS. And Stockholm very much dented by that brilliance. 24 for 1 off 3.
Yeah, clever bowling coming round, and not just coming round, coming very wide around the wicket, and angling the ball across the right-hander, and being able to try and tie up the left-hander, not giving him any space. So, yeah, interesting tactic from the man who helped the Royals win their golden ball with that single ball, stopping them from scoring 2 just the other day against Umair.
Yeah, these 2 teams meeting for the second time in this competition. It was very one-sided when they met on Monday evening in their first matchup. Stockholm posting the highest score of the tournament so far and winning comfortably. Very slow, loopy mediums from Rohit Jadeja. Fetched across to the leg side by Tiwari for 1.
I think this is a very different Royals team to the one they played the other day.
Yeah, it is.
It's a team that's just grown in confidence, match by match, and those 2 wins against Umair has just set them right off.
Cut away well enough, but straight to point. Direct hit, he would have been gone, and instead they're going to pick up an overthrow into the offside. So 2 for Himanshu Patel. They've got 3 or 4 key players as well back who they didn't have available on that Monday, and that definitely didn't help in those defeats against Spotshiga and the Stockholm side. Stockholm posting 131 for 2, and the foreign on rolls in reply managed just 63 for 5, losing that game by 68 runs. It's one of, if not the most one-sided game we've seen all tournament, in fact. Turned it around the corner, and they'll get a single to fine leg. There's a bit of spice between these teams as well. I've had a few sources in Swedish cricket tell me that their league matches have been very hotly contested. Now, you know, we obviously condone appropriate player behaviour on the field, but we also don't mind a contest that's got a little bit of spice to go with the sweet in it. Down the ground, mistimed. So across 6 matches in the last 2 seasons in League and Cup, it is 3-3, and 4 of those games have been last over finishes.
Wow.
And 2 of them have been last ball finishes. So they really are truly very evenly matched sides. LBW shout from Janeja, he's got him. And the 4 non-roll skipper steps up once again. Himanshu Patel gone for 4 off 5 on ECS debut. Stockholm 29 for 2.
Well, you can see on your screens.
It's coming back a long way.
It's obviously a very difficult job out there as an umpire. It's important that we understand that and the pressure of the situation, but it's quite difficult to see that hitting the stumps, I'm afraid.
Yeah, it does look like it's going down. Yeah, this ball laterally moves in a long, long way. He's got good shape into the batter all tournament, Janeja.
Yeah, batsman's moving down the wicket as well. I think the distance that was away, yes, it hits him in line, but I think if the umpire had a second viewing like we all have, then he may have made a different decision, but he doesn't.
Yeah, it's a tough job, as you say, but did very much look like that one was drifting down leg. So, bit of misfortune, one might say, for Himanshu Patel on debut. He's gone. Ankit Tiwari is joined by Shiva Arsi facing up now for the first time. It's a nice little touch shot, no fine leg. So square leg has to come round. And gets 2 to finish the 4th over, a successful one for Rohit Janeja, who picks up his 7th wicket of this competition. 31 for 2 of 4. Now, Michael Bousley, got a little bit of a surprise for you. We might have seen, or you might have seen earlier, Meda Daub saying that Michael loves to show off his long barrier. So if you can just go over there, we've got some cricket balls. We just thought that maybe he could show off his long barrier for all of us. So there we go. So you can see he's got his body nice. If you just pop that one over there, we'll give you another one. Just gets across, takes it on the knee. Nicely done. Oh, I've lost that one. Do one more just for the viewers. There we go. Gets the ball, gets his body nicely behind the ball. That's how you do it, folks. Michael Bousley available at any time to show off his long barrier for you. As Meda Daub so brilliantly put it, he loves to show off his long barrier. And well, I surprised you with it.
Whenever I get a chance,
you didn't need a second
the long
invitation,
barrier comes out.
Here's Sahil Prash's second, which starts in the manner of his first, keeping things very tight indeed, as you were with those long barriers. Nothing getting through there, was it?
No, never. A textbook, I think is what they would call it.
Available for fielding consultancy.
Batting consultancy, bar mitzvahs. I'm everywhere.
What do you do at a bar mitzvah?
Oh no, that's pure entertainment.
You don't just get your long barrier.
No. Well, no.
This is good right arm around bowling again from Prasha. Arsi can't get it away. Yeah, we do like to keep our guests on the spot here in the ECS commentary box. You just don't quite know what's going to get thrown at you at any moment, but fair play to you, 3 out of 3.
Well, the
Can't
second one nearly slipped through, to be fair. But it's
turned away by Arsi. A lot of strike rotation at the moment for Stockholm, but can't quite get anything more than that. Did see in coverage of the brand new 100 tournament in England as well, Nasser Hussain describing the long barrier as somewhat antiquated. But it definitely does have a use even in modern T10 and short form cricket, because you've got to stop the ball before you run the guy out. Or the lady. Turned away 4-1.
I think you know, obviously attacking the ball is vital, but there are always going to be occasions where, you know, there's an easy single, they're never going to come back for two. So what's the point in attacking a ball in that situation with the potential of misfield? So you just get yourself down, protect the second run, and get that ball in. There's a place for it, of course. But yeah, in the short form game, attacking the ball with two hands on the move, being able to get that ball in on the run is obviously as important, more important in this short form game. But like I said, if it's an easy single, you're never going to get that ball in time. Protect that second run, get that leg down.
So there you go, folks. That's at least saved you needing to wait until a boundary is hit towards the operations tent to demonstrate it to the world. Last ball of Prashad's spell. He's bowled such a good spell, and I was just about to say he's given nothing away. But that is a horrible wide, and he's actually kind of lucky that this isn't closer to RC, because if it was, it might well have been getting hit for 4 or 6. Horrid delivery. And that's short as well. That's a poor one too. So Sahil Prashad's figures are going to get damaged right at the end of his spell. He still finishes with 1 for 11 from his 2. But it's a nice put away on the pull shot by Shiva Arsi and Stockholm. 40 for 2 at the halfway point.
Yeah, great movement, good feet. That's what I like to see. And he's just eased that one away. Hasn't tried to club it too hard. Just worked it round the corner. It's a lovely shot. And 4 runs deserved. Two really loose balls at the end of a really good 12-ball spell. So it's a shame that it ended that way for him, but that's cricket.
So plenty of people with a lot to say about your long barrier.
God.
KG says depends on the condition of the ground, also regarding fielding. Alif Rahman Nerval says there's no way that ball will reach the boundary crossing that barrier. Impossible. He's a big
top man. I like that person.
He's a big fan.
Yeah.
I don't know whether that's your other account that you just typed on your phone in the last couple of overs. And Majapal Dream says, love the passion, love the technique. So generally seems to be. I'm looking through for anything else, but I can't find too many people who's got much to say about that. Can't argue with 3 from 3. Here's Janeja, whose bowling has been something you can't argue with too much in this competition. And he's not hit for a boundary there, thanks to a bit of delicate foot fielding from Sahil Prashad, who we were just praising his efforts with the ball, but he's definitely not watched your fielding masterclass, has he?
No, he hasn't attacked that with his hands to get the ball in, but he has saved 4, so I will just leave it at that.
Yeah, it's been effective, but not textbook. Tiwari comes down the track again, and again mistimes it in towards the infield.
Good,
direct hit, he would have been gone, and even with the throw, he's gone. That is very smart work in front of us from Arpit Tiwari. Attacked the ball well, got it into his captain Janeja, who whips the bails off. It's given out on field. I must say it did initially look to me like one where only a direct hit would do it. This will tell us. Yeah. No, that's out. He's jumping in the air like a teenage naughty's boy band, and he's gone. Shiva Arsi for 7 of 6, trying to get back in time for the second. Ankit Tiwari loses yet another partner. Stockholm 42 for 3.
Yeah, I think he can be a little bit annoyed with himself there. He's focusing on the ball coming in rather than driving for the line. And as you can see, as he comes back for this second run, he's pushing back. He's got his eyes on the ball. He's worried about it coming in. Then it comes in towards. He jumps. His bat doesn't get the opportunity to be slid in. And I think if he had just driven straight and tried to get his bat down and slide that in, there's every chance he would have made it. But
Santosh Lapali is the new batter at the non-strikers. Again, Junaja holding it back, smashed down the ground through long on. And Junaja's not happy because Sahel Prussia, when he fielded the ball earlier on, running around to mid-wicket, ended up staying in that mid-wicket position. So Junaja gets hit here and he thinks, I've got long on out here. And then long on has turned into mid-wicket. Stockholm reached their 50 and Tiwari has 30 of them. Steps across again this time, Tiwari. And almost caught, dropped by square leg coming around. It would have been an outstanding catch from Ankit Pandey. Instead, it's 6 more. And Tiwari is on to 36 of 16. 4 and a 6 off Junaja.
Yeah, waited well for that. And I'm not sure whether that's... Oh, it has made the boundary.
Well, suddenly Stockholm bursting into life. Thanks to the one man who's really looked comfortable for them out there today. Ankit Tiwari.
I think what we've said when we were chatting yesterday about the batsmen not moving their feet enough to be able to get be able to play the shots, and this is an exact way. This is an exact example.
Demonstrated again of brilliant batsmanship from Ankit Tiwari. He's gone 4-6-4 now. This is a proper assault against Rohit Juneja. He's just gone into the rhythm of these slow mediums that Juneja's offering. And the 4-on roll skipper seems to have no answer to it.
Yeah, and he's just placing his positioning himself, his positioning his feet, and his positioning his body in the right place to be able to go through with these shots.
Tiwari down the ground once more. This is a catching chance and dropped in front of us by Arpit Tiwari. Gets a life, Ankit Tiwari, from his namesake. And poor old Juneja, who's been smashed all over the place in this over, could have got his revenge here and maybe should have done. Instead, it is the end of the 6th, the end of Juneja's spell as well. He's ended up going for 1 for 25 from his 2, and Stockholm 58 for 3.
Another example of a fielder doing well to get into the correct position. Just unfortunately not being able to make the final and decisive part of the catch.
Both of these teams part of the Superettan League of the Stockholm Local Cricket League, which is one below the top league, Allenscam, known as the Elite League, and it's in that 2nd division where they've had all these titanic clashes. For those maybe wondering for a bit of guidance, we've mentioned how strong Group B is. All 5 of the teams who play in Group B are part of the top division in Swedish cricket, so we do expect that Group B, I haven't found anyone who's disagreed with this at all, is going to bring much stronger standard of cricket across the board, and it's going to be a very difficult task for any of these teams when they get to the quarter-final, as Srini Jettiboyine comes in with his awkward left arm around deliveries that, when he gets it right, will turn into the left-handed Tiwari, who is really firing here.
Be interesting to see how he gets on here. He left the field yesterday, I believe, in the last game, I think, with a thigh injury. Hopefully it was just fatigue and he's recovered.
Short cut away through point, and that is a poor misfield out there. And Michael Boosley to my right is immediately, again, desperate to show off his long barrier because Chitrapal Singh Ali Sangani has not been watching.
This is a prime example. You get... they're not... You get
I can hear you've lost for words.
If you get that, if that goes into your hands, they're not getting back for the second. They don't run the first one hard enough. You're protecting the second run. You're not going to be able to attack that ball and get that in to save the single. To save the boundary. I'm baffled. Baffled.
I have to laugh just at the man to my right.
Exasperated.
Exasperated. That's a perfect word for your demeanour right now, and understandably so. Tiwari's nearing a 50, thanks in part to the charity from fielders. He's run hard between the wickets as well, to his credit, and he's done that again here to make sure picks up 2. We've all too often seen on a delivery like that.
Yeah,
somehow the first one is walked and then the second isn't taken.
That's right, and I think Ankit Tiwari is playing exceptionally well actually today, I must say. This is a great innings of batting. I'm very impressed, and I actually really hope he gets to that 50 mark.
driven, and this time looks like they will, for once, settle for one. It's tournament best so far. He's got into the 20s twice so far and before this point. 29 not out of 13 yesterday against Botshirka. He looked in very good touch, and he's continued that form on into this morning.
44 of 21. Reasonably decent strike rate.
Yeah, he's above 2 a ball, which is always a good marker in T10. If you're above that, you really are ticking. Pali to face up. He's not had such a good tournament with the bat, it's fair to say. He's yet to get a score of more than 13 thus far. And that 13 took 18 balls against Pakistanska. He's off the mark here, though. You'd think his first job is just get bat on ball and get Tiwari facing.
Which he's done.
Yep. I don't even necessarily mind if he's only scoring a run a ball here. If he only faces, 6 or 7 of these 20 balls left and they're all singles, that's actually not the worst result while Tiwari's at the wicket.
Absolutely.
Tiwari himself will have to only take one there.
Decent ball. Decent ball. Decent bowling.
So last ball of Jetty Boyne is over. Well, he was going for the boundary, Yadlapali, which in the context of the game kind of makes sense. They don't really want a single because Ankit Tiwari wants to start the next over on strike, and Srinivas Manem can't take the stumping chance. So end of the 7th, Jetty Boyne concedes 9 from it. And Stockholm are 67 for 3 off 7. Well, you might remember yesterday that all of you guys in the YouTube chat put together a 11 of Michael's, and myself, with a bit of help from Vinsandu in the graphics department, knocked this up overnight, worked them into a team. So this is our ECN T10 team. You might notice we got Michael Jordan at number 8. We reckon he can hit a long ball, and well, if he bowls like he plays basketball, he probably bowls some nasty fast stuff.
Well, he played a decent level of baseball as well.
Did, yeah. And we've got a certain Michael Boosley to my right in his batting coach. I'm running the drinks as 12th man. Smacked down the ground by Tiwari, who, having got within two striking blows of his 50, is now working in singles more recently. And it is Arpit Tiwari who's back for his second over.
I saw Michael Daub was in there. What was his role?
Yeah, so Michael Daub's an interesting one. That's almost comically really held back by Tiwari. They've bowled a lot slower today, the 4-on rolls, and that's been part of a plan. I actually had I immersed myself as a fly on the wall for the 4-on rolls team talk before they went out to field. That is just about going to be a wide from Tiwari, and there was a real emphasis from Rohit Jadeja, their skipper, about bowling outside the off stump and bowling slower, making them fetch it. I think he might have been
decent ball, that.
I think he might have been unlucky there.
Very.
Using that wide guideline, it was sneaking inside it. Smacked straight, and that's gone over our circus commentary tent. And for 6, what a shot to bring up his 50. 52 of 24 balls for Ankit Tiwari, 6 fours, and he gets to the milestone with his second 6. It's just the third 50 of this entire ECS by anybody. A very fine knock, and he scored well over half the runs in this innings. He's carrying Stockholm on his back.
Yeah, it's been an exceptional performance. Really has. From the beginning, he's just worked the ball where he needs to work. He has had 1 or 2 pieces of luck. He had the drop catcher in his 40s, but aside from that, he's been exceptional and different to some of the batsmen. The shots have been, if you probably look at his wagon wheel, it's probably shots all around the ground.
Steps across to leg, which he'd like to do, and just Works this through deep backward square. And again, puts pressure on the fielder, forces the error, gets 2, keeps the strike. Very good T10 batting. In fact, very good batting in any format.
Absolutely. And then just pushing hard on that first run, which we don't see often enough. Just as soon as there's that slight mistake, they've got plenty of time to come back for the second.
Low full toss. And well stopped at point, so that will be just 1. Got a few people chipping in. Casper Anderson says, well done on reaching an 11, good effort. We've got a comment about Michael Bevan. Selvakumar Mugrasamy says, Michael Bevan, great finisher. Yeah, absolutely. You want him in your middle order somewhere. He'll get you home in a tight run chase. So that's a single for Yadlapalli, who's quite content to just, well, I was going to say give Tiwari the strike back, but actually it's not necessarily the best result for Stockholm because he's going to keep the strike because it was the last ball of the 8th. So 80 for 3 after 8. So, going back to Michael Daub. Michael Daub said, I'm not good enough to be in the 11, so I'm scoring. So he volunteered himself despite being an ex-international. We've got Michael Bublé to sing the team song.
Of course.
Another one we didn't mention yesterday but was in the comments I went back and saw, which was a great shout. Michael Goff, brilliant international umpire, because it's important if you turn up, particularly if this team's playing a certain sort of maybe more of a village form of cricket, you've got to bring your own umpire. You know, nobody wants to have to do their 10 overs.
Imagine turning up to cricket on a Sunday and this lot turned up.
Have these guys got any good players, do you know? Yeah, they've got a few blokes who can hit the ball about a bit.
Yeah.
They're not bad. Jetty Boina on to bowl. And that is going to be a wide again. Stuck at the non-strikers and Kit Tiwari. Got a dilemma here. Yadlapalli, is he going to try and smash the ball or just give the strike back? No, he's going to try and absolutely smash it, and he's missed it, and he's out. Well, lovely keeping from Srinivas Manem. Yeah. Very classy stuff from him, not for the first time in this tournament, behind the sticks. Stockholm 80 for 4. Well, he went to stump him, and then he said, no, actually, I'm appealing for the caught behind. He's nicked that, and the umpire agreed.
That's decent. That's a very good catch, actually, at that such close range. If he has got an edge on that, as a wicketkeeper, I would have taken the stumps off anyway. I would have taken the bails off anyway because you never know what's going to happen. But the batsman was on his way. He didn't wait for a signal. He was gone. He knew one way or the other he was going to be out and was on his way back to the tent pavilion.
Tent pavilion. Is that what we're calling it these days?
That's what I'm going with, yeah.
Chenanali, the Stockholm skipper, he's somewhat of a reluctant batter. He's a bit more of an anchor, so he tends to bat higher in the longer formats of the game. He's out to face his first ball, and he's missed it as well, but his back foot was grounded, so he's safe when it comes to stumping possibilities, but this is good pressure from Jetty Boina.
That's what comes of benefits of not moving your feet. You stay in the crease.
Majapal Dream says, now I wish my name was Michael, so I could be involved. Sniffs. Oh, brilliant. And Phil G says, not a bad lineup of Michaels. Nicked, and nothing Manem could really do about it. When you're standing up that close, you just kind of have to hope you might catch something like this, but certainly not really a drop catch in any way, shape or form.
No, this is a kind of prime example of... we say about batsmen not wearing helmets, but wicket-keepers not wearing helmets standing up is madness as far as I'm concerned.
Totally agree.
Edge like that, a little bit different with the edge, and it takes his teeth out.
Smashed through mid-wicket. Long on comes round and takes an excellent catch. Nicely pouched by Arpit Tiwari. And Stockholm 82 for 5. That is another crucial breakthrough just to keep them quiet. And it's the one who they desperately had to get to keep things relatively low in terms of scores across this last over and a bit. Ankit Tiwari out for a magnificent 55 off 27, 6 fours and 2 sixes. Nobody else has got into double figures. Someone else is going to have to take Stockholm home.
Great innings. Great innings. It was one of the best innings I've seen in this week. It's just shots all across the ground. Only one chance given up until that point to the same fielder who actually didn't particularly celebrate. He kind of shook his head after taking it and sort of, why didn't I do that the first time? But decent snare, great innings, and he's on his way. And he's set his team up in a very good position. So it's, like I said, probably my favourite innings of the week so far.
Manoj Tomar out there now alongside Chenna Nali. Nali the skipper facing. Again, that ends a brilliant over from Jetty Baina with another brilliant delivery. He has conceded just 2 from that over, the 8th over of the innings. He finishes the 9th over, pardon me, of the innings. He finishes with 2 for 11 from his pair of overs, and Stockholm, despite that outstanding knock, are on struggle street, 82 for 5. Lily Panda, who we know, of course, is watching from the other side of the world, said, would the Michael 11 beat the Stephen/Stephen 11? Stephen with a V and Stephen with a PH. To which I've immediately asked, is this something that I've missed that's been compiled in another ECS? And if not, maybe that's our theme for today. We get the Stephen 11 together and see what they've got to offer.
Yeah, have we got any? We haven't got any Stevens here with us, have we?
Don't think we do. No.
We could add Stefan.
I think we have to send that on sort of the 11 decision review system as to whether
well, we could have Stephen, Stefan. And then we can shoe in.
Clutching at those straws, Michael.
Well, Stefan Gooch is blind as player, as we know, and he still has the record for 6 wickets, 2 runs from his 2 overs in the Budapest ECS in 2020.
I think he's going to be dining out on that in about 2060, never mind 2020. Ankit Pandey to bowl the last for the 4-on rolls, but not yet. It's about getting what they can here, Nali and Tomar, who both haven't batted much in this tournament. Turned away once more by Tomar, who's off the mark with a single. These two, when they have batted in the tournament so far, have generally worked in dots and ones. They've got to find some boundaries here.
Yeah, it's a good position for the final over for the fielding side. The Royals, they've got one person who's faced 4 balls and just for 1 run, and obviously Tomar, who's just faced his first ball. So this is sorry, I'll let you continue and describe that moment.
Yeah, it's just more of the same, isn't it? These two haven't really at any point. Well, that's not.
It's a slight misjudgment.
I don't really know where to start with that. Poor old Arpit Tiwari looked like he was. You know that when you see those sort of little kids with the ball bouncing all over the place, and they haven't really learned, maybe 5 or 6, to coordinate themselves yet. All over the shop. That would have been a wide, but he went after it, tried to get it through the vacant cover region. He's going to hit 2, Manoj Tomar. And bar a late miracle, it looks like Stockholm are going to end up with a score here that's marginally below par. Just 3 balls left now. And that's, again, bat on ball from Nali, which is something. Sent back for the second. There wasn't a second there. We've already had people flying in with our Stephen 11. Stephen Fleming from the New Zealand skipper. Stephen Finn.
War, surely.
Yeah, Steve War, yeah, he's getting in there. And Steve Harmison as well. So, I mean, that's already a pretty solid grounding. We should say as well, massive thank you to everybody who chipped in. There's a real group effort on the ECN YouTube live chat yesterday to compile that team, and it's great to see there's such an active cricketing community from across the world watching and getting involved, so we're very grateful to you for that. Got to be subscribed, of course, to join us on the live chat. That's not going to help from Pandy. 2 extras. He's going to have to try and find a legitimate delivery to get this innings done.
We also have Stephen Boosley, my brother, who's out in Australia. Was a handy bowler.
Is he? I mean,
Fast
when you say
bowler, in
handy,
fact.
is he sort of international level? Because
Well,
as we know from the Michael team, the bar to get in this team is quite high.
I remember him castling me a few times as a youngster. So yes, let's go international level. He lives in Australia, so he's international. So and this is obviously a made up, maybe bowling coach.
Last ball of the innings. And they've finally found a boundary, this pair who've both struggled for them in the tournament. Tamar whacks one through mid-wicket with great conviction. And so Stockholm have got themselves up to a slightly below par, but still competitive, 95 for 5. And Pandy concedes 29 from his 2 overs. Slightly expensive from him, and who knows, that could yet prove to be pivotal.
Yeah, I think without the stunning innings of Ankit Tiwari, he managed to carry us back through to about the 9th over, I believe. And it's a stunning performance from him, and he's really made the difference to his side. And there's been some decent bowling performances, but nothing's stood out other than the Sahil Prashar, his 2 overs for 11 and a wicket, was probably the standout. With Srini Jetiboyina, who also had 2 overs for 11 with 2 wickets. So they were able to contain the Stockholm side and keep them to under 100, which is very important, as we can see from great bowling there.
Yeah, it's quite rare, isn't it, that you see a team have one batter get 50 as quickly as Ankit Tiwari did, and yet they end up with a subpar total. But it was because nobody else at any point in the innings got going. In fact, there was only 2 fours in the entire innings that were not hit off the bat of Ankit Tiwari.
If you look down the batting lineup as well, you have 155 and then no other player scored in double figures.
Yep.
Which is nobody offered that support role. You only need 3 or 4 batsmen to be into double figures, and that's well over 100 runs. So you have to take your hat off to Ankit Tiwari, as he has really single-handedly taken that team to a reasonable, defendable score.
Yeah, it does make one think of that, the Brilliant Grey Cricketer podcast, which talks about the story where, as a batsman, you've scored runs and absolutely nobody else has. So that there's this strange feeling where you're not allowed to be too happy about what you've done. If this is assuming Stockholm were to go on and lose the game,
yeah.
But you're also able to sort of swagger back into the dressing room at the end of the day and you know, they're having a good old joke about this and say, well, I did my job,
yeah.
What happened to you guys? And that was very much the case here for Stockholm.
So it'll be really important now for the Stockholm captain, Chenanali, to go and talk to his players, get his bowlers in the right frame of mind, look at the field and make sure that everybody's ready and does their best to cut off every possible run. They need to be really on it.
Yep. This game far from done though. Remember, we've seen scores much, much lower than the 95 for 5 that Stockholm have posted, gone unchased, and the foreign-arm Royals have had a lot of difficulties with the bat. In fact, across their 6 innings with the bat in the tournament so far, they've on 3 occasions not made it past 70, and on 4 occasions not made it past 80. And on the 2 occasions they did, they only got 100 and 105. So chasing 96 to win still looks like a pretty even game, folks. Thank you very much for joining us for this first innings. Thank you very much to Michael Boosley for being with us once more.
Thank you very much.
We will see you back for the second innings very, very shortly. Stockholm winning the toss, choosing to bat, and thanks almost entirely to Ankit Tiwari. They've posted 95 for 5. Welcome back to the Stockholm Norsberg Cricket Ground for this, the second innings of match number 17 of 48. Fantastic to have your company wherever you are across the world. Stockholm posting a slightly under par, 95 for 5. And based on what we've seen across this week, I think that for and on rolls, well, you would think that you would rather be them, but they've had a lot of difficulties with the bat in hand. So when you start to account for that, it looks like a pretty even game. Now, we promise you that we've got a rotating, roving cast of people in the absence of Mr. Sandu. We've made a few upgrades, and one of those people who definitely fits into that category is a man joining me to my right-hand side, a man who is an eminent part of the statistical team in particular behind the scenes here at the ECN, but wears many different hats, as well as being a very keen amateur cricketer in Spain, and a lifetime lover of the game, I think it would be fair to say. Next to me in his resplendent orange sunglasses, Sharad Brumbat. Good morning, Sharad.
Good morning, Michael. Thank you for your kind words. I'm not sure if it's an upgrade from Mr. Maximo's, but I'll try my best to bring this game to our viewers. And good afternoon to our viewers in the subcontinent. And it would be my pleasure to take you through this game in the company of Mr. Michael McCann.
What do you make of that first innings? Pretty even? Rather be 4-0? 95 on the board?
I would say the game is pretty balanced at this stage. We know that it's not a huge target, but we've also observed that targets between 90 to 110 tend to be a bit tricky. Teams are not sure about how to approach them. So this could be an interesting chase depending upon how the power play goes.
Rakesh Kumar's first ever ECS over, and that is a very serviceable start to Anirudh Ram. Rohit Jadeja at the non-striker's end, and it was Jadeja who yesterday hit 49 off 34 against Pakistanska in a low-scoring thriller. It was that knock that proved to be the difference. Got a square leg and a long on out as his two power play fielders, and he's going to sneak a single through point here, Ram. Ram, who has the second highest score individually of the tournament so far, with his 64 of 36 that came against Umeå, who I know have sort of built up something of a mini fan club here for the way in which they've played the game, despite being winless.
Everyone likes to support underdogs, right?
Yeah.
That's how our brains are designed to.
Down the ground from Jadeja, who's off the mark. I think you're right. If there's a bit of that, they've run about 1.5 there. It will be 1 in the scorebook. He's not happy here, Ram. He turned and went for the second and got thoroughly sent back. They seem to be a nice bunch of guys. Even the other teams have nothing bad to say about them. They kept losing in close games, and that's only added to their underdog status, I guess. Again, just strike rotation. It's the intent from Ram, and he does just about manage to get home. So the experiment of spin up top working well so far.
This is a good thing about this opening partnership. They try to rotate the strike and then they play big cricketing shots whenever required. I'm not sure about having a deep sort of mid wicket for him. Because this is what I mean. He likes to play it straight. He likes to.
Well, they could have had a deep cover there, but he'd only be fetching the ball back. It's gone 10 metres over that deep cover fence. That is exactly as you stated, a proper cricketing shot from Rohit Jadeja. Straight bat through the covers. Whoosh! First 6 of the innings.
And as soon as I mentioned, the captain must have heard me. He brings the mid wicket in and pushes the wide long off back to the boundary.
Well, Chenanali's got a little feed of this in one headphone. Just pushed back by Jadeja. It's a nice response from Kumar, who despite that big 6 only concedes 9 from his first over, which in the power play is not the worst result. 4 non-rolls, 9 without loss after 1. it's interesting. We've seen nobody, kind of like London buses, you wait for 1-2 come at once. No one has tried spin in the power play until today, where both of these teams have tried it in the exact same game. And for both of them, it's actually worked pretty well.
Yeah, I agree. It is an interesting option to try when you think the openers are like sort of enforcers. They want to muscle their way through every ball that they hit it and take the leather off it.
It's surprising as well how many openers you see who maybe aren't necessarily really used to opening against spin. Deep Jagan Singh on. And that is a proper Gundy ball to start off his spell. Short down leg. That's exactly what we were talking about. Offering the pace on the ball. Gratefully helped around the corner by Anarin Ram, who gets his first boundary of the innings.
This was more of a room service ball, like, you know, he delivered a boundary at his doorstep. Like, it was proper gift.
A room service ball? That's a brilliant bit of... Is that off the cuff, or have you been in knowing that you were being required on commentary today and had been thinking in your head? You had a bit of room service last night. You thought, room service ball, I'll keep that one up there.
I think this term we ended up coining together with one of our dear colleagues, Sam Williams.
Got a lot of time for that room service ball. Signed, sealed, delivered. It's normally better than that Deep Jagan, but again, it's another room service delivery, and at the moment he's serving up a bit of a free buffet here, Deep Jagan. Similar shot, similar ball, same result, 4 runs, and Ram's already on to 10 off 5.
Deep Jagan might be feeling a bit of a stiff shoulder. I don't know if he's actually having a stiff shoulder, or is it so that his captain does not shout at him for bowling to proper Gandhi ball?
Well, he's overcompensated there, one extreme to another. This is surprising. He's been very dependable for them in this tournament. He's their joint highest wicket taker. He has 6 wickets. Normally always bowls the first and the third overs in the power play up top. And his economy rate for the tournament is hovering around 8, which is good going. Well, that is an ECS classic, the somewhat spurious caught behind appeal to try and avoid the wide, but there's no way our umpires are falling for that trick.
I think this trick is as old as the game of cricket. Like, every keeper has tried it once in their lifetime. More than once.
Short and pulled away. He's got a feel for the pull shot in this over, Ram. And again, he's got enough of it. Stepped right across this time. It wasn't as bad a ball from Deep Jagan Singh, but it got similar treatment. 3rd boundary of the over.
When you say it's not as bad as a ball, that's true. But with this, the feel that you have for that field to bowl this ball without any protection in deep. And this is, I think this is a reactive captaincy. After 3 boundaries hit in that area, they are putting a fielder back there and bringing the long off on.
Yeah, you're exactly right. Oh, it's gone straight up, and he's given it away, Ram. What was it? A shorter ball again. It reared up off this concrete surface that is very bouncy. He got himself there very early, Ram, and ends up just awkwardly prodding at it. And so he's caught behind for 14 off 7. Deep Jagan Singh, after a struggling over, does manage to get the breakthrough, 23 for 1.
Yes, nice easy catch for the keeper there. Ball just bouncing off a short, good length region, and batsman had no answers to that.
He was trying to play a similar shot again, wasn't he? Just make room, force it through that leg side. Didn't quite work. Arpit Tiwari heads out. Arpit, who himself bowled well for the 4 non-rolls in the power play earlier on. Now he's alongside his skipper, Rohit Jadeja. He was there very early in a strange position, side on.
Maybe a little bit of predetermined shot, like he wanted to play a shot before even the ball was bowled.
So Tiwari to face his first ball. Yeah, got a bit of a feel for the pull shot across that over so far. Tiwari content to rotate from his first ball.
If Stockholm managed to get 1 or 2 more wickets here in sort of next over, they this would be a very close game. Like we've had a couple of close games this tournament already, a golden ball as well. And yeah, if they manage to sneak in like 1 wicket before the end of power play, it would be a very balanced and interesting chase.
I think right now, probably just about rather be 4 on, but they're very dependent on the man who is on strike, Rohit Jadeja, the top run scorer thus far. He's got this right off the bottom of the bat. He'll settle for a single. He'll keep the strike at the end of the second over. Warner rolls, losing Anirudh Ram to Deep Jagan Singh. They are 25 for 1 off 2. Bit of news from match 18, which is coming up after this one. And you spoke of that golden ball, of course. It was Umeå who were on the unfortunate wrong side of that particular one. The plucky underdogs will try their luck one last time today. They have a double header against Botshirka. They face them in the second and the fourth matches of the day. And in match 18, which is coming up for you in just under an hour's time, they've won the toss and decided they're going to have a bowl. So Botshirka will bat first in that game. Would you generally prefer to chase or set in T10?
Depends a lot on your own team's combinations. Like, what are your strengths? How balanced is your team? And what do you, whether you back your bowlers or batsmen to perform under pressure? I think in T10, especially when you're playing on an artificial surface, I don't think it's more about the ground conditions or the pitch conditions. It's more about your team composition and the opposition's team composition.
Yeah, agreed. It's possibly about adapting to your resources as well as what you face in front of you. Speaking of using your resources, it's the first time we've seen any team bowl a spinner for 2 overs in a power play. Rakesh Kumar's going to bowl out. Down the ground. And 6, way over long on's head. Lovely shot from Arpit Tiwari. That's his first 6 of the innings. And the Fornham rolls 32 for 1.
I wouldn't mind that. He was bowling with a plan. He had 2 fielders straight on the boundary, and he did tempt the batsman for that shot. That was the plan, to get him caught there, but he ended up hitting just over the long on fielder. But Tiwari cannot do anything wrong today.
One of those where you almost say, go and do it again, in the hope that he maybe does it twice and gets 12, but then gets out. Tiwari this time content to rotate. I know that captaincy in regard to spin is a bit of a strength of yours from a very successful time in domestic cricket in Spain, working very closely with a certain Sandeep Ravishankar, who we saw causing all sorts of problems for batsmen in Crefeld.
Oh, he was just a delight to work with. He was an amazing team member of ours.
So for those who don't know, tell us the full sort of story. Of course, he bowls left arm over, turning it away from the right hand, as you were not only his captain but also his wicket keeper. So that relationship is so important. So again, Tiwari this time is shackled.
Yeah. So with Sandeep, he knew what to do, and it was just about giving him resources to be able to do that, giving him the feel that he wants, and like we did not have a lot of disagreement except.
That stumped. Speaking of spinners and keepers working in tandem, but square leg seems to think he might have just got back in time somehow here. Wow, his bat looks like it was still in the air to me. What do you reckon?
What I'm surprised to say is that we keep saying that there's a spinner bowling in power play, and keeper is standing like 5 steps.
Yeah, that's a very good point. You do have to wonder why Chenanali's so far back. Yep, well that is out. First replay suggested the bat was still in the air. It did look out. And he's gone. So, spinner's done the trick. I don't think that's a stumping technique we'll see you using anytime soon.
No, if the bowler is bowling at this pace and this is his style of bowling, I'll probably prefer to stand closer.
Unconventional, some
Yeah.
might say. A revolutionary idea that maybe then you don't have to throw the ball at stumps. But one way or another, he's got his stumping, Ankit Tiwari. And so Arpit Tiwari is out for 8 off 4. And at the end of the power play, the 4-on-rolls once again looking very Junaja dependent. They are 34 for 2. They're ahead of the required run rate, but they've lost 2 of their big guns at the top.
So would you say that foreign arm rolls are favourite to win this?
Probably rather be 4-on right now. I think if Junaja bats through, they're favourites. But if Junaja goes, we've seen that their middle order has really struggled in this tournament. They've played 6 10-over knocks with the bat so far, and on 4 occasions they've not got past 77. And they're chasing 96. Now it's going to be the second of the 2 brothers, Harlagan Sandhu, to bowl. He's just about avoided a wide from his first ball. His brother, Deep Jagan Singh Sandhu, saw earlier on serve up what Michael Bousley would describe as an array of pies. He went for room service bowling, which is a great way to put it, going for 16 off the second. So his brother's going to try and do a bit better here. But that is an extra. And a bit of a rush of blood there from Junaja. He's normally quite a calm player. He swung at that and almost turned a wide into getting the bowler out of jail.
I think that's one of the most ugliest looking shot he has played the whole tournament. He's much better than that.
And again, he can't make contact. Just seems a bit flustered out there, Rohit Junaja. It's normally such an impressive player. Yeah, it wasn't an aesthetically pleasing one, was it? You know when you're having to run across to the offside that it might just be a wide. This time Junaja goes inside out for a single through cover.
I think it's smart bowling, like mixing it up, off the good length, outside off, and then bringing it back in. It's smart bowling.
And then throwing the massive wide so they don't know where it's going. It's a nice looking shot from Sahil Prussia to get off the mark. Hits the sweeper at deep point. We did see this yesterday when I was joined by Meda Dalb on commentary, and I can't for the life of me remember who bowled it, but the strangest over ever that was the kind of bowling that actually is quite difficult to face in terms of keeping your concentration. 5 huge wides, 6 very good legitimate deliveries. So you can't get bat on ball convincingly. There's nothing to hit, but you're having to keep seeing the ball fly past you.
So would you put Harlagan Sandhu in a canny operator category?
Yep, I would, and he's showing it again here. He's the most economical bowler of all of the Stockholm bowlers in the tournament so far. He's again demonstrating why. He's managed to nip through 5 balls here and concede just 3.
Let's just hope he closes it well.
Now, I was going to say, now I've said that. Oh, he's got him! Well, that is a perfect way to finish the over. No commentator's curse this time. Harlagan Sandhu with a big in-drifter. It's just kept going in and in and in. He tried to follow it as best he could, but there was absolutely nothing that Rohit Junaja could do. That is the big wicket in this 4-on-rolls lineup, and it is gone. 37 for 3 at the end of the 4th. Junaja out for a run of ball 11, and the 4-on-rolls middle order very much exposed as Srini Jettiboina walks to the wicket. So, back on Comcam to show you the very latest of our roving guests here. I mentioned how cool the shades are. It's not a sort of Liam Gallagher Oasis style because he's had a big night out. This is how he rocks in every day. Sharad Brumbat, very good to have you with us. How are you enjoying, you've done an array of roles for the ECN. How are you finding being in the view in the commentary box?
It's pretty different. I mean, but I would say it's the best seat in the house to see the action, and it's always nice to be in your company, Michael. And
I paid you a lot of money to say that. A
yeah,
lot of room service.
in pistachios nuts, in form of pistachio nuts.
Yeah, nothing like a good healthy snack as the fifth over starts from Manoj Tomar, who's whacked out away through the covers for one. I know that's a dietary choice we both share. We do see some interesting food choices up in the commentary box. We had Kaushif Fats in here yesterday, the Stockholm batter, who had plenty to say about how teams should try and take a professional approach, and then had to quietly remind him at the end of his stint that one of his teammates had brought him a burger from a certain fast food joint as his pre-match meal, which might not necessarily be what the nutritionist would recommend, albeit it did the job.
Maybe it could be a bit of superstition thing, like once he would have eaten that burger and scored a
Yeah.
century. It could be one of those things. You know how we cricketers are like, yeah? Everyone has their quirks.
Off the mark, Jetty boy. You know, it is a game that inherently lends itself to superstitions, isn't it? Just by the nature of how it works.
Did you have any stupid superstition while you were playing?
Um,
Oh, you still
have you
play,
you've just retired me, have you?
You still play, but like.
It's the way you said that, like I was an old
Yeah.
man. I mean, I've got a fractured finger, but I haven't stopped quite yet. Swing and a miss from Sahal Prashit. Yeah, so I mean, I'm a niggly defensive opening batsman, and I think that lends itself to anxiety and superstitions. So I used to be a proper like left pad before right pad, this before that. I've managed to reduce that now because it was just getting a bit silly, to be honest. Smash down the ground towards long off, but well fielded. So that will be just one, stopped by Himanshu Patel. It got to the point where I was actually focused more on the superstitions and what needed to be done pre-match in that regard than actually focusing on going out to open. So dialed it back, which unsurprisingly has actually proved quite successful. Managed to start scoring occasionally a bit more runs through not being so worried about the superstitions. Jetty Boina content to rotate strike this pair as they establish themselves. What about you? As a wicket-keeper bat, have you got any particular...
Not many, but yeah, pretty much like right foot before the left foot
Yep.
when you step on the field. But
Okay.
yeah, there's this interesting story. I'm sure everyone would have heard about Neil Mackenzie, the South African international cricketer.
For those that haven't...
So once he
Swing and a miss.
So once he was batting and his teammates decided that he does have some quirk. So what his teammates did is they taped his kit bag on the dressing room ceiling, and he scored a double century in that game. So after that, every game that he would go on to bat, he'd probably try and do that. So
Take the whole kit bag it was, wasn't it? Or was it a bat? I can't remember. It was something like that.
Yeah, it was something like that. Probably a kit bag or something.
41 for 3 after 5. So they're slightly behind the required run rate, the 4 Royals. And the openers are the only two to get into double figures. They're both out. Let us know in the comments on the YouTube chat, what are your big superstitions for cricket? It is a game that does seem to be full of them. Hardigan Sandhu to bowl his second. He doesn't need any superstitions. He's just bowling brilliantly. That's going to be just one through the covers, despite the misfield from Santosh Yadlapally. Now, I've got to get your view. Michael Bouslay's had a lot to say about the use of the long barrier in this competition. Oh, well, that reaction was... I've got to hear more about this. He was 3 out of 3 when we demonstrated it earlier in the first innings. So, after this ball, I want to just set you off like a firecracker and let you go, because I'm sure you've got plenty to say. Hit away through point. Going to think of 2, and they're going to turn it down. So this is a good little spell for Stockholm, just turning the screw.
I would say long barrier is for veterans cricket, like for over 40 or 45, when batsmen are running single, even if the ball goes to the boundary, it's for that. It's not for fast-paced ECS T10 cricket. Here you attack the ball, put the batsman under pressure, stop him from taking the second.
Swing a miss outside off, not a wide. That is good bowling from Sandu. But what about when the ball's hit hard to a sweeper on the boundary? You've got to stop the boundary first, haven't you, before you get the ball in? To try and pick the ball up two-handed on the boundary when it's hit hard is not easy. That's a nice looking straight drive, but surely will be a run out. Oh no, he's missed from there. How's he done that, Harligan Sandu? He can't believe it. He's able to have a good laugh about it. But he's also in a state of shock and disbelief. Good drive back to him. Nice jumping stop. And you think, well, he could have walked it in. And he throws from what must be a yard. And he somehow misses. Well, we've all had moments on a cricket field, but that really is quite something. And bless him, he can see the humorous side of it. Oh dear.
I think Sahil should buy a lottery ticket today.
Sahil Prasha, a very lucky man, but not fortunate enough or good enough with his timing to get bat on that one. So you're anti-long barrier, strongly.
I'm not anti-long barrier. I just think it's not needed. There are better ways in fast-paced cricket to stop a ball. Like I don't like a fielder being lazy, standing at a place and just allowing ball to come to him. Like
Last ball of Harligan Sandu's spell. And it will only be one, so what a pair of overs. He's really turned this game towards Stockholm. Conceded just 7 runs from those 2 overs in the middle of this innings. And the 4 on rolls are right behind the 8 ball now. 45 for 3 off 6. And you can see there Harligan Sandu, the exceptional performer in this bowling lineup thus far.
I think he has this knack of going about his overs silently but effectively. Like he is not recognized in most games, but his value to the team is amazing. And this 2 overs at this stage just for 7 runs, like any captain would take it without second thoughts.
Yeah, to be honest, a lot of the time in T10, 1 for 17 off 2 is perfectly respectable figures. Never mind losing that one and making it 1 for 7. Sridhar Pakala with his whippy fast mediums starts with a low full toss. He somewhat gets away with it. Were that bowled to someone a bit more established, a bit more in, he'd probably be in trouble. So if you're leading an ECS team, of course a man with plenty of captaincy experience, and one of your boundary fielders gets the ball hit hard at them and they don't use the long barrier and it goes for 4, you, unlike Michael Bousley, are not dropping them to 12th man for the next game.
No, I will. He's not supposed to miss the ball. Like, I mean,
well, the call is 2 off the bat. They finally realise they've got to start trying to take 2s here, but again, good fielding forces them to turn back, so just a single. But this would be Michael Bousley's point. I'm not meaning to act as his defence lawyer, but do you not need the long barrier in that situation to make sure the ball is stopped?
no, that is my argument. My players, I back them to be skilled enough to stop any ball without having to do that and lose 2 or 3 seconds, which could be crucial in a fast-paced game. They are completely capable of stopping a fast ball at boundary with 2 hands. Like, that is why I said Michael Bousley is over 40, plays better in cricket. So
Wow,
that
this is getting personal here.
for that,
There's a
he
bit of
might
needle in
need
this commentary box.
for that he might need a long barrier in that age group cricket to stop a ball at boundary.
Spicy.
Yeah.
Nicely bowled by Pakala off the outside edge once more. So never mind your players. What about in this ECS? If you were giving a team in this ECS advice, given we've seen a lot of misfields out on the boundary when hit hard at players who've not got down to it, they've not used the long barrier, they've just tried to pick it up clean, would you say to them, no, use the long barrier, use your body, get your body behind it to stop it, so that at least the boundary is saved?
If you understand the principle of stopping the ball at boundary with 2 hands, you will know that there is still a lot of body getting behind it.
Well, we'll come back to that because the 4 on rolls have lost another one. Super bowling from Sahil Prasha And it's just a little snick, maybe an inside edger off the bottom of the bat there on the way through. So Sahil Prash's struggling vigil is gone. He is out for 7 off 11. And the 4-on rolls are 49 for 4 and in a bit of trouble now.
I think this wicket should be credited to Harlagan Sandhu, that the pressure that he created by bowling those 2 overs has resulted Sahil Prasha play this rash shot and
Yeah.
ended up throwing his wicket.
Yeah, it's not the way that the scoreboard operators work, but without any doubt, he is the man that has got this required run rate hurtling upwards. In the blink of an eye, it's gone from being around 10 to now just short of 15.
This just shows how top heavy and dependent Fernand Royals are. Like they were in the control of the game during the power play, but as soon as they lost their 2 openers, uh, they're not able to score enough runs per over, and the run rate has shot up.
Srinivas Manem out there now. He's not managed to score greater than 15 in this tournament so far. Going to need someone to do something unexpected here, the Royals. And that is not going to be a wide, just about okay from Pakala, so he gets out of the 7th over, his first, having conceded just 4 and picked up the wicket. 4-on rolls in all sorts of trouble now, 49 for 4 off 7. This is how your teams look for match 18. And we win this from 6 games so far. Botshika a lot more successful. 4 victories from 6 for them. And if Botshika can win both of their matches against Umia by big margins today, and Pakistanska end up losing again to the 4-on rolls in the other game, then they'll take top spot, Botshika. So that's the motivation for them. Umia are just desperate to get a win one way or the other. Manoj Tomar on to bowl the 8th. To Jetty Boyina. That's not going to help. Required run rate now past 2.5 a ball. So in summary, long barrier, you're not a fan.
Yeah, let's just put it that way. And let's just move on from that topic because I've heard enough of long barrier arguments since today.
I take it we're Jetty Boyina will get 1, the eye off 2, but big old stop sign comes out. I take it that you and Michael Bousley have had to be separated in the operations tent at points when discussing this before. You're laughing knowingly next to me. I know you're someone that loves a good old cricketing debate, which is exactly why I thought it would be brilliant to get you on commentary. We're very grateful for you joining us and the viewers. We've got people properly wading in on the YouTube live chat. In fact, we might create a bit of a poll on this one. Manem again can't get off the mark, and even worse, might have perished but hasn't nicked it, according to the man that matters, our umpire.
Like if you look at Srinivas Manem technique, every ball that he faces, his front foot goes outside the leg stump, and he tries to hit balls outside of in that cheeky fashion, or tries to heave it over mid wicket, and ends up missing a lot of balls. Like this is the 3rd ball outside of that he has missed in a row. He needs to go towards the direction of the ball to have any chance of connecting it.
Well, he's got bat on this one. He's off the mark, but it's not really going to help them at all. They need more than 3 a ball now. I think even if you had 2 Andre Russell clones out there, this would still be looking challenging. I mean, to move on, though, from long barrier gate, if we'll call it that, between you and Bousley, is there anything else in particular? You've watched a lot of ECS cricket. Come back to that. Again, that's a good ball to finish. A good over from Tamar, and can't quite get the run out, but he'll be very happy with his work across this set of 6. He concedes just 7 from it, and the 4-on rolls are struggling along towards defeat here, unless they can do something drastic. 52 for 4 off 8. To finish the question, is there anything else in particular you've seen from a lot of ECS cricket that's an observation you would make about what you see a lot of teams doing well or badly, or just whatever comes to mind?
a lot of players who are playing in ECS have also played a lot of tape ball cricket. So from there, they get the street smartness about using the slower ball effectively. You'll see a lot of bowlers who are using that back of the hand or a knuckleball or like various forms of slow ball very well in games across ECS, and that's an amazing skill to have. Sometimes to deliver that under pressure when you're under the thump as a bowler, to pull that off.
As Pokala gets very unlucky here. That is hit off the inside edge. Deep third man coming round, keeps it to 2. So Jetty Boina belatedly into double figures. It's taken him 11 balls.
Yeah, so continuing the point, like that use of slower ball has been exceptionally done well in ECS games. So that's one thing that I've picked up.
And again, it's a nick, this time an outside edge and dropped by Ankit Tiwari. Not an easy one, going low to his right. And Sridhar Pokala very unlucky to not have a second wicket here.
This is why when we are coached for keeping, the first point that we are asked to do is stay low, stay as low as possible till the ball is pitched and get up with the bounce of it. But yes, it was at an awkward height and it was a difficult chance.
That's going to be a wide. Manem just stepping inside the line of it. I suppose if you're going to drop a catch in a tournament at some point, it's probably not the worst time to get the drop out of the way. Shouldn't make a difference to the overall game result for Stockholm CC. Bashed down the ground, but he didn't get all of this, Manem. And he's dropped at long on by Manoj Tomar. So poor old Sridhar Pokala in this over. He's fouled the inside edge, he's found the outside edge, and now he's had a catch dropped. That long on by Manoj Tomar. He got there. Straight into the bird basket and straight out. Swing and a miss from Jetty Boina. So that's one thing in particular. Anything else that jumps out?
It's an interesting case study if you study the keeping standards across countries, across ECS games. There are few exceptionally brilliant keepers that we have seen in ECS. And then sometimes.
And speaking of good keeping, that's very smart work from Ankit Tiwari. It is another wicket. The 4 on rolls, 57 for 5. Jetty Boina. Well, he's having a go at Srinivas Manem. Srinivas Manem is kind of trying to do the right thing of being willing to sacrifice himself at the keeper's end by running a bite, but he ends up running Jetty Boina out for 11 off 14, so another one bites the dust. But as the 4 non-rolls collapse, to continue your point in terms of keeping.
Yeah, so we've seen a wide display of skill sets in especially in keeping across ECS. Some exceptionally brilliant glove work, and sometimes you get a feeling that keeper is the guy who's just making up the numbers for the team.
Short dug in on this concrete surface by Pokala, and it is a dot to end his spell. And they really are giving their economy rates for this tournament a boost. Stockholm, Harligan Sandhu went for just 7 off his 2, and Sridhar Pokala concedes just 9. 1 for 9 from his pair of overs, and this game should be done and dusted as we head into the last.
Yep, I think this is the best time for any bowler to come and bowl. Like, there's no pressure on you. You can try all your variations and like be ready. Have that confidence to try them in the games going ahead.
So they're not going to go back to Deep Jagan Singh, as teams often do in a situation like this, where bar something astonishing, the game should be over. They're going to give someone else a bowl. The captain, generally, is going to bowl himself. That's a pretty decent start with his little medium paces. He's very much a backseat skipper, Chenna. He bats himself well down the order. This is the first time we've seen him bowl. He very reluctantly wicket kept because Ankit Tiwari was away.
he's ready to do a job that no one else on the team is ready to do.
That's a good way of summarising him. He's going to collect an unwanted wide here. Yeah, he came back to our operations tent with a massive smile on his face when Ankit Tiwari was back to say, nope, he's wicket keeping for this one. Thank goodness I don't have to do it.
Have you asked him the story behind his number?
I've not actually. You've put me on the spot there. Why have you? 'Cause that's 4 more to Srinivas Manem. Shouldn't make a difference with the overall result. I sense you might have a little story for us on this team. No,
I don't. Normally, you're the person who knows everything about the player.
no pressure. No, I don't actually have that one in particular. But now you've said it, I'll definitely go and find that out. Manem wants 2 here because he wants to strike. Grab himself a few late consolation runs here. He's on to 8. We do see all sorts of numbers in the ECS. One day we'll get a team that just have 1 to 11 and it will be a shock. So all sorts of superstitions and different numbers that mean a lot to different people. Smeared away by Manem. He wants 2 again this time and he's going to get 2 on a bit of a misfield. It looks like there's a sore back down there at short fine leg, so Manem gets into double figures for the first time in this tournament, but it's scant consolation for the foreign on rolls who, having beaten Pakistanska last night, have not hit those heights again.
I think whatever Manam does now might not help his team, but it might help his social media profile if he ends up hitting a 6 or 4.
He's not going to be clipping out that ball. You can guarantee that. Yeah, this point, maybe your priorities turn to sort of Instagram clout rather than scoreboard clout.
We've had some players who come to us and say that we've got our social media sorted for a year. like that 6 that I played is there on screen.
Whacked away for 4 by Manem. Well, in fact, no, pardon me. It's a good stop by deep backward square. Deep Jagan coming round, so Manem will settle for 2. In fact, he's going to go for 3, and he's going to be comically run out by absolute miles. A complete sacrificial run at the end of that innings, so he's ruined his average. He's could have got 12 not out, but he's ended up with 13. So it means that, as we already knew, Stockholm have comfortably won this game. The 4 on rolls finishing 69 for 6 after this run out. And what generally is the operational textbook response then to that player request?
Yeah, like good on you, mate. Like it's one of the joys of our job to bring that joy to the player and his family. All these players.
Absolutely is. 4 on rolls finish on 69 for 6. It is a comfortable victory for Stockholm by 26 runs. Hard to argue, Sharad, on the balance of play that Stockholm weren't the deserved winners.
Yep, I think they controlled the second innings from the start. Like until power play, it looked like the game was in balance, but after that they just dominated it. I think this wicket changed the game. It was nice and easy catch, but from then on, for a number of rolls, it did not look to be scoring or chasing down that target.
Yeah, it was that pair of overs, wasn't it, from Harligan Sandhu and then Sridhar Pokala, and well, you're unlikely to lose a T10 game if your 2 best performers with the ball can see just 16 runs between them and pick up a wicket. Speaking of one there for Rakesh Kumar, Arpit Tiwari stumped for 8. Not exactly the kind of technique that would be recommended by a textbook to a spinner. That was probably the ball of the innings, wasn't it?
And I think this ball stamped Stockholm's victory. Once Rohit was gone, it was just a matter of time.
Yeah, he's been so good for them in this tournament, but this was not his finest moment. Harligan Sandhu, he did everything right in his spell apart from missing the stumps from a yard when he could have walked it in. But his reaction was brilliant, able to see the funny side of that. I'm sure, he spoke of social media, plenty of his relatives are already going to be clipping that one out and sending it. And then in came Pokala, and he didn't do much wrong, did he? He was on it from the start. 1 for 9 from his 2. Then this strange old cameo from Srinivas Manem, so often unable to put bat on ball in a significant way. He got dropped a couple of times from Pokala. off the bowling of Pakala, I should say. And then Manem ran out Jetty Boyina for 11 off 14. Out came Sashikant Ravikanti to join Manem for the last few blows of the innings. And eventually Manem, from the final ball, decided he wanted to try and get 3, but he wasn't exactly running hard for it. He ends up run out by a combination of Ankit Tiwari and Sridhar Pakala by a long, long way. In fact, Chenan Lally taking the stumps off, beg your pardon. So the 4 on rolls, finishing 69 for 6. What do you think they need to do differently to try and repeat that win against Pakistanska last night, the 4 on rolls, Sharad?
I think make sure that the top 3 bat as many overs as they can, because they.
Yeah, it's when that top 3 fail, particularly when you got a middle order that are struggling, it can make all the difference. That's coming up later on. Our second match of the day is Umia against Botshirka. Botshirka know that if they can win both these double headers, there's every chance they might take top spot off Pakistanska. And Umia, well, they're the underdogs everyone seems to have a soft spot for. Possibly the best ever winless ECS team. Maybe, just maybe, they can finally get that W. That's how your teams look for that game. Looking back at the match that has just happened, this is the scorecard, and well, that tells a story, doesn't it? Nobody got to 15 and nobody really scored particularly quickly either. Just 4 4s and 2 6s in the innings.
Yes, I think as a team composition, they lack an enforcer at number 5 or 6, like which normally good teams do have it. So even if the run rate is about 12 or something, they can manage it. But it looks like once their top 3 is gone, it is difficult for Fonenam Royals to score at 10 runs and over. And in order to avoid that, they rely very heavily on their death bowlers to control the runs and their top 3 to give them an explosive start. So they are a team who would consistently score about 70 to 90 runs and then try and look and defend that.
Yeah. And the problem they've had this tournament as well is often they haven't even been getting there. So they've had 7 innings, they've got past 100 just about twice, but then in the other 5 they've not made it past 77. And you're not really going to win many games of T10 cricket when you do that. They managed to somehow defend 78 for 3 last night against Pakistanska, but that was quite rare. In terms of the bowling figures, Sridhar Pakala and Harligan Sandhu, they were just brilliant, weren't they, in those middle overs?
Yeah, I think that spell of 4 overs in the middle that won the game for Stockholm, and they would be looking from their bowlers to repeat their performances in the games ahead.
And when you look at Stockholm, Sharad, what do you make of what you've seen from them in this tournament now? Because they've won that game to move on to 4 wins from 7. They were missing as well, a point we made a couple of times in the first innings, their gun all-rounder Archan Vaidya. So it will give them a lot of confidence to know that without one of their key left-arm spinners, arguably their best bat, they can still win games of T10 ECS cricket.
Yes, when Archan comes back, it would be a very good addition to this side, and I'm hoping that they'll create an upset in the next round of the tournament. And I mean, on their day, they can beat any team which is playing. If Archan comes off, or if they bowl with this discipline, they do look like a team to beat in the next stage of the tournament.
And speaking of teams to beat in the next stage of the tournament, just before you go, to get a bit of insight from you as someone that's been watching this tournament from the operations side of things, scoring and keeping a real close eye, an eagle eye on the cricket. Pakistanska, a curious side. They lost their first ever ECS match last night against the 4 on rolls. They had a habit of winning games whilst not playing very well. They're the defending champions. Are you overly convinced by what you've seen from them?
But isn't that a sign of a good team? Like, they win when they are not playing their best cricket.
Yeah.
And what would be interesting is how they come back from their first ever ECS defeat. Like, what they do today will reveal the character of that team. Like, till now, it has just looked like an easy ride in the park for them. They just rock up and beat every team that they play. But yesterday, after their first defeat, let's see what they have got today, and that would reveal the character of the team.
Couldn't agree any less. The man to my right said it himself perfectly. So we'll find out about what character the Pakistanska players have got later on in their rematch against the 4 on rolls. But first up, at the top of the hour in 15 minutes or so, be sure to join us for match 18. Umia winless so far, desperately chasing this ECS victory, which will be their first ever up against Botshirka, who are still chasing Pakistanska at the top. Thank you very much to the man to my right in the very cool sunglasses, Sharad Brumbrat. Thank you to you for watching, whether you've been keeping an eye on your Dream 11 in the subcontinent or on the European Cricket Network YouTube page. We'll see you for match 18 in about 15 minutes or so, but it's bye for now. To the coin toss ahead of this match 18 of this FanCode European Cricket Series here in the Swedish capital, Stockholm. A really important game for these two teams for very different reasons. It's the first of a double header between these sides today. Umeå have been possibly the best ever winless team that we've seen at an ECS. Led by Majid Mustafa, they've had a lot of brave, close defeats. Can this be the day where they finally get over the line and get their first and maybe even second ever ECS victories? We know they'll be going home as bottom of Group A, but we also know that they're a side with plenty to offer. They're up against Botkyrka, who know that if they can win these two double headers convincingly, they might yet overtake Pakistanska and finish top of Group A. Botkyrka's skipper Asad Iqbal has the call on the coin toss, and the match referee has the coin in his hand. So good spin. Tails is the call.
And it's a head.
It's a head. So they've won the toss, and Umeå have decided they're going to have a bowl. Let's get up to the commentary box ahead of the first ball. Thanks to our fresh-faced reporter down there, the Harry Potter looking like, who's brought us news from the Stockholm Norrberg cricket ground, where Umeå have won the toss, and to the surprise of some, have decided they're going to chase, which they've, to put it in the politest possible sense, messed up quite a few very manageable run chases in this tournament, but they've still decided that's the strategy they're going to persist with against Botkyrka, who know that victory here can keep them in contention to finish top of the group. This is how your teams look for this match 18 of this competition. So Umeå very much reliant on Majid Mustafa with the bat and the gloves. They then have Abdullah Abrar, the star all-rounder. And Botkyrka, of course, we know they're a very good side. 4 wins from 6. So in theory, dear viewers, and Kalshevats to my right will be well aware that everything we have on the paper that is surrounding us in the box and all of the form sheets suggests that Botkyrka should win this one. But how often have we seen the paper in ECS cricket be torn up and thrown out in the rubbish? Kalshik joins me having just come off the field for Stockholm. A very happy man after a 26-run win for them against the Foreign Royals in match 17. Kalshik, firstly, great to have you here. Great to have you back. Secondly, imagine you're a pretty happy bunny after that morning victory.
Say that we expected to do well against Burnham, and we performed the way we expected to perform, so it's a very pleasing win.
And this matchup, Botkyrka versus Umeå, should be, on the paper, an easy win for Botkyrka, but we know it doesn't work like that.
Absolutely, and Umeå showed what they are supposed to be doing yesterday against Pakistanska. It's just that they have to start believing more in themselves. Today is Friday, they go back home, so they're looking forward to going back home. And if they do bat better than what they have batted in the tournament so far, definitely they have a good shot at it.
Do you think it's their batting that's let them down most?
Absolutely. I mean, the bowling wise, they have shown good glimpses of what they can achieve. They've got a very good bowling lineup. It's just the batting where they're not sticking together. The first 3, one of them has to take the mantle, has to make sure that he stays till the end. And then, the scores that they are usually chasing, they're not that big. So if they continue to bowl the way they have bowled, they will not be chasing a high score, and they can come through.
So despite being a batter yourself, you're very much of the opinion that when it comes to Umeå, the problem is not with the bowling quartet.
No. I think it's the batting, and the thing is, we know, and they also, the opponents also know that it's just the first 3. After that, they have some decent batters, but they're not the ones that are really apt for T10. So one of the top three has to take the mantle, and I think they would have discussed. It's been 4 days that they've been playing. They know the conditions very well. And the one thing that I think will go in their favor today is that now they'll head back home. It's a 9-hour drive. They have come all the way. They'll all be cheerful going back to their families. So hopefully they go back with some wins today.
And as for Botkyrka, 4 victories from 6. They're out there wielding the willow first in the yellow and black. Tahir Tirar, their star all-rounder, set to face the first ball of this match. What have you made of them? They're a relatively new side, but they've adopted very well to T10.
Absolutely, and the one thing that's gone very well for them is they are, taking the match very deep, and in most cases they have crossed the line. I think in one of the cases they couldn't, but otherwise they've always managed to cross the line, which is very pleasing to see for any side. It gives you a lot of confidence in your abilities, and if they continue to do that, the whole tournament is looking very bright for them. And as you mentioned, it's a very young side. A lot of players coming from different clubs, but they are gelling well together, so that's very pleasing to see.
Hani Hassan, the 19-year-old, speaking of youngsters, to bowl the first ball of this match. He's been very quietly impressive for Umia in this tournament. That's a nice ball to start match 18. Tahitara gets off the mark with the quick single. It is, of course, power play time, so two fielders allowed out. They've got a long on and a wide third man in a 6-3 offside field, so it's pretty clear with a field like that where the instruction is for Hani Hassan to bowl to Shani Khawaja here.
Yeah, and it was good to see that he went with full pace and with full flow. So if he maintains that, we are up for a good first over. That's a cracking shot.
Well bowled, not so well fielded, and Khawaja will get off the mark here. He'll scamper back for two, helped by some charitable fielding, shall we say.
Absolutely, but he got a good meet of the ball, so that'll give him a lot of confidence. The first ball you play it so well, it boosts your confidence a lot.
Got this ring of 5 on the offside, and then very fine third man too. And again, bowling to that field perfectly, Hani Hassan. He's been one of the great discoveries of this ECS, hasn't he? There's these players that suddenly get television exposure and the world can see what they can offer, and he's right in that bracket.
Yeah, and extremely fit. He just has to maintain his fitness all through.
Cut away, cut hard, and that will be the first boundary of match number 18. A lovely shot from Shani Khawaja. The line was okay, but the length was a bit short and pounced on.
And you could see he was trying that in the previous ball as well. It just came very close to him, and this time he got the width that he was looking for. Lovely shot.
Now, gonna have to bring the man to my right into long barrier gate. Should the long barrier fielding technique still be used in T10? That's been the question on everyone's lips.
Oh, that's a false start, or maybe the batsman.
Now, we've had a poll.
Yeah.
137 votes. 75% say yes. 25% say no.
Oh.
Down the ground, straight towards our commentary box. One bounce, and it just evades us. Thankfully, we've had a couple of close scares this week, so quite happy to see that one fly past just wide. But this is a lovely smack downtown from Shani Khawaja. He's into double figures, and it's back-to-back boundaries.
Yeah, and he's really anticipating the bowling. You know, one shot, one full. He's really anticipating the bowling well. But, you know, the poll, I'm not surprised. You know, 75% with that poll, yeah. My vote would also be yes.
Well, we'll go into more detail shortly. That's not a bad response from Hassan, but the swing just drags it wide. He's trying to find that in-between length.
And I also felt he just left the ball rather than just putting the ball there. It was not with a lot of intent.
Slower ball to finish, nicely disguised, and Khawaja almost just ends up plopping a simple catch back. So Hassan gets out of the over with a dot, 12 without loss after one.
Yeah, he must be disappointed with those two balls. Otherwise, the other balls were very good. So it's going to be Pradeep who's going to come in for the second over. He had some very good balls yesterday. He just has to make sure that the good balls are in higher percentages over the poor balls that he's bowled. It's the first match for them today, so they would be having a lot of energy, which we didn't see in the second match that they played yesterday.
It's got protection out straight, long on and long off. You can't really afford to bowl short with this field. power play time, of course. That is a nice start. And easing into his work, Tara content to knock one and let Khawaja, who's seeing it big, have the strike. Of course, you know what it's like to be out there opening, because you've done that just a couple of hours ago. Bowled by Sahil Prasher for 6. Immediately you're shaking your head. In your defence, it was a snorter of a delivery.
Absolutely.
Driven straight back. That was one of the balls of the tournament.
You know, I mean, the way I thought about the ball, I thought I missed a full toss, and then when I went back, everybody said, no, you got a very peach of a ball, and that gives you a little bit of comfort, but still getting bowled, you're never pleased.
Smacked away by Khawaja. Bottom-handed whack through vacant mid-wicket space. Settle for a trotted 2. Yeah, I can totally understand why, and I'm sensing from what you're saying, it looked like a low full toss out of hand to you, did it?
Yeah, it did. But, you know, this is not the first time that he's got me out bowled, so there's something that I need to correct.
Sahil Prasher's got the wood over you maybe somewhat.
Yeah.
Cut away, slightly off the outside splice of the bat, but that will do for Botshika. It's another boundary for Khawaja. He's flown on to 16 of the 19 scored so far.
He's making sure that he makes the power play count, throwing his bat out there. That ball was not completely in control, but he still made a good connect.
So, just over the midway point of this power play, it goes so quickly. Already 4 boundaries for Shani Khawaja. Inside out for extra cover this time. This is going to take some stopping, running around. It is just about hauled in by the vice-captain, Amir Hossaini. It's a comfortable 2 to the score of Khawaja, who's really ticking here.
Absolutely. And the outfield seems to slow down a little bit. I thought he got a good connection to the ball, but it didn't really go. Has to finish well, Pradeep here.
Low full toss.
Unlucky.
And, well, he can't complain too much. He is unfortunate that it's gone over the keeper's head for 4, but when you bowl a full toss in the ECS, you expect it to go for 4 or 6, particularly when someone's in the kind of form Shani Khawaja's in. Not where he wanted it to go, but it's gone for 4 more. So Botshika 25 without loss at the end of the second. And Khawaja's scored 88% of those runs. He's on 22.
Yeah, just goes to show if you have the right intent, you'll always score well in a T10. And Khawaja has come in with a lot of right intent. He's allowing Tara to settle in, but he's just rocketed to 22 of 10 balls.
Now it is going to be the vice-captain Amir Hossaini to bowl. The third and final power play over. He's getting his field sorted. He wants point out on the rope as well as long off. He's got a 6-3 offside field, so really can't afford to stray much onto the pads, you'd think. He's just overcompensated there. Not quite got his rhythm and his shoulder right to get that radar sorted. Bit of early morning rust.
The length seemed right, it's just the ball kept going away.
Quite a slingy action, Saini. Again, slingy, short and wide from Saini. What are conditions like out there today?
I would say it's a bit more windy than it was yesterday. The direction of the wind is pretty much the same as it was yesterday, but it feels a bit more windy. We didn't really capitalize so much.
It's jabbed away by Tarai. Wants a quick single. Well, they've got short cover in for that exact purpose, but it wasn't exactly the best or most urgent piece of fielding in the world from Arslan Baja. So escape through, and Tarar's done the exact right thing here. He's again said, over to you, Shani Khawaja.
Yeah, the fielder just testing Majid's reflexes here, so doing a little bit of stretching for Majid.
Just going straight through. It is a bold move to bowl Amir Hossaini at this stage. He's only taken 2 wickets in the tournament at an average of 45. and an economy rate of 8.9. So he's struggled for wickets. I think they've maybe given him a go this time in the power play because he has been slightly economical, to be fair, compared to some of the Omnia bowlers who really have been whacked all over the place.
He's a very, very intelligent bowler. You see him always mixing. He's always thinking like a batsman. He's a batsman himself, so he always tries to think what the batsman may be trying to do the next ball.
Short banged in, cut away nicely, but he's got his sweeper there for that exact purpose. And he's lucky that he wasn't a bit closer to the rope there, because the error could have proved costly in leading to a boundary. But those long barrier advocates will be looking at a piece of footage like that and saying it furthers their cause. So come back to that after this ball, because it's a raging debate in the ECN community at the moment. Low full toss, he's got away with that. They are going to try a quick single and they'll get there. Amir Hossaini ending up almost slide tackling into his teammate Syed Junaid. So to long barrier or to not long barrier? That is the question. Now there's sort of two extremes of this point of view. Michael Bousley, our dear colleagues, he's very much of the view of you've got to stop the ball. That's the most important thing. That comes way before any run out. It's an essential. There's no stopping that one.
It's a good placement.
Tara is going to get his first boundary now. He's been watching Khawaja have all the fun at the other end, and now he's said that he's going to join in. It's just a bit too short and wide. Not the worst ball from Hossaini, but bad enough to get the treatment. So Botshirka are sitting pretty. 35 without loss at the end of the power play, and Hossaini concedes 10 from the third. Then you have the man who was to my right mere moments ago for the run chase of match 17, Sharad Brumbat. Very much maybe fair to say a younger cricketer of a new generation, very much of the view that this was something for veterans cricket, that in T10 you're wasting 2 or 3 seconds where a run out should be happening, that he backs his fielders to pick it up on the boundary without needing a long barrier. Those are the sort of two extremes of the debate.
I mean, the game is really moving very fast, so you have to kind of keep up with the pace. And
inside out, smacked through the covers.
that's disappointing. That's disappointing.
Almost taken a very good catch out there, Pardeep Singh. It was hit hard, but it was near enough straight at him off the bat of Shani Khawaja, and you don't want to give Khawaja a life at the moment.
He just didn't react there. He just kept waiting for the ball and reacted very, very late. You have to prepare yourself to take these catches. You know, the wind will make the ball move a lot, so you have to really be looking at the ball very, very closely till the very end. It looks easy on the TV, but it's quite difficult, I must say. You know, we have one of the very good fielders in our side, Manoj. You know, basically misses nothing, and he's missed one again today.
Smashed through long on. Extraordinary shot. He only had 1 foot on the ground when he played it. Tahir Tara, a swashbuckling swipe.
Yeah, he got a lot of confidence with the cut shot that he played in the last over. Exactly what he needs to do. Keep rotating the strike, gets the loose ball, puts it away. They're going very, very well.
Wider of the crease this time and hits straight towards us in the commentary box. That's 6 and smashes into the circus tent that is keeping us underneath the shade away from the Stockholm sun. That is a clean whack down the ground from Shani Khawaja, or as they might say in baseball terms, a bit of a home run. 43 without loss.
Very, very tempting to go for a catch for me.
Having to remember that you're now in commentary duties as opposed to cricketing duties. If that's the Stockholm batter with me. Low full toss, and this time Goes through extra cover, 4 runs. Very cleverly played by Khawaja. He knows long off is in play. So instead, he looks to shape his body such as to work this into the gap. And he is on 36 off 17. And right now, Umeå have just got no answer to him.
That's very smart batting. They just moved the fielder very, very fine. And he made sure he creates the gap.
It's not the best ball either. That is a room service ball. Flicked away for 4 through fine leg. And Botshika bring up their 50. 51 without loss. With 1 ball still to go in the 4th over. And Shani Khawaja has 40 of those himself.
Umeå has no control. I think they have to go back to plan A. The change of bowling that they have done, it's not working for them.
And that's a good ball from Mishra, because amidst the carnage it's forced a rare thing, a defensive shot from Khawaja, but Mishra concedes 29 from his 2 overs.
Yeah, Pankaj must be thinking that this is exactly what he needed to do, but it just doesn't happen. And the game feels so easy when you are able to do it, but you know, it's not good enough if you just do 1 good ball in the over.
So it won't surprise our viewers to know that is the best power play of the tournament so far for Botshika, and their best score at this stage after 4 overs. They are 51 without loss. The platform's been well and truly laid. Do you think from here they probably should be looking not only 100 plus, maybe 120?
Yeah, if they don't do 120 from here, they will be really disappointed. I think this is looking good for 130.
Yeah, absolutely. Still got 6 overs left. We're not even at the halfway point. It's Amir Hosseini. Just uses the pace to Tarat.
That's good fielding.
He's going to get 1. They've got the man out in the right place. That very sort of fine 3rd man region. So Tarat again just gives Khawaja the strike.
This is very smart batting. Exactly the template a team should follow.
He's just taking his ego out of the situation. Just saying, look, he's hitting it better. It's his day. Let him go. He just worked, and this is going to be a bit of a chase for the fine 3rd man coming round. So that will allow them a chance of 2. And good hustle gets them 2. And again, that keeps Khawaja on the strike.
This goes to show you don't have any time to waste in T10. He took just an extra split second to carry the ball, and that's good enough for Khawaja to come back for a second.
So
Wind is picking up here.
single and a 2 to start the 5th over. Totally missed out there, Khawaja. Well, the way he's been batting, you thought that was going to be another 1 onto the boundary count, one way or the other, 4 or 6.
Yeah, these look easy, these low full tosses, but they're never easy to hit. You just have to make sure that you get under the ball somehow. Losing the shape there a little bit.
Yeah, Khawaja, as you do see players often do after hitting a glut of boundaries, sort of getting, how would you put it, almost drunk off the power of being able to smash the ball so hard and then losing their timing. Tarat again content to rotate. He's into double figures.
That's a good ball, you know. This is exactly what he needed to do again this one. If he had gone for another shot of this, you know, the results may have been very different. Tarat is doing exactly what he's supposed to do in this condition. Khawaja has basically maintained a 200 strike rate all through. And Amir, this is his last ball of the innings. Let's see how the squat.
It's whacked away through the vacant mid-wicket region, and Shani Khawaja is on to 47 not out at the midway point of this innings. Well, it had been a relatively quiet over until that moment, almost the first boundaryless over of the innings, but alas not. So Amir Hosseini concedes 19 from his 2 overs, and Botshika at the midway point are going very, very well. 60 without loss after 5.
Yeah, just needed a bit more energy with that ball. It just felt like he left the ball to get hit, and you know, this is not what you can do with Khawaja. He's going to make sure that you're penalized. It's gotten very hot here, and we see Khwaja getting a lot of liquids. None of the Stockholm people would be complaining, with this hot weather. This is something all of us long for all through the year. You get 2 months of, or maybe even 6 weeks of summer, everybody is really out there. But when you are out there playing cricket, running around, maybe it becomes a bit difficult. But I think this is very good batting conditions for Busheka, and they're making it count by keeping a run rate of about 12. Now we've got Kayomia. He had a very good show in the last match against Pakistanska. Almost got a fifer. Can he make this run go a little bit slower now? Slingy action. He's got a good connection, and that's squatted away to a very well placed 4. Got a very good connect, down on his knees, making sure that he creates that, picks the gap. Very stable. That's not the start that one would have expected from Kayum. He has to bring back what he was doing yesterday. Didn't go really where he wanted it to go. The fielder running back didn't really judge the ball very well. Come back for 2. Not the result that they were expecting, but not bad nevertheless. The wind is making sure the ball really travels longer than one is expecting, and the fielder really has to make sure that they run around. They are looking at the ball right till the end. Nice! Absolutely smacked it. That's a very, very good connect. Now Tarar joining the party. He's got some liquid, and they've made sure that now it's in the second half of the innings. Both ends going for it. It's a very, very good shot. The proper cricket shot. It's not as if that he's slogged it. It's very good connection. Good follow through. Overcompensating there. That's a wide. Very slingy action. Almost Malinga-like. It's difficult to control the ball, especially when you're trying to get it across the batsman. That was a very well bounced ball. It's got his wicket now.
Yeah, they've got the breakthrough they desperately needed to get a Botshika batsman out, whether that be Tarar or Khawaja. They'd have preferred Khawaja, but they'll take Tarar as well, who's just starting to get into his stride. And Botshika are 73 for 1. It's a nice grab from Majid Mustafa, who gets his 8th caught behind of this tournament, and the best opening wicket partnership of this competition so far is finally ended. Tahir Tarar out for 22 off 11. It's Kayamir who got that 4 for the other day. He picks up 1 here. But the dangerous Khawaja is still there, and he's joined by Gopal Mandhawa, who can hit a long ball himself. So they're going to need a lot more to pull this back where that came from, Umia.
Tarar would be really disappointed with that. He was really making good connections there, but he really got a very good ball now. That's good bowling.
Jabbed into his foot by Mandhawa, and even that mini moment just shows you how wicket can change the complexion of a situation. Mandhawa just has to come in and get himself set. Kayamir with 7 wickets so far, including 4 for 14 against Pakistanska yesterday. Short and missed, and just about not a wide, so that's a decent enough result from Kayamir's first over. He has conceded 13, but he's got rid of the dangerous Tarar, so Botshika 73 for 1 after 6.
Yeah, especially the way the over started. I think this is good returns for Kayum. Tarar definitely will be very disappointed. He was really shaping up very well. But Kayum is showing what he showed us yesterday. Bushirka would be really looking at if they can make Even at this pace, they are looking good for 120, but I think they will be looking at a 140, at least a 130 score. A lot of discussions happening with the Umia players. A lot of moving around of fielders, moving arms. A lot of advice coming towards the captain from different players.
Yeah, how do you compose yourself as a team? You guys have had moments like this in the tournament where the ball's going all over the place. Do you think there's a bit of, dare I say, almost gamesmanship here in just slowing the game down?
Yeah, that's the tricky part of a T10, right? And you have the umpires who are really on top of you all the time. But sometimes you have to play that a bit of a gamesmanship because, you know, they are really taking the game away from them. And if there is anything that you can do, you know, sometimes a glass of water or whatever you can bring in, and it looks like there's a player change happening here. All of this helps. And unfortunately, Umio doesn't really have a 12th man.
Yeah, Mahmoud Ahmed seems to have gone off with some kind of injury issue, which is not ideal. Abid Saeed on to bowl the 7th. It's just about not a wide. That's an excellent channel to be in. Khawaja left looking down, frustrated at that line.
This is exactly the kind of bowling one is expecting towards Khawaja. Just slightly away from the stump, moving away. Seen very limited of that.
That's just gone too far outside that off stump, so that one will be a wide.
He just had to come a little bit closer, exactly the ball that he bowled 2 balls back.
It's whacked down the ground, but it's well fielded, enthusiastically fielded by the youngster in front of us, Hani Hassan. So Khawaja shackled somewhat, 48 off 25, and any single of Khawaja is a great result for Umia. Just exposes Randhawa, who's still yet to score. Lofted, catching chance, and dropped. Dropped at long on by Pradeep Mishra. Well, he dropped one yesterday that was caught on the rebound by Arslan Bajwa, but nobody around to take this at the second opportunity. He was the only player in the same postcode as it. It's hit hard and flat, but still one that reasonably Saeed the bowler would have expected to be taken. Steps a long way across and helps it on its way. May well be gone again. Fielder can't lay hands on it. Not an easy one that time for Kaimia, having to run back and then adjust his line to the flight of that. So in an unconvincing fashion, Shani Khawaja goes to a fine 50. 50 of 26 balls, 7 fours and a 6. It is an excellent knock. It is just the 4th individual 50 that we've seen at the entire tournament thus far. Steps down and again gets a bit lucky. He's managed to side that in the gap at point. He's thinking of 2 but decides against it, so Randhawa again faces. He's now realised ball late that has got to the milestone and gets deserved applause and gives our camera a nod with his bat as well.
Yeah, we just saw 2 examples of how not to take catches. You know, Pradeep there. That's a good shot.
Yep, good luck catching this one. Well, it's straight down square leg throat. And finally they've held on to one, Umia. Not an easy take out there for Abdullah Abrar. But they've, at the 3rd opportunity in this over, decided to help themselves and hand a deserved wicket to Abid Saeed. It's not Shani Khawaja, who's the man they really needed to get out. Instead, it is Gopal Randhawa gone this time for 1 of 4. End of the 7th over, 79 for 1. This is how we look for the next 8 weeks before we get to the brand new European Cricket Championship. 4 weeks in Sweden, fortnight here in Stockholm, which we're of course well into. Then we head to Malmo in the south. And then we're off to Dresden in Germany, Capella in the Netherlands, before we hit Khartoum and the European Cricket Championship. Kaimia back for his 2nd. His first was successful in bringing about the wicket of Abdullah Abra. And that again is nicely bowled. What's been the reaction in the Swedish cricket community to all of this? Because it's probably been, dare I suggest, more change to European cricket because of this project in the last 2 years or so than there was in the previous 20. That's a big old wide.
Yeah, it's been received very, very well. I think I mentioned this yesterday. Last year when it started, I think not all the teams participated. The organization was very good, definitely, but this year it's taken a one step ahead. The whole setup is very well managed. The players are being looked after very well.
Just nudges this away through fine leg, using all the pace of it. Khawaja, he's seeing it big out there and can't offer a freebie like that on leg stump. Nicely put away. He's on to 55. What shake at 84 for 2.
And I think this is going to go even better, even bigger going forward. The organization this time was obviously very different. There was a lot of interest that was shown. We had a qualifying round.
Steps down and gets it very high on the back, Khawaja. In fact, so high that it's not a catching chance. Great work from Hani Hassan, though, charging in and making sure there's no possibility of 2. So that exposes new batter Nadim Ali to the strike.
Yeah, and the game will go bigger from here. We obviously know things have changed in Sweden with Jonty coming here. A lot of focus towards fitness, of course. That goes without saying.
Swipe and a miss to start for Nadim Ali.
Yeah, and in fact, the team for T20 internationals was announced yesterday, and a lot of importance was given to obviously the cricketing skills, but also a lot of focus towards how you are kind of performing on your fitness parameters.
Bottom-handed cover drive, hockey shot style. Goes out to long off, and he's off the mark. Nadim Ali.
Yeah, and this kind of a tournament where you're playing basically 2 games a day in 5 hot days from a Stockholm standard, you need to have good fitness, and the teams that have had that have shown a very good performance. And over here you can see Khawaja really tiring, and he's losing his shape. What you saw in the first 20 balls versus what you've seen in the last 10 balls.
Yep.
He's not able to maintain his shape. The way he was connecting the ball on the offside, he's not going for that. He's trying to really, as we say in our team, murder the ball on the leg side.
Yep. I think he's trying to murder the ball, bring it back from the afterlife so that he can murder it again. End of the 8th, 87 for 2. It's a super over from Kai Mir. Concedes just 8, which at this stage is very good. You mentioned Khawaja. I make it off his last 10, 11 balls. He's going maybe just over a run a ball.
Absolutely.
Definitely slowed up.
Some credit to the bowlers as well, of course.
Slow ball from Abid Saeed. It's not the best one though. Full toss and gets the treatment. Just wristily whipped away by Khawaja. Hasn't looked as fluent recently, but if you give him a ball like that, he's still going to put it away. After all, he is flying now into the 60s. 61 not out. And of course, there was this big old open letter I saw, Jonty Rhodes right, to all and sundry in Swedish cricket. Couldn't get more open about what he was looking for. You don't often see a national team coach be that clear, not just with the player pool, but with the wider cricketing public.
Absolutely.
Smashed away, might be 4. He's nailed it in the gap between long on and mid wicket, and nobody really jumping to get down and try and dive on this very hard, tough outfield. There was an awkward bounce as well, and all the luck's going Khawaja's way.
Yeah, it feels like the commentator's curse is working exactly the opposite for Khawaja. We just talked about how he's losing his shape, and we just saw 2 very good connects. No, and that just, what you talked about, Jonty, that just goes to show what kind of a...
Got that away and should have perished. And for the 3rd time in this innings, Khawaja gets dropped. A direct hit might have run out Nadim Ali.
That felt like catching practice.
Well, Karaja's batted brilliantly, take nothing away from him, but he has definitely been given some lives, and this was probably the easiest of the 3 catches that have not been taken. Kaimir, guilty party. Short, skied up. It is also short of cover, who overruns it. They think of 2, but turn it down. And I think Karaja is very content to have the strike, which makes a lot of sense. I have a couple of questions on the YouTube chat about where my Australian colleague Vinny Sander is. He's still off dealing with some personal business. Fantastic to have a roving cast of people alongside me. Very grateful to good South Country Vats. Your teammate Praveen Natarajan has also done a stint, as well as Medadal, Michael Boostley and Sharad Brumback. It's always interesting to get different people's perspectives on what they've made of the cricket. And also speak to not just the players, but also a few people behind the scenes who work so hard to keep the show on the road. Khawaja goes right down the ground. Well, that might have gone onto the road that is behind this ground and towards the parking lot. That is a huge, huge hit. We were doubting his timing. He lost it for a spell, but by goodness has he refound it there. That is a monster of a 6. His second 6 of the innings. Most of his runs have been through 10 fours, but that is a monster hit. About a 70-metre 6 to end the 9th over. 103 for 2.
He's really threatening the highest score of the ECS this week. It's coming very close to it.
Yep, and I imagine you'll know the man who holds that moniker. Archon Vaidya, 77 not out of 28 against Umair in match 12 on Wednesday evening.
I know.
I think he'll be hoping Nadim Ali gets a single. And he has Sam back for his second. That's deceived Nadim Ali, who's just trying to swipe that through the leg side.
Yeah, the slower balls are really working. We saw 2 good slower balls in the last 2 overs as well.
MD Rahman Hussain just says in the chat, boom, with about 10 O's. I assume referring to that 6. Low full toss, and it hasn't got a wicket. It almost did. Didn't really deserve to, but, well, if that was bowled to Shani Khawaja, that's probably 4 or 6. Instead, Hani Hassan nearly gets Nadim Ali out here. And it's, well, not quite picked up by camera. It did look like the ball was going to go a lot further than it did. But what we can tell you from the cameras that are our eyes is that I think Kaushik concurs with me that again was a pretty easy job.
You know, it's, I mean, for the viewers, what I can say is that the number of drop catches.
Jabbed away by Ali, who's done the right thing there. He's got Khawaja back on strike.
The number of drop catches that we are seeing in this tournament, this is not really the Swedish cricket that we play. I mean, this is a bit embarrassing. You know, I'm one of the ambassadors of Swedish cricket here, and I can assure you that this is not the standard of catching that we have in Sweden. It feels very odd, the number of drop catches that we are seeing, and some of these are very, very dolly catches. And in the leagues, we don't see that happening.
Khawaja has just jabbed this away into his own foot. And a direct hit run out would have definitely been gone. Majid Mustafa has missed the stumps from a couple of yards. He might even have been able to walk this one in.
That's not the best result for the last ball of the innings. Not the right man on strike now.
Yeah, correct. I guess he felt like, I mean, he is batting with the number 4 after all. You shouldn't really be needing to shield your number 4 from the strike. Last ball. What can Ali do? Oh, he's tried to open his shoulders. He swung for the hills, missed completely. They don't even try a bye. So, Hani Hassan bowls a boundaryless final over that contains just 4 singles. And so it means that despite the assault from Botshirka, he's actually dragged that back pretty well, Hani, for his team. He concedes 16 from his pair of overs. But what a knock from Shani Khawaja. 107 for 2 scored by Botshirka. And he hit 74 of them.
Yeah. I think the team would still be disappointed. This is way below that they would have wanted to be, given what the way they started. One man who would be really happy is Archon, because his score was not defeated. But I think they are, given where they were, they are about 15-20 runs short at least. But that's nothing to take away because the bowling lineup is very, very good. So it's still a very good defendable score.
Would you still expect that against Umiya, given their struggles in this tournament, that they've got enough?
Yeah, I'm afraid so. I think the score is above par given Umiya the way they have gone. If one of the three top batsmen apprise themselves really well and sticks around for at least 6-7 overs, then we have a game on our hands. But if that doesn't happen, yeah, I'm afraid Umiya is looking at the 7th loss.
So we're going to be keeping a close eye on Umiya's top three. But for now, we can take a close eye to the best bits from quite a lot from Shani Khawaja. 74 of 38, 10 fours, and that was the really noticeable thing, wasn't it? Although he was belting the ball to all parts, it was pretty much along the carpet all of the time.
Absolutely, and the sixes that he hit were very massive sixes, but even the fours, especially in the first half of his innings, they were real proper cricketing shots, which is very pleasing to see. It's just that the last 10-12 balls is when he was not connecting well, and that's a bit of a... I'm sure he's disappointed with that as well, but you cannot take anything away from the score that he's put in. 74 of 38 is a very good score.
There was certainly a moment where I thought that actually 100 might be an outside possibility, and then in those last 2 overs he lost a bit of the strike and just a bit of his rhythm. It is still the second highest individual score of this tournament so far. He's only the second player in the competition who's made it into the 70s, but helped by some, shall we say, charitable fielding.
Absolutely. And I know a lot of the players from Group B who are probably watching, or at least kind of following the scores. They would be looking at these scores and going, definitely they want to chase bigger scores than this. Both the bowling and batting is going to be way different, or not way different, but at least tad different from what we've seen in this week.
Yeah, we know that Umiya are going to be exiting the tournament, but what would you say for them has particularly let them down? We see in amongst this highlights package, I make it 5 or 6 drop catches. Where are the areas for them that they've got to sort out?
Yeah, I think if they go back and look at the drawing board, and especially what they performed in the qualifiers, they did really well. They were not helped with some of the injuries that they had, some of the players that actually had to go back. So there were things that happened outside the field which didn't help their cause. But then again, you have to do the best that you can with the 11 that you have on the field. And there they messed up at least on an average 3 to 4 catches every match, which is not something that's expected of a team that's qualifying for a group league.
Certainly made a big difference. So Shani Khawaja gets 74 not out of 38 balls. One thing they did very, very cleverly, Botshika, they made sure he faced as many of the deliveries in the innings as possible. He faced more than 60% of the available deliveries in the innings, 38 of the 60 in the innings. As for Umiya, well, a struggling performance with the ball. Amir Hossaini and Hani Hassan, the two most consistent performers of all of the bowlers. Big credit to Hani Hassan. He bowled the first over and the last, often the hardest times to bowl in the innings, and his last over of the innings went for just 4, and so that maybe dragged it back a touch. At one stage, Botshika did look like they were going to get 120 plus. Thank you very much to Kaushik Vats, who will be back alongside me for the run chase. For now, at the midway point, Botshika will be confident of a 5th win from 7. Can Umiya find something with the bat to chase 108 to win and finally get themselves a first ever ECS win? Well, you have to find out by joining us for the run chase in 5 minutes or so. Welcome back to the Stockholm Norsberg cricket ground for this, the run chase of match 18. Wojcicka posting 107 for 2, batting first. And a superb 74 not out from 38 balls from Shani Khawaja has powered them to this score. And I'm delighted to say that in our roving cast, we told you that we like to keep you on your toes here, folks. And there's so many substitutions up here in the commentary box, it would make your head spin. Abubakar Azar is our latest guest, a man with a detailed knowledge of all things Swedish and Stockholm cricket. Abubakar, good morning to you. We are technically just about in the morning, 7 minutes before midday. How are you doing and how have you been enjoying this ECS so far?
As far as enjoying this cricket season is concerned, it looks pretty good. And formulation of this this format for this year is more competitive, as I understand, comparing to the last year. And one main thing was that all the team participating in this competition, as if now they were promoted on the basis of an prior competition between 3 teams, and only the one topper could come up.
Yeah,
I really like it.
We were mentioning that qualification competition, and do you think that's a sign of the prestige to play in an ECS now, the fact that we've actually got ECS qualifying tournaments?
I think it is going to become prestigious and can take some priority in the future, as because of the fast pace of the game and shortage of time in general. This is going to be very prestigious, and this can give a better clicks in promoting cricket in Sweden.
Faisal Mushtaq to start the second innings, and that is a very good start to Majid Mustafa, one of the top run scorers of this tournament so far. Abdullah Abrar is at the non-strikers end. It's the power play, of course, so can only have 2 fielders out. They've got them at mid-wicket and long on. Speaking of teams who fought to qualify here, what have you made of Umeå, the plucky underdogs?
I think they have put up their effort with the ball in a very good way. In the first half of the game, they conceded quite many runs, and that could have challenged and given them the chance to have a big total. But in the second half, they conceded a less score, and all the batsmen in the second 5 overs, as of 5-6 overs, they were struggling. They couldn't make proper shots as much as they did in the first half. Only a couple of big shots and proper hit came in the second half, and that was fantastic job done by Umeå in their bowling area.
Yeah, they really dragged it back from a pretty desperate situation. So that's off the edge of Mustafa's bat. He'll collect 2 after that convincing blow down the ground. In fact, only collect a single, to go with the 2 that he got down the ground. It's going to be a big job with them for the bat, this chase, isn't it?
Yes, as I hear of them, it can be a challenge to them despite a low total, and then low total can have a double-edged sword effect as well. Maybe people can be relaxed, batsmen can be relaxed, and that can affect negative way from the inside.
Turned away for 1, so Abdullah Abrar off the mark, still yet to find a boundary in this innings. They probably need someone to play the kind of knock that Shani Khawaja played, don't they? He hit a glorious 50. You're going to struggle to chase 108 without someone stepping up and making a big contribution somewhere along the line.
As of now, what I see in the first 4 balls, none of the batsmen has tried a hitting shot, and they are just trying to place the ball. This is the fun. The first one came, and as we speak of it.
Just as you say it, the commentator's curse, that has struck Majid Mustafa into life. He said, there you go, there's my hitting shot. 4 through square legs, steps across and makes room. He knows that it's the power play, so there's not going to be anybody out there. Yeah, 8 without loss.
Maybe we can see the first 4 balls were better and this was on the middle and little lifting up, and he had a chance to connect it to the square leg boundary. That was a good shot.
It's a similar ball and it's a similar shot, but it is well stopped this time. It's good fielding to keep it to just a single there. That was nicely judged by Gopal Landhara. End of the first over, and it is 9 without loss. So a bit of debate about who's going to bowl second, but it looks like a start all-rounder Tahir Tarar will do so, and he has picked up 6 wickets already.
Apparently, Bushirka has bowled a pressing over in the beginning, and we will see what happens in the next couple of overs. That may define the track.
Just trying to pile the pressure on here somewhat. Know that if the power play is tight, then suddenly the required run rate could get above 12, and then you need 2 a ball, and it gets really, really tough really quickly.
I think they should keep up the pace with the required average, rather a little better than that, because as they get some pressure, and with any point, if they are struggling with batting, the bowling can be real tough, because it's from the higher to lower.
And that is wide to start with from Tarar.
And as I was saying, if they don't keep a good pace with the average, it may put them in real struggle later, because if we see the ground, the bowling end is on the higher side and the batting end is towards the lower side, and this can give more press on the batsman and can prove with the fast bowler as a better weapon.
Wide of the crease from Tarar, and also ends up being wider of the wide line than where he'd have been wanting that one to be. So it's a second wide. He's still yet to bowl a legitimate delivery, which is unlike him.
He's trying to find his line.
Smashes this, but it's a possible catching chance. Point and cover running back, can't get there, and it drops away for 4. Well, it was in the air for a long, long time, but he got enough of it. Abdullah Habra, his first boundary, 14 without loss. The second highest run score for Amir in this tournament. Abdullah Habra, he's on to 113 runs in the competition with that shot. Bangs that one in, and again finds an unconvincing shot in response to it, Tarar. And Abra a bit lucky, re-rehearsing the shot he wanted to play. So he's right up in the, I was just going to say, he's right up in the top run scorers conversation, Abdullah Abra. He's the 8th highest run scorer. Effort ball from Tarar, but that will be another wide.
A couple of previous deliveries, batsmen were able to connect the balls, but I suppose they were not able to do it in a proper way, in a proper cricketing shot. And I think Tarar is getting back to his rhythm, despite he has given another white ball. But I hope he will be onto the point. Yes.
And again, it's just the outswing for Tarar here. The ball is starting and pitching inside the wide line, but if he's going to get that much swing away, he's got to start it closer to the stumps. Be it the game, as it always does, looks simple from here in our commentary booth. Or tent.
Or maybe he can try from around the wicket, very close to the wicket, over the wicket or around the wicket.
effort ball
Yeah.
and a grunt as well to reflect that. It is stopped or half stopped by Faisal Mushtaq's right hand at square leg. A few people asking for, including MJ Fijal, for an update on the next toss and what came out of that. Those maybe who've forgotten as well the game. It is a rematch of the low-scoring thriller we saw last night when the Fornon Royals became the first team in 12 games to beat Pakistanska in the ECS. This time that is worked away. Lovely touch shot.
Yes.
Shot of the innings so far
Yeah.
from Abdullah Abrar. Moves into double figures. It's a bit of the Kane Williamson about this. 22 without loss. Just nudges it through that wide third man area. Pardon me. It's not an exact replica, but he'll be
Just-
very happy with that.
This was a proper cricketing shot and well placed through the fielders. As of now, they're short of the innings, or maybe short of the match.
Yeah, it was just a nice touch shot. Didn't try and hit it hard. Just timed it. Short.
Oh,
And jabbed away over the infield. That's clever by Abra. He's using the pace of Tarrar against him. It's back-to-back boundaries. And it's Abra moving on to 14 not out. And we at 26 without loss.
This was another example of proper placement and using the pace of the ball, and which produced 4 runs, though the fielder tried to get closer to catch the ball, yet it was a little far away, well placed and well conceived.
Another grunt from Tarrar. He's got a bit of a tennis player in him somewhere,
Yeah.
because there's a sound effect with every ball.
Now we can assume that the point of the first over, now they are, after 2 overs they are on a better place.
Yeah,
And
27
they will
without loss.
quite be relieved now, and this is what they should do properly, and they should keep this pace, otherwise they can be struggling.
Easier said than done, though.
Yeah.
They've picked up 19 from that second over
Yeah.
of the innings. A very expensive one from Tarrar. He bowled 4 wides.
4
And he
wides.
got hit for 3 fours as well as a few singles as well. So, putting yourselves in a good early position to try and secure a shock victory in the Stockholm Sun. A bit of spin to finish off the power play. Gopal Randhara to bowl. Just jabbed back. That's a nice start, forcing Abra into a rare defensive shot. Abdullah Abra, who is flying up the top run scorers list with every ball that he hits in this innings. He's flown from 9th to 4th already with this 15 not out. Huge swipe and a miss. And because the
Yes.
keeper's back, he's got away with this somehow, Abdullah Abra. Well, we have seen a bit of this at the ECS. You do have to wonder why the wicketkeeper is not properly standing up, because if he was Ali Hassani, he definitely would have had Abdullah Abra there.
The spinner gave some temptation and rush of blood to the batsman. I think they can play the way they played in the second over, and that is the best way. They didn't show any extraordinary aggression, but proper sheer placement of the ball and using the ball properly where to place and pace. Yeah,
Gone for the big
excellent
shot. 6 over long on. That's a big one from Abra. Absolutely struck and thrashed down the ground with utter conviction from Abdullah Abra, who looks in great touch. It's the first 6 of the innings, and Umia are 33 without loss already.
This was the ball was pitched precisely within the reach of the batsman, and just an overpitched one, and gave a proper chance to the batsman to show his aggression and take the as much as he could, the maximum. A very good one.
Full toss.
Yo.
And this has gone very, very high, but it's not going to go for 6. It's in fact going to be a 1 bounce 4. Running back, the Potshika skipper Asad Iqbal did get there, but couldn't lay hands on it ultimately. And it's yet another boundary for Abra, albeit not his most convincing. And Umia are flying along.
This was, I suppose it was a tough catch. Maybe they could have done it, but it was a very tough one. And just conceded 4 runs. Could not stop the ball either. Now, the next ball, yes, there is a single. It's a good try, good feeling. As of now, 2.4 overs, 37, 2.5 overs, 38 runs. And another shot onto the extra cover, 4 runs over the extra cover. And this was a very intelligently placed and well hit.
So
after 3...
Wow, so no, go on.
Yeah.
I was just going to say, what a power play, hey?
What a power play, yeah. 3 overs, 44 runs.
That is how you handle...
No, 42
power
runs.
play.
Oh, sorry, I beg your pardon.
They are absolutely flying along. They've actually bettered where Shirka were at this stage. It is a dream start for Umia. They couldn't, could they? After all their struggles with the bat. Do you reckon they could chase down 108?
Now it's the end of the power play. Field is quite open. Mid wicket boundary, long on boundary, little straighter, and long off boundary. Then we have the extra cover boundary, and then we have
There's not many
widest
gaps, is
third
there?
man,
We've got fielders spreading
deep
like...
backward point, and widest third man boundary. That we have.
Like seagulls at the beach, the fielders are flying everywhere. Osama Qureshi on to bowl the 4th.
So now the third man is placed on the boundary instead of the mid of boundary fielder is called in the circle. Here's Sama. So
Smashed,
good shot.
absolutely smashed through extra cover by Abdullah Abra. Well, that might be the shot of the match. Makes room and just flat bats this. Crunch. 6 more to Abdullah Abra. And Umia are just short of a half-century opening partnership. What a way to start this run chase.
The good part of the game so far is that most of the bowling is done on the off and middle and off the stump, and they have punished.
That's not a good ball
Yes.
from Osama Qureshi. That's another extra 5 wides in the innings now. 4 of those coming in Taha Taraz. Only over so far. Just to complete that toss update, the Four Royals have won the toss against Pakistanska in match 19. And they are going to have a bat, pardon me, in that one. So Pakistanska are going to have a bowl. It's going to happen in the same order as it did last night.
Now a bit of change in the fielding. Long off fielder is on the boundary. Here is Sama.
It's a good thing he is, because he's needed to stop this one. Just a single. And what you might be able to hear on our effects microphone is that there is a raucous noise coming from the dugout of Umia. Every single boundary being clapped and cheered like they've won the tournament. Never mind hit a boundary. Brilliant to see. Living every moment.
Oh,
Jabbed for 1 by Majid Mustafa, who right now is quite content to say over to you, Abra, because Abra is hitting it so well.
yes. As I was speaking of the bowling tactics, they are putting the ball on the offside. And excellent thing which I see with the Umia team is that they have played all good shots on the offside and all the ball placed on the offside. Yes.
Smashed, baseball style.
This-
And he can't quite keep it in play, so it's 4 runs, and that has hit Tahir Tara in a uncomfortable private region, shall we say. There's many different ways of summing it up, the crown jewels, etc, etc. This is very unpleasant. It's one of those things where everyone else seems to find it funny unless it's you. He stops the ball, Tara, but in jumping and trying to do so, he gets hit in the nether regions. So it's 4 more to Abra. Abra has 41 not out of 15. And poor old Tahir Tara is in some serious discomfort here on the long on boundary. And Umeå are more than halfway to their target as well, worth noting. It's a fantastic opening partnership by this pair.
Excellent hitting, and the most damaging thing I would say is they're getting the frustration of maybe losing the match. They may be starting with this Butchirka, but the fielder has got hit in the groin area, and now he looks to be back. Or
Well, he's up and he's alive, so that's good. So look at that partnership, 55 off 22. That is the stuff of T10 dreams. They're going at 2.5 a ball, this pair. Mash down the ground once more. Could well be caught, and it is caught. Right on the rope from the man who has just been in the action. But it's given as 6. He's once again ended up the wrong side of the rope. Poor old Tahir Tara. Well, the umpires, there was some strange things going on here. So the umpires signalled this as 6 for reasons I can't quite understand. Looking at that replay, as we suspected, our view is slightly obscured here in the box. He's 2 yards in. He's completely fine, Tahir Tara. And so the partnership is broken. Abdullah Abra is out for 37 off 15. And Tahir Tara takes the catch.
Team has celebrated his recovery with a catch, a fantastic one, and though maybe he would have been feeling some pains down there, but he made a good catch, and this was
that'll make him feel better.
Yeah, maybe the most formidable opening stand of the tournament so far. I'm not sure, but it looks right.
So in the first innings for Botshirka, they put on 70 for the first wicket, but
okay,
you're quite right. Very good partnership.
But 3.5 overs and 55.
Yeah,
that's phenomenal.
Very nice bit of batsmanship. So, Abubakar, for those who maybe don't know, what exactly is your involvement in the animal that is Swedish cricket? Where do you fit into the jigsaw puzzle? What got you into the game in Sweden?
What I'm playing or what I'm doing?
Well, either.
As of now, I'm playing with the Sigtuna Cricket Club as a batsman, and sometimes with the SOS bowler. That can be with any kind of needs. I am associated with the club for the last 10 years, and we are rolling on in a good way. We are performing quite good in T20.
And rolling on in a good way is Tahir Tara. He's having a game of all sorts here. He's got hit in the nether regions. He's taken a good catch, and then he's almost taken an exceptional catch here, running and diving forward. This would have been one of the takes of the tournament. Instead, he can't hold on. So Maji Mustafa gets a life, and Nadim Ali is unlucky to not get a wicket with his very first ball.
Oh.
It's just turned away by Bajva, who I was going to say got off the mark, but they didn't run there. Very hesitant to do so. Now, this is, without me to sound too mean, a classic Umeå situation in the ECS.
Boy.
Swipe and a miss from Bajva. They've been in this position before, in a run chase, up with the rate, in control, and then as they've got closer to the winning target, it's all started to fall apart. They've got to keep their heads. Steps away, and Bajva will this time get off the mark with a quick single, despite the direct hit from mid-wicket.
Excellent feeling. And of course, as you said, they have already been once close to winning and then melted. They should hold their nerves, and that would
Melted. It's perfect. You're absolutely right.
and they should keep their toes on and keep their nerves under control. They are already 57 for 1, and this is going to be 4 runs. This was on the leg side and got a good chance in the vacant area to place on the backward square leg. 4 runs.
Imran Jahangir, in regards to the running earlier on in the over, says, "Oh man, rotate strike to avoid the pressure." Yeah, couldn't agree more. They were bringing a bit of pressure on themselves, Amaya, but a bit of a release with that boundary. This over's still only gone for 6, though.
No, the target is already under 50.
Low
and
full
maybe,
toss.
yeah.
Oh dear. Well, that has released all of the pressure built up in this over. It's a no ball as well. Comfortably over waist height. 6 runs too. And Maji Mustafa is just not going to miss out on a gift like that. He's one of the top run scorers in this tournament. And he takes full advantage. So a good over has turned from being that 2 balls later into being a very poor one.
A poor one. A very good shot, 4 runs and then a 6, and to add insult to injury, it's a free hit.
And he swiped that away, Mustafa,
that
over the head of
four.
square leg. 4 more to finish the 5th. Well, that's just what Umia needed to maybe settle the nerves. That's got the batting dugout very vocal once more. So Nadim Ali concedes 17 from the 5th over. And at the halfway stage of the run chase, it is Umia's game to lose as they chase their first ever televised victory. They are 72 for 1, and they need 36 to win off 30.
Oh. It should be ride in or walk in the park, I would say. It should be walk in the park, not would be. We cannot predict in that way. But let's see what it happens.
Well, that's not going to help for Shekhar. 7th wide of the innings, this time from Osama Qureshi, who's back. Quiz question for the rest of this innings. One of the top run scorers of the tournament, in Maji Mustafa, is out there. He's just in this knock already moved from 2nd to 1st in the top run scorers list. Let us know who you think are the other 9 members of the top 10 so far here in Stockholm. Beautifully bowled by Osama Qureshi, just inside the wide line. So feel free in the chat on YouTube to fire in. Who do you think is in the top 10 run scorers of this competition? Maji Mustafa's just gone to number 1. But who are the other 9?
So
Inside out. Again, though, they're only going to get a single, so that's a good result for Shekhar. Albeit the required run rate is only just above 7 now.
it should be easy as of now. Osama is bowling very good. But let's see if he can control or take a couple of wickets. That can push Umia under some pressure. Let's see. Yeah.
It's a very
This
good
is
bouncer.
going to be that.
And out, well,
Curse of the
exactly
commentator.
as you said, he's cursed Maji Mustafa royally. The top run scorer of the tournament is gone for 28 off 13. It's a brilliant bouncer that reared up off the concrete, and an easy catch taken by Ali Hassani when we are 74 for 2.
It was a good lifting ball, swinging in, and getting onto his face. He just tried to save himself and couldn't push the ball hard or properly in the time. Hopefully Osama can produce some wickets which can create a magic here and make competition even. As of now it looks to be more tilted towards Umia. They're already 74 for 2 in 5.3 overs. They need 28 or 34 in 27 balls. Seheru Sama. It's a very good ball. Well connected, but only for a single too long off. Oh, batsman ran for 2. Very good one. Excellent running. Excellent running.
Oh, Abubakar.
Amir was excellent. Pushing and running first run very hard and then pushing for the second.
You've just fallen for the ECS commentary classic, Abubakar. You never say in the ECS just a single. You never know when the ball is dead. There's all sorts going on. Overthrows, misfields, goodness knows what.
Yeah. This was an inside edge down to the fine leg boundary, but for a single.
Well, we know that Umiya aren't exactly experts in finishing off run chases efficiently in this tournament. They've had, just looking through my book, they have chased 5 times. They've never chased successfully. The only time they actually managed to get the opposition's score was when they matched the 4 non-rolls 70 to take it to a golden ball, where they needed 1 to win off the last ball, couldn't get it, it went to a golden ball and they lost. And then they've had some very narrow defeats. They lost to Pakistanska by 9 runs, they lost to the 4 non-rolls by 2 runs, they lost to Stockholm by 8 runs. So it's very much a pattern. There's 4 close run chases that, had they, in another world, won all of those games, they'd be qualifying for the quarterfinals comfortably. Instead, here they are, with 4 overs left on their final day in this competition. Already confirmed as the first team to leave it, trying to get a consolation win.
I hope they should win from here onward. I cannot curse anybody, the sympathies of the people who have with both Shirka. I don't mean that, but apparently, as cricketing shows, Omiya should win here from here. Osama bowled a very good over. He conceded 4 runs, I think, if I'm not wrong.
Conceded 6, which is awfully tight.
Oh, very fantastic one. And took a wicket as well.
Tahir Tarar back. Tarar's first over went for 19. They can't afford that here, Umiya. He's got to be tighter, but that's an encouraging start. Still a distance above a runner ball, and we know that Umiya have really struggled to get over the line. In regards to run chases, it did actually surprise me they didn't win the toss and think, you know what, we'll have a bat this time. It's gone straight through LBW. Pardon me, caught behind appeals. That sounded very much like bat on ground.
It was quite ambitious of the bowler. Well supported by the keeper, but of course it was hard struck on the ground.
There was a noise, but the wrong noise. Hey, hello, says the game is over now. Congratulations, Bot Shirka.
Oh, very good ball.
There's a lot of love for Umiya in the YouTube live chat. People are just desperate to see them win a game because they've come so close so many times. Maybe this is to be the one.
So maybe now is the chance to break the syndrome.
Well, they'll hope so. They haven't got many chances left. It's only going to be a walked single. They, of course, do have one more game after this against the very same opposition later on today, the 4th match of today. Before that one, the 4 non-rolls will play Pakistanska Freining. 4 non-rolls winning the toss in that one, and they're going to have a bat.
Tarad is bowling very good, and as of now, he's conceded just 1 run.
Effort ball and got him! Knocked him over! Really needed a wicket, and they've got one. Tarar picks up a big breakthrough. Amir Hossaini, who can be such a dangerous hitter, is gone for 1 of 2, and Umiya 80 for 3.
It was a little over-pitched ball, but swinging in. He went for the straighter ball. The batsman went for a straighter ball. It swinged in a gap between bat and pad and got the wicket, middle stump. all
Yeah.
knocked.
You mentioned overpitched, and you're right to do so, but it reminds me of a conversation with certain Kalshid Vats, the Stockholm top order bat earlier on, who was saying that often in T10, a low full toss, particularly if it's in swinging, actually can turn into an incredibly difficult ball to not only hit, but end up not getting out to.
But as of now, Tahir is bowling.
I think this one's
Fantastic.
going to the wire, folks.
The best over so far, maybe 5 balls, 2 runs and a wicket.
Keanu Noden says we all have a good underdog team.
Yeah.
That's what they are. It's a big old grunt. Wasn't the best delivery from Tarar. They're going to get 2. The call was to throw to the keeper's end, and he's frustrated, Tahir Tarar, understandably so, because the throw came into his and the bowler's end instead. Regardless, they do get back for the second. So end of the 7th, 82 for 3, and Umia need 26 to win off the last 3. Pardeep Singh off the mark with that double. And this is how things look for match 7. The 4-on Royals with 3 wins from 7 will look for back-to-back victories against the defending champions Pakistanska after beating them by just 11 runs in a low-scoring thriller last night. Pakistanska, as always, heavily reliant on Samir Ali Khan's all-round abilities, and Zubair Aslam as well, who can both hit and bowl to great effect. 4-on so often looking to their skipper Rohit Jadeja for inspiration. Gopal Randhawa back for the 8th. Randhawa's first over went for 15. And that's going to go for some more there. One thing I've just noticed, it's a long time since we had our last boundary in this innings. Having to go back to the last ball of the 5th over, so there hasn't been a boundary now for 13 balls. The last 2 overs have gone for 6 and 4 before this one. So that's now 14 balls. And they're not going to get over the line here, Umia, unless they can find some boundaries from somewhere.
For the last couple of overs, I beg your pardon.
So 16 balls left. 15 now after that quick 2. And Umia have, with that double, reduced it to 23 to win off 15. Trying to cleverly sort of palm it onto the stumps there, Tahir Tarar. Keanu Nolan says, hoping Umia win this one. Yep, there's a lot of people that are rooting for them. Unconvincing shot from Pardeep, who's just come to the wicket. I think of 2, decide against it. Still haven't found that boundary though. And there's no way they're going to get the rest of these without some at some point. Got to break the shackles.
Kuchirka has dragged it back. Now, I missed chance. You should have caught. Oh, I'm sorry.
So Umia,
I think for the last 3 overs, Kuchirka has dragged them down, and they are holding quite good. Taken 2 wickets and just given 7 runs so far in the last 3. Yes.
so Randhawa, from the last ball of his spell, concedes a single. That's a great over, a boundaryless over. But you know what it's like in the ECS. I mentioned it a few minutes ago. You just don't know when the ball is dead, so they're going to get 2. They should never have got 2 there, but somehow they have. So the over is still boundaryless, but that's messy work. Keeper Ali Hassani unable to gather it. It did keep a bit low in his slight defence, but Umia will take everything they can grab. So 16 to win. And for the last 2 balls, in fact they got 3 there off that last ball, the over, beg your pardon. Randhawa goes for 25 off his 2. Umia still right in the hunt, albeit we've not seen a boundary now for 18 balls. So penultimate over, and they've got various options as to where they turn at this stage. But they've decided, after a bit of a captain's conference about what they should do, that they're going to go back to Faisal Mushtaq now. Now, normally he'd bowl the 10th over for them as their depth specialist, so it leaves them a dilemma about what to do in an over. That's a good start. Just about not a wide. They consider a bye, decide against it. They're going to have to make a decision when they get there. Nadim Ali went for 17 from his only over, so do they bring Nadim back for another, or do they give the 6th bowler, whoever they might choose to go with on that front, the serious responsibility of bowling the final over that could well decide the match? Flicked away, and deep backward square comes round. Surely a run out and not gathered clean. The wicket keeping of Ali Hassan is really costing Botshirka here. Just couldn't gather this one, and if he did, it surely was another run out.
Batsmen were not decisive of the second run. They were struggling, and so was the keeper. It should have been a good run out. Put pressure on Umio, but yeah.
Well,
it should have been a proper run out.
Well, when things like this happen, maybe you just start to think, is this our day? Can they scramble over the line, Umia? Swings hard, but straight to point and out. So Pardeep Singh gone. It's a useful little cameo in the context of trying to get to this target of 108, but nothing more. He's out for 13 off 9, caught by the man at point off the bowling of Faisal Mushtaq. And Umia are 94 for 4.
Faisal is bowling a very good bowling at the moment, and it's quite tough at the moment for the batsman to make it proper shots. But let's see. Here is Maqsood.
Yep, it's man who can hit big. He's not rapid between the wickets, but he's a good boundary hitter, Mahmood Ahmed. So if he can get a few boundaries away, then they'll get over the line here. He's at the non-strikers because of crossing from the catch.
9 balls, 14 runs. Now it should decide from here. Very good bowling. Very good bowling, but a wide ball.
Yeah, just dangling and dallying with that wide line.
Maybe
hang it outside off.
Maybe the umpire was a little harsh or what, but it's okay.
Yeah, not an easy job for Men in Black, of course.
Very good ball
by Bajva to the bowler Mushtaq, so it's another dot, and Umia once again in a close run chase where you fear they might well be self-destructing.
It looks the batsmen are taking too much pressure.
And again, is that caught behind? That's out. Another one bites the dust. So Bajva has gone for 8 off 15. A really struggling knock. Didn't get his timing going. And he's snicked off the bowling of Faisal Mushtaq. And it's 95 for 5. Second wicket in this over, which is totally changing the game.
So it is pushing them back to the wall. Let's see. The new batsman, maybe he shows some energy and the brains to take them out of the situation, but it looks it can be a bit tough.
Well, what a load of pressure that's on the youngster's shoulders. 19-year-old Hani Hassan comes to the wicket. He's only slightly older than the number that is on his back, the 15 in reference to his age when he made his debut in adult cricket for Umia. But this is pressure at another level. They've lost 4 close run chases. Now they've got 2 players in yet to face. Can't lay bat on that, but it will be a wide. So 12 to win off 7. Did mention the Men in Black, and I'm delighted on that note to report that later on today we'll have Suki Savach back standing as an umpire after a couple of days away with illness. Steps down Hassan, gets off the mark. They'll eye 2. Hassan is very quick between the wickets. And he gets back for the second. So 10 to win off 6. Well, it's a great contrast these two, because you have Hani Hassan, who's pretty much an Olympic sprinter between the 6, and Mahmoud Ahmed, who might be one of the biggest slow coaches in ECS history. Just watch these two here. Hani Hassan is running at him, and they end up at the same end. Mahmoud Ahmed eventually gets with the programme. So 10 to win off the last over for Umia.
I'm not sure if this kind of running was it some with pre-planned or things as well, because Hani made sure that he is in the crease, he is not out, and in the time the wicketkeeper collects the ball, the other batsman may run.
Could have been one of those.
Yeah.
Could
And
have been.
that can be an intelligent display of some cricketing shots.
Yeah,
of
we've
scoring.
seen a bit of that in this
Yeah.
ECS. Now, last over, 10 to win for Umia. And they've gone to a 6th bowling option because Nadeem Ali went for 17 from his only over. So Rahman Abdul is going to bowl his very first over in the entire tournament. And what an important over it is that will define the match. 10 to win. And maybe flicks this away through fine leg. That's going to be a perfect start for Umia in chasing this target. Well, it's a boundary. You can't ask for more than that. Just having a second look to confirm. I think it might have bounced just inside. Slowing this right down. Great camera work from the guys at Spring Productions. Actually, on second look, I think that's 6 to me. Not an easy one to see, though, on the other side of the ground. Well, there, yeah.
It looks a 4 to me.
Yeah, I watched it once and thought it was 4. Watched it once and thought it was 6.
Maybe
I
direct
think the
on
third time, yeah. I reckon
maybe
it's
direct on the rope. It should be counted 6 in that way, if it is.
I think it's just about a 4, so 6 to win off 5 then. Swings away again, Mahmoud Ahmed. I promised you that he was a good boundary hitter, and he's shown it there. Game over. 10 to win off the last 4, 6, done. And Umia have done it. 4 times they've got close in run chases in this tournament. They've lost 6 ECS games in a row, but finally they've won. Mahmoud Ahmed with a great finisher's knock. He only faced 2 balls. He hit them for 4 and 6. Poor old Rahman Abdul bowling his first over of the tournament. Couldn't get it in the right spots. And it is an epic win for Umia. They are victorious by 5 wickets with 4 balls to spare for Botshirka. It's a 3rd defeat from 7 in this ECS.
I think in the end, Umia made a bet on Mahmoud Ahmed and Hani to put up their energy and a little bit of violence with the bat, and they showed it very properly. Well, one display of running and the other shots to secure a good innings or win within quite comfort of the match.
Yeah, they finally managed to get over the line, didn't they? They finally managed to get a win.
Yes. Now they finally got a win while chasing a match. Yes. It's congratulations to Omeo and all their fans, and I hope they can continue like this match with the bat as well as with the ball. They have done a proper cricket competition in this match, and I hope Botshirka will see for their pitfalls as well. They scored very good scoring in the first half of the innings when they were batting, and then they started struggling with the bat, and when they came to bowling, the first half or the power play, there they conceded a lot of runs, and that took away the match out of their control. In general, first half of the innings for both sides was high scoring, and the second half struggling one, but eventually Omeo completed it successfully. Congratulations to them and commiserations to Botshirka for this match.
Yeah, it's interesting, you're quite right with that, to pick up on something you said, the things that you end up looking back on, because that last over of the innings from Hani Hassan in the Botshirka innings went for just 4 runs. And towards the end of that innings, they were pulling things back. 4 of the last 5 overs went for 10 or less. Now, had they kept going at the rate they were, Botkyrka would have got 120 plus, and it was probably game over, wasn't it?
Yeah. And they pulled their part with batting at that time, bowling at that time. But with the batting, I'm sorry, while Botkyrka was bowling, there they needed to have shown more grit with the ball. In the 6th, 7th and 8th over, they were quite good. They took some wickets and choked the Umeå's inning, but eventually it was Hani and Mahmood who took it out of the control. And
yeah, but by their very high standards that they've set in a lot of this tournament, Botkyrka, they didn't bowl that well, did they? And that probably cost them. And let's be honest as well, we see it again here, an error from Ali Hassani, the wicketkeeper. The fielding wasn't too tidy either, and that doesn't
and
help.
if we can just make the result of this a missed chance of run out by the keeper, that may be the cost of for the match. That is I won't say a criminal, but it's quite.
Yeah, I'm sure it's not
kind of-
literally a criminal offence in Sweden. They're not going to be no police down at the ground arresting Ali Hassani, but we know what you mean.
Yeah, but it's quite hard. It should have been out.
Yeah. And I know there's a lot of people that have got a real soft spot for Umeå, who are delighted to see them get over the line here. They've had they've had 4 close run chases that they've lost by 10 runs or less, including that golden ball defeat against the 4-on rolls. So it will do so much for their confidence when heading back into Swedish domestic cricket to have finally got over that hurdle and got an ECS win. And they will be back for match 4 today for a rematch against Botkyrka. So, well, what's better than beating a team once in a day? Beating them twice in a day. Before we get to that, though, the middle of the Botkyrka versus Umeå sandwich is 4-on rolls versus Pakistanska. Pakistanska would be the favourites on the basis of form, 6 wins from 7, but their only defeat came against the 4-on rolls last night. Keep an eye on Samir Ali Khan and Zubair Aslam for Pakistanska. Meanwhile, for 4-on, Rohit Jadeja, I should say, their skipper, so often the star. As for the batting card, well, that tells a story, doesn't it? Brilliant knocks by the 2 openers. 28 off 13 for Majid Mustafa, who's now the highest run scorer in this competition. And Abdullah Abrar was the top scorer with 37 off 15. As for Botkyrka, well, we mentioned that they didn't bowl overly well, and in truth, that is reflected in the numbers. Faisal Mushtaq came back very nicely, 2 for 14 for him. And Osama Qureshi did the same after a poor first over, 2 for 19 in his case. But just look at the bottom of that, 17 off Nadim Ali's only over, and that meant they ended up for the final over of the game with 10 to defend, having to turn to the youngster Rahman Abdul, who was smashed for a 4 and a 6 by Mahmoud Ahmed to complete the victory. So Umeå victorious by 5 wickets with 4 balls to spare, and that is the conclusion to match 18 here on the network. Remember, in match 19, the 4-on rolls have won the toss and chosen to bat against Pakistanska. So the 4-on rolls will do exactly what they did last night when they posted 78 for 3 and then squeaked home in a shock win by 9 runs. Thank you very much to Abubakar, who's been alongside me for the run chase of match 18. We'll see you in about 10 minutes or so as we'll build up to match number 19 here in Stockholm. Thank you very much for your company. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series here in the Swedish capital. Bye for now. Welcome to the coin toss ahead of this match 19 of the FanCode European Cricket Series Sweden, which is here in Stockholm. It is a rematch of an absolute thriller from last night when, in a low-scoring game, the four-on Royals prevailed by just 9 runs to inflict a first ever ECS defeat on the defending champions Pakistaniska. Rohit Jadeja's side producing a famous win, but since then they've lost this morning against Stockholm, so they have 3 wins from 7. They'll look to finish their league campaign with another shock win and on a high. Pakistaniska, well, they're going to want to remind everyone of just why they were on an 11-game unbeaten streak before that defeat. Their captain Bilal Mohammed has the call on the coin toss. He'll be picking heads or tails. Our match referee has the coin in his hand. Heads is the call. And it's tail. So Rohit Jadeja, the four-on Royals skipper, has won the toss and decided to have a bat. So things are going to happen in the exact same order as to how they did when these teams met last night. Let's get up to the commentary box ahead of the first ball with the four-on Royals winning the toss and deciding they're going to wield the Willowed first. They will bat. So that is the news from the middle. It is a repeat of what happened last night, so things are going to happen in the same order as to how they emerged in the first meeting between these teams. They'll be hoping, Pakistanska, that it's not the same result, because they lost that game very narrowly indeed. Pakistanska with 6 wins from 7, that is the only blot to their copybook, that defeat yesterday evening. He got 67 for 9, chasing 79 to win. A few people commented on the fact that Pakistanska really, in many ways, almost beat themselves. And that certainly summed up what happened. The four-on Royals also beat them when these teams met in the league. So they're something of a bogey team, four-on. They themselves have had a tough day of things, though. They were beaten pretty comprehensively in the first match of today, losing by 26 runs. Against Stockholm CC, and a man who was part of that victory for Stockholm, inflicted on the four-on Royals, is alongside me once again. Kaushiv Vats. Kaushiv, fantastic to have you back. I think at this stage you're chipping in so much for us with the microphone that we might need to speak to your agent who got you the playing ECS contract with the Stockholm guys, as to whether on top of that we might owe you some fees. But joking aside, it's fantastic to have you alongside us. You played obviously against the four-on Royals this morning. They seemed a bit below par, and maybe almost a case of after the Lord Mayor's show. They had that big win last night against Pakistanska, that huge energy-sapping, jubilant victory, and then they had to come and do it early this morning against your Stockholm team, and you guys were too good for them.
Yeah, it felt like they were not applying themselves. They didn't have a lot of strategy going up front. The talking between the batsmen out there wasn't, they were not communicating the way they should have, and it felt they were going very hard at the very top, which they didn't need to do. The score wasn't that high, which worked in our favor, of course. But let's see how they do. They must have learned from the mistakes from the last match, and I'm sure they'll do a better job this time.
Yeah, for those that missed it, Stockholm posting 95 for 5, and the four-on Royals, they didn't get near it, 69 for 6. They're of course not going to be chasing here because they've won the toss and chosen to bat. What do you think in particular made the difference in that game that they need to fix here?
I think just keeping a stable mind, not going very hard right from the top. You have to respect the good balls. That's what they didn't do against us. They were going after every ball that they had. I think Rohit has had, one good game, one bad game. He's a much better player than that. He has to be consistent. The top 3, once again, this team is also banking on the top 3. And if they package their innings well, plan their innings well, they will post a good score. Pakistanska, of course, we know they have a very good bowling lineup, so they have to be mindful of that. Pick the right balls to make your shots, not go after every ball.
Bilal Mohammed, the Pakistanska captain, and often in the field, part-time human traffic director is getting his fielders sorted. For once, though, it doesn't look like he's going to bowl the first over. It's another man who's been oh so impressive for Pakistanska with the ball so far in this tournament. And he gets big in swing with the new white kookaburra. Zubair Aslam. Tricky customer, isn't he?
Yeah, and it explains why. Because, the batsman on strike, Anirudh, he's a little bit susceptible to the ball coming in. So it makes a lot of sense that the ball has been given to Zubair.
Yeah, it's a change of strategy, though. They've gone with Bilal bowling the first and the third in every pool match of the 7 they've had so far until now. Ring of 5 on the offside, square leg and long on out. Anarin Ram, he has a half century in this tournament ready to face Rohit Jadeja at the non-strikers. Here we go then, match 19. That's not a bad start, exactly as advertised in the brochure produced by Messrs McCann and Vats up in the box. We told you that he gets big in dip and immediately on show.
Yeah, Anirudh really has to play in the line of the ball. He's trying to get away from it. If he keeps his shape, he has a much better position to play it on the leg side.
Just jumps inside the line of that one, Ram, and that's clever batting. Allows him to take the wide. We do often see players jump outside leg to make room in the ECS, but of course that makes it nigh on impossible. You're going to be able to take any wides.
Yep.
Just turned away, using the swing nicely, Anarin Ram. He's off the mark. That time your standing umpire for this over is Sampat Manju. Mashro Akif is your third umpire, and square leg back after a couple of days out ill. We're delighted to say, been wishing her all the best, is Suki Savach. She's just the third ever female ECS umpire. Fantastic to see that list continuing to grow and hopefully all the more rapidly ever sooner. Straight through from Zubair. Wow, that is... Well, you've been out there batting in this tournament, Kaushif. Just how do you play a delivery like this?
Block it. Try to move it around a little bit and try to get a single. That's the best that you can do with this ball. It's a peach of a delivery.
Yeah, I think that was probably part of the issue, that Rohit Jadeja was trying to thrash that through the covers, and it deserved more respect.
Yeah, he was nowhere close to it. Not to the pitch, not to the line.
Comes down the pitch this time, and it's gone straight through him again.
How did
He's
it miss?
all over Jadeja here, Aslam, like a rash.
Yeah, I feel for the bowler there. How did it miss the stumps? And that's a prodigious swing.
He's made Rohit Jadeja look very silly indeed. About as silly as you can make someone look without getting them out. Now, what response has Jadeja got? He's jabbed that away. That's a good shot. He's watched that very closely. So he is off the mark. Just one ball to go in a very impressive first over. So unsurprisingly, the decision to give Aslam the responsibility of starting off the innings has gone very well indeed. He's an oh so dependable performer.
Yeah, let's see if Anirudh stays his ground this time or if he moves around once again.
And again moves in. LBW appeals. It was very high despite hitting Anarin Ram deep in the crease. End of the first over, and what a testing over it has been. Zubair Aslam concedes 3 from it, and the 4 and on rolls are 3 without loss. Now, we said a while back, gave a bit of a quiz question out on social media of seeing if you could guess the top 10 run scorers in this tournament. Majid Mustafa, thanks to his 28 for Umia in match 18, has moved to being top. Now, without scrolling across at my laptop screen, we've got 8 out of 10 have been identified in the chat. Kaushif, who would you instinctively say is in that top 10. Any names that come to mind? Top 10 run scorers in this ECS?
2 for sure that comes to mind are Archan and Vinod from our team by
Yep,
default.
that's 2.
Yeah,
That's
Majid
a
you
good
already.
start.
Yeah, Majid you already mentioned.
Yep, so you got 6 more to get.
Yeah. I think potentially even Rohit. Maybe he's
Yep,
got. Yeah.
Rohit's number 4.
Yeah.
You've
oh,
actually
wonderful.
taken out all the top 4.
Okay.
That's a good start.
Yeah.
You're
if
a
I
man who I want on my team in a quiz. If pub quizzes ever are a thing again in the COVID world. Jamal Owan starts by following on from where Tuba Aslam left off. So go on then.
Yeah.
You're on for 10 out of 10 at this rate. This is a great start. You've even got them almost in chronological order. So that's the top 4.
Yeah.
Who's your 5 to 10? Have a think. No rush. Let's watch one again.
Oh.
Oh, in dip. It's that out. It kept a bit low. Suki Savach keeps her finger down.
It's got him on the wrong side of the leg. It just misses the pad and hits him on the wrong side.
You've got to remember on that angle, quite possibly drifting down leg. That's the first problem.
Yeah.
And it's very high too.
Yeah, this will sting a lot. This will really paralyzes you for a couple of minutes. He has to move his leg a lot.
Yeah, he was sort of jumping down to pull it, so it's not that high, but it looks maybe a touch higher than it was because of him bending down. So a proper wide. It's incredibly wide, and umpire gets the windmills out to signal as such. Had a couple of people asking for more information about the backstory in regard to umpiring and becoming just the 3rd ever female ECS umpire. There's also Vanette Picaro from Italy and Monica Loveday from Germany. Well, that's not going to be a wide. It's just sort of grazed the back side here of Anna in Ram. Just couldn't get it. Oh, well, no, it is. Suki Savach just chatting with a square leg, and that's good teamwork from the umpires. It's all too easy often to criticise umpires. We just saw this flick off the sort of rear end area, shall we say, of Anna in Ram. But umpires work together, just like players. They make mistakes. Suki Savach signalled it, then had a chat with a colleague at square leg, who told her what he'd seen, and the wide was reversed. Smashed through the covers by Ram. Just a touch over pitched, and he likes it there. It's finally the first boundary of the innings. Forum Royals break the shackles, and they're into double digits.
And that's exactly the area that Anirudh likes it. Just outside off stump, gives him room to free his arms and place it in the right areas. That's exactly what Pakistan Sky has been trying to avoid with these in-swinging deliveries. Now trying to do something else doesn't make it count. Jamal is a much better bowler than that. He can keep swinging it in.
It's just a little cutter he's tried one, but it's ended up being on the legs of Ram. Back-to-back boundaries, and the pressure now firmly back on Jamal Ram. Good batting. Jamal Owan, pardon me. Good batting from Anirudh Ram.
You see this so often in cricket. You know, the bowler overcompensates for what he's done in the previous ball. And batsmen nowadays are much smart. They realize what's going to happen. If you have bowled outside off stump wide, the bowler is going to compensate. He's going to go short, it's going to go down the leg, and over here Jamal is overcompensating. Good to see that Anirudh made it count.
He's going to think of 2, but really shouldn't have been 2 there, and eventually there wasn't. Samir Ali Khan grabbing the ball into those mitts. So 14 for none after 2, and Ram has 10 of those. So come on then. I know you said you had a bit of time, but you can't.
Yeah, no, I stopped thinking about that. So I'm just let me go around the teams.
I must say, this is Vinny Sandu, who's normally to my right. This is one of the reasons, by his own admission, he He doesn't enjoy being next to me. I like to throw a brain teaser at him that completely flummoxes him.
Yeah, no.
But you've already got the top 4, so
Yeah.
that's a creditable effort. But
But there's a saying that you have to stop when you are on a high. So maybe I should just stop when I'm on a high. And just enjoy the game and not fall into this trap.
Aslam back for his second. And that's hit him, and that's hurt him. Right in the sort of chest area. We know this bouncy concrete pitch is quite hard. Come on, I'm not letting you get away that easily.
I'm thinking from Pakistanska, my bet would be, I mean, I know Farhan started well in some matches, but I don't think he scored a lot of runs. Yeah, could it be Osama who's somehow put it?
Osama's not in there.
No, it's not there. Okay.
4 out of 5. 5 guesses left. Jabbed away for 1 by Ram.
Yeah, maybe Pakistanska, they have had kind of a equal share amongst all, so they may not be in top 10.
I'll give you a clue. That's you're on the right track
Yeah,
there. That's a good, and it is rare actually.
Yeah, exactly.
You see a team top of the league and no one's in the top 10 run scores in the tournament, but that is the exact case with Pakistan.
Yeah, and in a way that explains it, right? That just shows that they are playing as a team. Everybody's pitching in, and in a T10 game, if that's great to see. It's not a one-man show.
Good in-drifted game from Assam, and Junaija, after being embarrassed somewhat in the previous over, has just decided, I'm going to put that big booming cover drive away today against Zubair Aslam. So you're 4 from 5. You're still going pretty well.
Yeah, I'm just wondering from... we already counted Majid, right? So I don't think there's anyone else from Omeo.
LBW shout. He had come a long way across. And he gets away with it. Anarin Ram. Zubair Aslam's causing all sorts of problems here with his tricky bowling. Maybe just hit him outside the line of off stump, and that's what saved him. Certainly cannoning into the sticks.
That's the tricky part of the swinging ball. Umpire is always a little bit worried about how much the ball will swing. It started swinging late though. Very difficult to play. Looks very easy on TV, but it's very difficult to play.
Yeah, he's already got 12 wickets in this tournament, Zubair. Junaija content to take 1, because of course the best way to play someone like Zubair Aslam is to not play him at all.
Exactly. Stay at the non-striker, enjoy the view like we are.
It's very good again, and Ram just content to keep it out one way or the other.
And to think about it, Bilal has not even bowled a 1 ball. So this is great start for Pakistanska.
Yeah, and maybe that's what they're trying here as well. As we get to the end of the power play, 18 without loss. Zubair Aslam, by the way, the only bowler in this competition to get into double figures when it comes to wickets taken. Bilal Mohammed second with 8. They're just trying to see if actually they can hold Bilal back. Maybe they're going to use him at the death rather than in the power play, because bowling at the power play and at the death often is relatively similar skills, and they have had problems with their death bowling. For now, they're turning to their one and only spin option with this little sort of off-spin darts. Samir Ali Khan on to bowl.
Yeah, I think they have stumped Fornam a little bit with their strategy. Fornam must be expecting Bilal to start the innings, but they have really changed the dynamics there. They have a score to scuttle.
Just jabbed away by Junaija, who gets back just in time to not be stumped. He's trying to work it away through that offside. Smart wicket keeping from Usama Chowdhury. I guess the scant positive for Fornam is that Aslam's bowled out now, and he's probably he has been their best bowler. He's been their best bowler, the best bowler in the tournament per se. He's conceded 7 from his 2 overs, but he is done, so he can't come back. And these two have faced a lot of balls, so their eyes should be in. It's a good-looking cut shot, but only 1 for Junaija. We know that Junaija starts very slowly. I mean, last night against Pakistanska, at one point it looked like test match batting. Then he managed to get up to about 20 off 20, and by the end he had 49 off 34. He does have gears that he can go through. Dart from Ali Khan, and it's clever. He's using the pace on the ball, Ram. Might be a spinner, but he really does like to not give it much flight. And the turn as well was allowing it to be flicked through fine leg. Good stop out there by Cameron Zia.
I think he saw the batsman moving and then gave him a flipper.
It's not a great ball from Ali Khan though. Just down leg, and you have to feel for Summer Chowdhury, the keeper. It's difficult when spinner drops one down leg like that.
Didn't bounce at all as well. It's really slow from Ali.
Rightly given as a wide. It's off the outside edge. Whoa, that was just brilliant. Huge shout of how's that hit from Ali Khan?
That is going to be a new rule in the book.
To which I think Suki's match. Oh dear. Nudged away for one by Junaid. Could well be a run out. Surely a run out. No, he's made it in, has he?
Yeah. The throw went a little wide.
Just going back to that. Yeah, the throw just let it down. It was still very tight though. To which I think Suki Savach had the obvious response to Usman Ali Khan of, well, it's out if one of your fielders can catch it.
Yeah, if he was appealing for LBW, I think he needs some new glasses.
Well, he hasn't got them on. Maybe that's the problem.
Maybe that's the problem, yeah.
He's never had the eye test. He's a very good batsman, Usman Ali Khan, which would suggest that the problem certainly isn't when he's batting. Hit very high, but not very far. It's going to plug in between bowler and long off. Well fielded, enthusiastically done by Jitendra Singh coming in. So end of the 4th over, and Farnham trying to accelerate a bit more, like 27 without loss after 4. Now, this is something we wanted to show you, Kaushik. What do you make of this? So, our ECN YouTube live chatters yesterday they took this is something they do, they take their own themes and run with it, and we went with it in the box. This is what we've ended up coming up with. Our ECN 11 of Michaels, compiled by the community. So we have Boosle, our colleague, as the batting coach. I'm running drinks as 12th man.
Not bad.
What do you make of that 11? Do you think Stockholm would give him a game?
Oh, absolutely. I liked some of the names that I saw. They're really good batsmen. I couldn't really catch the bowlers there.
Yeah, I'd like to see how you guys would go. Slater, Hussey, Bevan. That's a good top order.
Oh, absolutely.
Very Australian vibes. 4 of the top 5 from memory.
Yeah.
Are Aussies. Michael Lum in there pinch hitting.
Exactly. Englishman there. I can't think of a Indian or a Pakistani Michael, so it's difficult to get a Southeast Asian
Yeah, we had that discussion. You might not have got down to it in the list because it was not up there for too long, but there's also Michael Jordan at number 8.
Of course.
Wild card.
Yeah.
This is, again, missed time from Ram. Beaten up a lot of deliveries this opening pair. They've got to get on with it now. 17 off 16, albeit last night they got 78 for 3 and they defended it easily against Pakistanska, but you'd think surely they're not going to bat that badly again, the defending champions. And again, it's a nice looking shot from Junaid, but did he get one?
The right field placements, that's very good to see. It's bowling to his field. Can't pierce the gaps.
Had a couple of people asking about Michael Jordan's cricketing ability. He's played baseball to a very good level, so he can definitely hit.
Yeah. We've seen a lot of those hits. Oh, that's brilliantly bowled.
He's MJ. He's gonna be a seriously good sledger.
For sure.
And then I just have an instinct that if you gave him a bit of training, he's probably going to be a nasty fast bowler because it's just his personality. Yeah. He's going to want to wang it down as hard as he possibly can. He's got some 90-mile gas in him somewhere. And speaking of gas, that ball has been whacked away, motoring on to the long-on fence. Well, they desperately needed to get going. and that's going to help them do so. Anarin Ram opens his shoulders and finds 6 off Jamal Owan. End of the 5th, 37 without loss, and the 4-on rolls with their first 6 of the innings finally starting to kick into life.
He picked the slower ball very, very early, got into good positions to clear his leg and then make good connection with the ball and place it the right place. It's not a bad start if you think about it. They haven't lost wickets, but they have to get the right momentum. The 6 gives them the right impetus. Now they have to bring the big handles and really make a match out of it. They need to have at least 85 to make a game out of it.
Jadeja content to rotate. Jadeja still boundaryless, even by his relatively slow starting standards. This is at the slower end, 7 off 13.
It's a bit odd because this is not the way Jadeja plays in the league games. And that's interestingly not given a wide. Did it brush the pads?
I wonder whether it's just flicked something on the way through.
Well, umpiring is a difficult job, so I'll leave it to her.
Low full toss, and it might well be a horrible ball that gets the breakthrough. No, it's not. Dropped at point. Not a difficult chance, you'd have to say. It's one that you would expect a fielder of Zubair Aslam's quality to take. 38 without loss, and it is a life for Anarid Ram, who's thumping his pad furious that he didn't put that away. So be, again, just a single.
I'm just thinking about the amount of fielding drills most of the teams are going to go after now. The number of catches that's been just dropped, none of the teams can really digest this. This is not the standard of cricket that we play here, so there's going to be a lot of fielding drills.
Well, this is going to be another catching chance, a very difficult one. And there's nothing in the end that he can do about it. Chowdhury coming around to his left-hand side and ends up watching it fly away for 4. He's managed to get this right in the gap between a very straight long on and quite a wide mid-wicket. And it bounces just inside the rope. So 4 more. This partnership on the verge of being worth a half-century.
So Anirudh has squatted that over on the leg side. Tiring the air a little bit. He needs to pick it up. They are just a tad above 7 on the run rate. They really need to pick it up now.
Yeah, 45 without loss after 6. Interesting change in bowling strategy from Pakistan's kit. They've bowled out Aslam, Awan and Ali Khan. All 3 have been pretty tidy. Awan the most expensive of the 3. So
looks like Farhan is coming.
Yeah, it's gonna. Well, Farhan Chowdhury's a funny one. So I was reliably told from the camp he was begging his skipper Bilal Muhammad to give him a bowl, and he's well known as a man who, let's just say, enjoys his social media as well as his cricket, and was desperate to make a bit of a star of himself. He then took 2 for 14 against the 4-on rolls, and he had some definitely pre-rehearsed wicket celebrations that he showed us. And I'm sure he will have said to his captain Bilal Muhammad, well, I've bowled that well from a pair of overs, you've got to give me another go. And he's getting another go.
He's an interesting character. Lively, very lively on the field.
What's he like to play against?
He's very, very enthusiastic. He never wants to, kind of get out. He never wants to give his wickets cheaply. He always thinks that he's middled the ball, he's got a good connection to the ball, so why hasn't it gone for a 6? And he's always smiling. That's another nice thing to see about him. Won't say that bowling is his prime skill, but he enjoys his cricket and he wants to make everything that he does on the ground count. Not really happy with the decision here, but everybody has to realize, especially the bowlers, that the white line is only a guiding line.
Yeah, it's not a hard and fast line. Another catching chance in the covers, and he's held back from it. Hamid Vajja Ali. Well, this is something we've also seen a fair bit of in Stockholm. Fielders not really being willing to run at the ball, because he's only finished up 2 yards short of this, but it was definitely if not catchable, able to get hands on it. And now the partnership will belatedly get over the 50 mark. I think of 2, but Junaid turns it down. It's
And now
going to
they should.
surely get to a point where they have to start taking these 2s. They get there in the end, so it works out well enough for the four-on rolls. 51 without loss now, at the midway point of the 6th over. It's a good platform laid, but they really, really have to accelerate now.
You know, on the previous ball, if he doesn't go for the catch, it's not counted as a catch drop. So probably that was a strategy.
Hit down the ground by Junaid. Is that just what it is, though? Because we have seen as well, you know, the catching percentage hasn't been high, we've got to be honest, but also there's been a lot of fielders backing away.
Yeah. No, I mean, that was more in the jest, but I think it's more about managing the wind. It's just people are not getting used to managing the wind, and it's not strange. We do have wind, and especially in this ground here in Alby, Norsbury, the wind is strong. We have quite open areas, but somehow it's been really poor performance with the catching. Makes a good connection, and that's a good field.
Yeah, that is nicely stopped out there by Samir Ali Khan. Seen all too often balls like that find a way to go for 4, so that's pretty tidy stuff from Farin Chowdhury. The four-non rolls trying to put their foot on the gas. They've only taken 8 from the over. Ram keeps the strike, they'll be happy with that. He has 34, and it's 53 without loss after 7. We've got another look at this team. So what do you make of that?
Yeah, I mean, okay. So Goff as umpire, Holding, that's not bad. Kasparovich, Hendrick, Jordan, of course, we talked about. Yeah, this is a very, very good, definitely a very good batting lineup. Bowling as well, not bad. I mean, if we count Jordan as a bowler, for sure.
Got Michael Vaughan and Michael Clark with the spin as well.
Yeah, I don't think Michael Vaughan will be so happy going at number 7, but
yeah, but it's T10.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the thing.
Yeah.
Let's be honest.
yeah, he gets a slot in the team. That he should be happy about that.
Well, it's quite a competitive selection process
Yeah.
put together by our ECN YouTube live chatters. But I think if you're building that team for T10, he was much better in Test matches, Vaughan, than,
For sure.
than white ball cricket. So when you're in T10, unfortunately, he's just going to have to be pleased to be in there. Another good question that was asked by our YouTube live chatters: are these the players in their pomp?
Yeah.
Or them now?
Yeah,
because
yeah.
if it's now, then Stockholm might give them a game. You
Oh,
might have
100%.
some older bodies out there.
Yeah, absolutely. I think if it's now the way they are, I think we will have a very, very good, a very easy chance.
We've had Ali on to bowl the 8th. That's again swung away. For once, they've oh no, they're not coming back for 2. And well, Junaid turned it down. There has to be a point where they start trying to run 2s because it's really costing them. Yes, the first wicket partnership is still intact, but this isn't a test match, folks. So we're going to miss outside off.
Yeah. I think he thought that the ball is much closer to him than it was. If only Anirudh had gone for his patented shot on the offside, he would have got much bigger returns.
MD Rahman Hassan asks which Daub is mentioned in the squad. Well, that's Michael Daub, one of the many Daubs. Straight up, but no one's in the ring on the leg side, so this is going to be tough. And fair play to the fielder at deep mid-wicket. He ran in a long, long way. He gave this a properly good go, which we haven't seen too much of this week, to see if he could catch it, Samir Ali Khan. And even with his very best sprinting, he falls just short. Look at him there, he's making up good ground. But, well, even a top-class international might have struggled with that one. So that's well, might well be a wide.
That's interesting.
He's missed the leg stump by inches and might count himself a touch fortunate there. Ali, he gets out of the 8th over, having conceded just 3. Maybe just flicked the pad on the way through. Ended the 8th over and the 4-on rolls. Well, they've still got this first wicket partnership intact, but that is meaning less and less as the innings goes on. They're running out of time. We've only had 2 overs in this innings that have been in double digits, and that over from Fajr Ali is the 3rd over in this innings that's gone for 4 or fewer. Run rate just above 7. and Jitender Singh to roll a penultimate over. So it seems Bilal Mohammed has said, we're going to see what our bowling options are. I'm not bowling, which is quite an unselfish and in many ways a sensible move in a game that ultimately doesn't have a huge amount on it for them. Off the back foot, straight to cover, and they do have a wicket. It's a first ever ECS wicket for Jitender Singh in his first ever ball in the ECS. Wasn't necessarily the best delivery. It's kind of in the slot outside off, and he's hit that very hard, Rohit Jadeja, but he's perished. It's the end of a long struggling vigil. He's gone for a boundaryless 13 of 18, and the 4 on rolls are 57 for 1.
Yeah, another case of not really timing the ball, really trying to, murder the ball, as we say. He played it from very far away from the body, and if he had gotten much closer, he is a much better batsman to really make a good connection and really smack it on the offside for a 6.
So to finish the Daub mystery, there's Mihal Daub, who was player of the match in one game for the Budapest Blinders over in Hungary, a very talented young cricketer. There's Mehdi Daub, who's been joining me on commentary this week, a big part of the ECN team and one-time German international. And Michael Daub is the man who was responsible for 50% of the gene pool that produced both of them, the father of the two of them. He's one of our most regular YouTube live chatters, the man that started this theme of creating an 11 of Michael's that caught fire in the YouTube chat yesterday. And, well, at one point it looked like he was going to need to play, but once we got to a full ex-international 11, he was adamant that he would score instead. Which was another dot goes by, this time against Sahil Prasher. It's always useful when you can turn up as a touring team. You're not expecting everything to be provided for you. You know, you've got a scorer, you've got an umpire, you've got a 12th man. That's a touring team you want to play as the host club. You don't have to do too much hard work, as Sahil Prasher's having to do the hard work here, trying to scurry back for 2, and he will just about get there. Running out of time here, just 9 balls left for Nom.
Yeah, it's not looking that it will cross 75, maybe at tops. They really have to get a move on.
I feel like I'm watching last night's game again.
Yeah, it's quite a copy-paste.
Down the ground, slightly mistimed.
Oh, that's a good catch.
Oh,
finally.
Possibly catch of the tournament from Zubair Aslam. A lot of ground he had to be made just to even get there. He's wringing his fingers, but he's got the consolation of great applause from his teammates, and rightly so. Sahil Prasher gone for 2 off 3. He's had to not only catch it, but then avoid spilling it on impact with the ground. That is highly impressive stuff. And the 4 non-rolls are 60 for 3 after one of the very best grabs that we've seen in Stockholm all week. Well, unsurprisingly, YouTube chat from Casper Anderson, Ismail Hussain, Roman Hussain, Shab Sheikh, just filled with what a catch. Simple as that. Kya catch. Super stuff. Arpit Tiwari comes to the wicket. He's at the non-strikers because they crossed.
That gives you a lot of pride. This is exactly what we should be known for, not for all the droppers.
Yeah, I'm not going to ask you about the percentage again. I asked you yesterday, as we see, a bit of a wide to spoil a good over from Jitender Singh, where you thought it sort of roughly was. I tried to be on the kinder end and said I thought it was 50-50, and you immediately went 25.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, but I'm sure the Group B guys are looking at this very closely. They will be making some plans on how do you make sure that you grab these. Don't let it spill, or don't judge it so poorly that the way it's been judged in the last 4 days.
Straight to cover, and Jitender Singh immediately just tells his fielder, take it easy, single's okay. What a first over in the ECS for Jitender Singh. He's not going to be forgetting this in a hurry. The move from Bilal Mohammed to not bowl himself is proving a masterstroke. Cut away, straight to backward point. Might have been a wide had he left it. It's almost a run out. So a single to end the ninth, 64 for 2. And Anirudh Ram keeps the strike. Messy keeping from Usama Chowdhury.
Yeah, Bilal not bowling now. Probably he's saving himself for the match tomorrow. We have a league match coming up tomorrow against Pakistanska versus Stockholm.
Ah, okay. Which format is this? I know, of course, there's various formats going on in Stockholm cricket these days.
Yeah, it's a T20 format.
So he's
20 overs, yeah.
keeping his 4 overs up his sleeve, because of course Sweden is the only country in Europe to have got a national T10 competition. How interesting has it been to be involved in that?
Absolutely. I mean, the cricket in Sweden for the last 3 years, it's just taken up tremendously. I mean, you have to really thank the new group of people that have come in. Jonty coming in obviously has bring in some more impetus. We have different tournaments going on, new player coming in, and the whole momentum towards how the cricket is shaping up, especially in the junior league, it's great to see.
Ali Usman to bowl the final over. It's hit slightly miscued towards us. Fielded by Farhan Chowdhury. They are going to take 2, and they'll just about get 2. And that's important because it means Anirudh Ram keeps the strike, and he's definitely the better hitter of these 2. And he's faced a lot of balls in this inning, so should be seeing it well enough by now. That's a no ball.
That's been called a no ball.
Let's have another look.
Oh.
Well, you could call that anything. Definitely not a legitimate delivery.
He needed a tennis racket for that one.
Off the bottom of the bat. I think even with a tennis racket, you're struggling.
That's a free hit not counted for.
Have a colloquial term. All of our ECS viewers will be very familiar with a ball like that. That is a proper Gundy ball, a dirty ball. So that's a Gundy ball of the Gundy balls. So bad you can't even lay bat on it. Oh, he might have laid some bat on this. Yes, he has. He's walking off, not waiting for the dreaded finger of doom, Anirudh Ram, and that will help contain the rolls even further. He's eaten up a lot of deliveries, but he is a capable hitter. They'll have hoped that he can go all master blaster in this final over, but instead Ali Usman gets him caught behind. 67 for 3. Anirudh Ram gone for 39 off 36. He's faced more than half of the available balls in the innings, and he's hit all of the boundaries in the innings, 3 4s and a 6. So you could also make the argument that he's had a lack of support at the other end.
Yeah, the innings has never got going, just 3 balls to go. Can they finally get some momentum in the game and, go back to the pavilion with some really nice hits, really nice blows towards the end?
They are so often dependent on their top order for and on rolls.
Yeah, and Ankit would like to clear his leg and, get some shots on the way, because the more he scores, the lesser he has to defend.
Nicely bowled though. Pandey content to get bat on it and take 1. It is something Sharad Brumba earlier on commentary noted this, that you do see with the teams that struggle more in the ECS. They don't have that enforcer or finisher at 5. That's a good shot though. That is forced through the extra cover region for a rare boundary. The first boundary by any batter who's not Anirudh Ram in this innings. It's only the 4th 4 of the entire innings, and it comes from the penultimate ball. A very much needed boundary. 72 for 3.
And again, what you saw there was the batsman staying calm and making a good connection on the right side of the pitch.
First boundary in 24 balls, as this is the last ball of the innings. And it's going to be nicely pouched by Zubair Aslam running in from long on. They get 2 to finish things off. They thought of a 3rd, but it was impossible. So the 4 non-rolls finish on 74 for 3 from their 10 overs. It's a distinctly under-par score, but what did they get last night? 78 for 3. And they went on to win that with relative comfort by 11 runs. So who knows? Could we be watching a bit of deja vu?
Oh, that will be a bit too much for Pakistan. I mean, for them to not be able to chase 74 after having not been able to chase 78 yesterday, that will be a bit too much for Pakistan. I'm actually thinking, Pakistan will finish this game in about 7 to 8 overs. They may have gone a little bit easy on the bowling, but they will not do so in the batting lineup. They will make sure that they chase the runs at good speed, and obviously have a lot of fun, because I think this is their last game in the league stages. So they would like to have some momentum on the batting, which they take with them for the quarterfinals next Friday.
We did see them rotate their batting a lot last night. Do you think that maybe stung by that defeat, they're going to revert back to their best way of modus operandi?
I think so. At least on one side of the wicket, they will definitely keep one of the premier batsmen. And I know for sure, Fornam would have given them a little bit of a hearing. This is the second game that they have defeated Pakistan Scout, and that's not a tag that Pakistan Scout would want. One game they lost against Fornam in the league, and then in ECS. That's not something that they will digest easily.
Maybe all the other teams should just consider wearing orange and black against Pakistanska just for the psychological scarring, eh?
You never know. Maybe that's the trick. So at least get an orange towel with you. So maybe.
we joking aside, that is one of the catches of the tournament from Subra Aslam, if not the catch of the tournament, to get rid of Sahil Prasher for just 2. Do you think that we saw a real lack of urgency in this innings from Fornam, both with bat in hand and running between the wickets?
Yeah, somehow it just didn't get going. I mean, I saw them practicing on the other pitch, trying to smack them out of the ground. But then it just goes to show that if you are having some throwdowns, it's much easier to hit. But when you have good bowling against you, it becomes very, very difficult. But overall, I didn't feel that intent, trying to rotate the strike, trying to make good connections. Maybe they started well, and if you've not lost a wicket, you expect much more than what they scored.
It felt like a very similar pattern to earlier on when they managed just 69 for 6, falling well short of the 95 that Stockholm had posted in match 17 this morning. So, a sorry-looking batting card for the Fornam Royals, and at the midway point of match 19, Pakistanska well placed for revenge. It's 4 runs less than what Fornam managed last night, but we saw Pakistanska were very, very capable of self-destructing. Do join us for the run chase, which is coming up in about 5 to 10 minutes or so. For now, thank you very much to Kausif Vats, who is back alongside me for this one. We'll see if Pakistanska can get their revenge. They're going to need a modest 75 to win, at 7.5 per over in terms of the runs per over equation. I'm Michael McCann. Kausif Vats is alongside me, and you're watching the European Cricket Network. Welcome back to the Stockholm Nordsberg cricket ground, where we're awaiting the resumption of match number 19. So great to have your company for the run chase. 75 to win for Pakistanska. It is the kind of target that a team who are defending champions and have only lost once in 12 games would be expected to chase down, but that doesn't give you the recent context between these teams. The 4 non-rolls are very much the bogey side of Pakistanska. 4 non-rolls with victory against Pakistanska in T20 League recently, then victory against them in the ECS last night to ruin their unbeaten record. We did speculate quite how much they might change their batting order, Pakistanska. And Samir Ali Khan is coming out to open the innings with Mohammad Vajra Ali. So it's a big promotion from for Vajra Ali. He's been in the lower middle order for the vast majority of this tournament. But now he comes up very much into the top order. About as high as you can go. Number 2, Ali Khan facing the first ball. Ankit Pandey to bowl. And that's going to be wide, just outside that wide guideline, so always going to be given as an extra. Lily Panda says going to start adding players to the Stephens 11. Michael's better be ready. I've been really enjoying this on the YouTube live chat. Another one that came to mind actually was former England captain Michael Atherton, although if we're building a team for the T10 format, which I think we're looking at these games, theoretical games, as being in, maybe you'd have Michael Atherton in as head coach as opposed to opening the batting. Cut away through the offside for 1. So Pakistanska getting their first boundary of the innings. That is whacked away by Samir Ali Khan. It's a bit of a freebie, but he's put it away nicely. Just short, rearing up into his pads. I'm delighted to say that whilst that boundary's been going on, the latest of my many guests here in this commentary tent in Stockholm has come to settle into his seat alongside me for the run chase as Pakistanska pursue 75 to win. That would have been a wide had he left it alone, but instead he's belted it down the ground for 4. So back-to-back boundaries for Samir Ali Khan, and Pakistanska 10 without loss. Gives me the perfect moment to bring in the third player to join me in the tournament. The star of the Botshirka side, who have entertained us so much. Tahir Tara is alongside me.
Thank you. Missed the ball, length ball.
So Tahir, difficult day for you. That defeat against Umya, you've lost against the team that everybody else could beat. I'm guessing you want a bit of revenge later on?
Exactly, it happens, you know. Sometimes you lose the momentum you get. It's a very fast game, you know, T10 game, and so you have to capture the things. Oh,
Swung away, catching chance, but he's going to get away with it. Well, we know in the ECS, the edge over the keeper's head is a very effective shot. There's no fielders down there. So Samir Ali Khan gets lucky. 14 without loss. And all the luck going for Pakistan's
it's
early
a
on.
bad luck for the bowler. You know, on the top of the keeper, bowler can nothing.
Yeah, nobody's putting a fielder down there.
Safe area.
Not intended, but very safe. And for those who maybe haven't been keeping up with it in this tournament, Tahir has been, and I'm not just saying it because he's next to me, he's been an impressive performer with bat and ball. Steps down the track, and that will be another wide to the total. And it seems like you guys, Botshika, maybe not one of the bigger names in Swedish cricket, but you've kind of been an emerging force. You've got a very impressive young team, it looks like.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness me, well that's done all sorts because it's actually hit the cutting out of the edge of the strip, so it will be rightly wided. But just coming back to that, so 4 wins from 7 for you guys. You played a lot of very good cricket.
Yeah.
How pleasing has it been to get your first chance on this ECS stage in 2021?
Everyone was very excited, and you know, when you are came into the first time on the big platform, so everyone have inner satisfaction and enjoyment to do something extra. So everyone putting 100% in the field, in the bowling, in the batting department. So everyone was excited.
And as the left-handed Ali takes guard, who's getting his first chance to open in this series. Come back to after this ball. Pandey trying to finish at a pretty messy first over. Well, that is a brilliant ball. It's by miles the best ball he's bowled in the entire over. Maybe he just needed to bowl at a left-hander all along. Pakistan's 17 without loss after one. Mohammed Ismail Hussain says this is an excellent start for Pakistanska. If they keep this up, it'll make any chase easy for them. Well, they will, but we know last night they needed 79 to win, and they messed that right up. But just coming back to you guys and how you've played, has it surprised you, even as a senior member of the team, how well you've done in this tournament?
Yeah, exactly. Senior members, Shani Khwaja is the experienced man, and we are happy he got the form at the peak of the tournament. You know, it will help us, and you know, he is a X factor in our team. When he stay in the crease, so he can change the game single-handed.
Yeah, he certainly did change that game, but this game is swinging heavily towards Pakistanska Freining. That is another boundary. It's a poor ball from Sahil Prasha as that is turned away. It is yet another boundary for Samir Ali Khan, and that is Tahir Tara's agent phoning us because he wants to speak to me and let me know that we haven't negotiated an appropriate broadcast fee for his services to join me for this run chase. So I think I'm going to have to get in touch with the bigwigs at European Cricket to see if we can rummage behind the sofa to find some spare krona to keep up with those demands, as that's 4 more for Samir Ali Khan, who's putting some huge demands on the 4 non-Royals bowlers. I think they want to prove a point here, Pakistanska. Having lost last night, they want to remind everyone what a good team they are. He's on 20 off 7 balls.
I noticed one thing: when a bowler bowl, the bowler should be aware of the field placement where he is bowling. He is bowling round the wicket. He has to back this fielder. So that's very well played.
Yet more runs smashed through the mid-wicket region. It's just going from bad to worse for 4 non-rolls. Signalled as 6 Well, that was right in the slot. And you can place your fielders where you want for a shot like that. It doesn't matter. First 6 of the innings, 31 without loss. But to finish your point,
Yeah. You know, the field placement is very important for a bowler. A good bowler always take a fielder on the right place. He know where he has to bowl, and the field placement is very important. So he is bowling round the wicket. So he has to put the fielder mid on and deep mid wicket, just because of he is bowling on the round the wicket. So he hit the 4 on that side.
it's a very good point. Well, that's a low full toss.
You check that?
That's a Gundy ball. And Gundy balls in the ECS cricket go for 4. Samir Ali Khan onto 30 off 9. So he's faced 9 deliveries. He's hit 6 for 4. He's hit 1 for 6. But to finish and conclude your point, which is a fair one, Tahir, we've got deep point and a long on, which doesn't make sense, does it?
Yeah. He is bowling round the wicket. And the point is, he put the fielder on the boundary. So it means he is getting the ball on the back foot. So he is not trying that. He is bowling full length.
Yeah, absolutely. It's all falling apart here. Yeah. I expect after... I think what you're finding out, Tahir, very, very quickly is the game looks so simple from the commentary box, doesn't it? It's so easy when you're here. Prash is now coming right over because he's heard the words of my co-commentator. And that's stopped on the bounce at long on. So Ali Khan gets 1. He has 31 off 10. He's going to get 2 as well. Well, when it goes wrong, it all goes wrong. And he somehow managed to skip back for 2 there. Ali Khan, it's just all falling apart for the 4-nom, isn't it?
And also watching the cricket on the screen, it's different.
Yeah, of course.
Play in the ground. Yeah. Okay.
That's it.
Oh,
well, that's one way of stopping the batsman hitting the ball when he's smashing it to all parts. It's wide from Sahil Prasher. What the man to my right seems to be finding out on a minute-by-minute basis is just how simple it all looks up here. It looks like you're watching a video game. Last ball of this lengthy and struggling over, smashed back, and that's hit Suki Sivach. And everyone's in checking on her health. Suki Sivach, who's only just come back from a couple of days of illness, and this is not what she'd have wanted back out there in the middle. Umpires, of course, never really want to be the focus of the attention.
Exactly. And it's a straight hit is always dangerous. You know, you have a very less time to protect you.
Did her best to get out of the way. It was absolutely whacked at her, and she's getting a bit of medical assistance from both sets of players. I have a spray,
so if she need...
No, I think that might actually... Feel free to go, Tahir.
Yeah.
I think someone's coming on with the...
Oh, that's good.
What we see, it's the... you could have anything in the ECS. We'd even probably try it for a broken leg. The cold spray is always the first thing that comes out. It could be any ailment whatsoever. And you know from experience, we were going to come on to this.
3 times I get the injured in the morning. First I drop the catch, and I was hit. Then I hit a very bad on...
Yeah, well, this was on my list to discuss at some point. You got hit in what I think we'll politely call an unfortunate region.
Yeah.
And I'll take the fact that you're up and smiling as a good sign that you're okay. As this was the blow that Suki Sivach took. Suki, who's just 3rd ever all-time female ECS umpire after Monica Loveday from Germany and Vinette Piccaro from Italy. Something of a trailblazer, and just send all our hopes that she's all right. It doesn't look from the way she's moving like it's any sort of broken bone or fracture type issue. It's just a really bad sconning on the ankle. So she's limping off, and I think we're going to have something you don't see every day. A change of umpire in this game 3. So Sampit Manju on field is going to be joined out there by, well, it might well be Mashra Akif, the 3rd umpire, who steps up, or Adrian van der Dries, the match referee. Casper Anderson says she's hardcore, she can handle it. Yep, tough as old boots. She's determined to battle on. As well, Well, Tahir Tarar's agent is phoning again. He's
My-
upping the price.
My co-team is calling me, so after this I have to go. So thank you very much. It's a very good experience to join you.
yeah, thanks for dropping in, Tahir.
So
You're welcome back anytime.
yeah, thank you so much. So see you.
Take care.
Bye.
And get well soon as well, of course.
Thank you so much.
Tahir Tarar, who is quite the character from Botshirka, who decided to drop in for a couple of overs and give us his thoughts on the tournament so far. Man with no shortage of enthusiasm. He's got a whole team's worth of enthusiasm just in his good self. Dropped in, now he's going back to organise his troops because Botshirka are Teenagers over starts with ball through mid-wicket that is hit away for 4. Nothing that Arpit Tiwari could do out there. It just sort of bounced over his head. It was a bit too short. And, well, Samir Ali Khan's been causing all the carnage. But now Mohammed Raja Ali gets involved. Raja Ali with his first boundary, and he's off the mark. A few people talking about cricketing injuries. Nice to see plenty of well wishes as well. It's a big wide from Junaid. Shakib Sheikh says replace the umpire, and yep, that's what's happened. Makes sense. Latif Rahman says hope she's not injured too badly. Phil G says poor Suchi was off for a few days unwell. Not a welcome return. Yeah, not exactly how you want to be welcomed back in your first innings back standing, but she'll be back soon, don't you worry. Jabbed back by Ali. Shakib Sheikh says hope she recovers soon. KG says put the foot in a bucket of ice water and don't take the shoe off. Lee Panda says that wasn't a nice one. Yeah, not what you want as the umpire. Umpire's all too happy to slip into the background and not really be the focus of attention, never mind getting injured out there. So another wide from Junaid, who's just not settled into any sort of rhythm here. Junaid, who last night took 1 for 6 from his 2 overs in the win against Pakistanska, but here he's been as struggling and woeful as he was excellent in that win. That's much better though, that's his line and length. And he just pushes it away for 1. Phil G says 2 doses of magic spray and all good. Yeah, well, I think that's the ECS medical policy, to be honest. For well, I'm sure someone in European cricket is investigating whether magic spray could even cure COVID. It does seem to be used for pretty much everything else, both here and across our ECS events, and more often than not seems to do enough to sort the problem out in the initial situation, as that flies off the outside edge. 4 more through third man. Very wide third man or backward point region. Well, beg your pardon, this outfield is very slow today. Very, very slow compared to previous days. And happy to take that as a mistake on my name as well. Really did think that was going to run away, and it's pulled up. Regardless, in the blink of an eye, Pakistanska flying along. It's already their best power play of the tournament. And it's going to get even better here. 6 over mid-wicket. Well, they really are trying to remind us all why they're the defending champions, Pakistanska. That is absolutely smoked away by Samir Ali Khan. He's got 40 off 13. The opening partnership is past the half century. 53 without loss, with 1 ball left of the power play. Second 6 of the innings for Samir Ali Khan. He is now moving towards becoming possibly just the 5th batter at this entire tournament to make an individual half century. 4 so far. With Rams 64, Archambaja's 77 not out, and Kituari's 55, and Shani Kawaja's 77 not out. That's a nice response from Junaja. Confirmation there, partnership of 53 off 17. Very one-sided. Ali very much getting the best seat in the house for the Samir Ali Khan show. 3 overs gone, 53 without loss. And Pakistanska, you would think, just now having to dot the I's and cross the T's on their victory. Tiframan Nerval says Ali's in a real hurry here. Will he get the winning run before the 6th over? I think there's every chance they might well do. There's plenty of cricket happening, going on across the world right now. Bangladesh against Zimbabwe and India, Sri Lanka. 2 big meetings ongoing that come to mind. Focusing back on Stockholm Norseberg Cricket Ground, Srini Jettiboina into bowl. He was a bit expensive, the most expensive bowler of the 4-on-rolls lineup last night against Pakistanska. Left arm around, turning it away from the right-handers and into the left-handed Ali. Just content to jab a single. Say to Ali Khan, over to you, but in fact he's going to get 2. It's a regulation misfield in the ring. Ali this time does what he was sort of quite happy to do the first time. Take 1. Say to Samir Ali Khan, you keep doing your thing. Can at least put a few more sweepers out now for non-rolls. With the required run rate at a not so imposing 2.85, it does really seem like a matter of time. Pakistan's Skafraining are going to get a 7th win from 8 to finish off the pool stages. They're going to confirm their spot as table toppers. So for once, Ali Khan can't find the boundary. Has to settle for just 1. 4 non-rolls are going to finish with 3 wins from 8. Stockholm going to finish with 4 wins from 8. Botkyrka have 4 wins from 7. And Umia have 1 win from 7. Umia and Botkyrka meeting in the final match. Botkyrka do need to win that game to solidify and confirm their spot in 2nd. They would finish ahead of Stockholm in that regard. Stockholm would finish 3rd. Short and dragged down through mid-wicket, slightly unconvincingly by Ali. Not a bad over from Jettiboina. 5 off 5. That's a good way to finish it. So he's provided a bit of a halt to the carnage that had been this innings up to that point. Pakistan Skafraining 53 without loss after 3. Just for those who missed it, this has been a bit of a theme. Now compiling an 11 of Steve's. This is the 11 of Michael's. You've got plenty of Australian representation. 4 Aussies in the top 5. Then Messrs Carberry and Vaughan from England in the middle order. Michael Jordan, the American wildcard at 8. Then holding for some demon fast bowling, and Kasparovich and Hendrick also completing the fast bowling group. More importantly, Michael Bublé to sing the team song, Michael Daub to score, Michael Bousley as the batting coach, and the top international umpire Michael Goff in charge of umpiring duties. Nicely timed cut from Ali, straight to point. He's into double figures. can see at this stage they were going pretty well, the 4-on rolls themselves, 27 without loss, but the key has been the intent. Didn't really take advantage of the power play 4-on, didn't really bat with enough urgency. Captain Janeja made boundaryless 13 off 18, Anarid Ram 39 off 36. And both those scores are arguably a touch slow maybe for a T20 game, never mind T10. Bendre on. Going to get 2 here. Ali Khan. In fact, he's going to get 4. It's beaten the sweeper. He's timed it that well. Just kept on going. Wasn't quite cut off ultimately. Bendre dropping short. And Samir Ali Khan finding the cover boundary. So it is a 7th 4 of the innings to go with 2 6s. As the equation starts to narrow. Victory moves ever closer for Pakistanska. No was the initial call, misfielded square legs, and now they do take the single. Bangla Cats says 4-on rolls is the best wasted team in this tournament. I'd love to see you expand and explain exactly what you mean to me than that. PC Durham says Steve Taylor's a much better cricketer than Michael Jordan. Oh, I'll leave it to you to tell him that. Short, pulled away for 4 through square leg by Mohamed Fajr Ali. He's been content to play second fiddle in this partnership, but he's not going to miss out on a freebie like that. His second 4 of the innings. And Pakistanska 68 without loss now. Just coming back to that. Oh, anyone who's watched the brilliant Michael Jordan documentary, so famous one, The Last Dance, will know that if you make a mistake of talking him down verbally, you'll good luck with that, shall we say. Strike rotation from Ali, and that's been his primary job in this innings. Steve 11 still being worked out by the chatters. Looking forward to seeing what they've got there. That's Steve Rhodes, Steve Waugh, Harmison, Finn. Third coming up so far. Trying to think of some possible spin options maybe. Stephen Book as our spin bowler, says Lily Panda, who was thinking about that the exact time as me. Ali Khan 1 blow away from just the 5th individual 50 anyone's managed at this ECS in Sweden across 19 matches and 38 innings of cricket. He's instead going to get a single to keep the strike. So, just an elementary 5 to win from the last 5 overs for Pakistanska Freining. They are 70 without loss from 5. Ali Khan has 47 of those. He has utterly dominated this. That batting card tells its own story. He's going at well over 2 a ball. He's played a quite ridiculous knock that has just taken the game away, and we did sense, it's, the old sporting cliche, beware the wounded animal, the good team that loses unexpectedly, then comes back, etc., etc., and it's been that redemptive arc in evidence here for Pakistanska. Jetty Boyna back on, only conceded 5 from his first. He's going to try and delay the inevitable. Ali Khan will be looking for his 50. It's 1 shot away, as Sakib Sheikh rightly points out. Swipe and a miss. Ends up on his knees and just sort of holds the pose for comedic effect. Samir Ali Khan. Steve O'Keefe has come up in the comments for a spin bowling Steve. That's a good point. Short just inside the wide line. Cut away to point. He's content with a trotted single. So 4 to win now. 48 not out. Well, he's going to hope to not get Stranded in the 40s here, Ali Khan. Majapal Dreams has come on, do it with one shot. Well, yes, it would be a very ECS style way to finish the game. A big old 6. Ali instead continues in the exact way in which he's played this entire innings. Focus on just giving Khan the strike. That makes a lot of sense in many ways. Particularly given Khan's on 48 not out, doesn't want his teammates stranded too short of the half century. And another swing and a miss. Well, his back foot's definitely in because it's lying down in the crease. Just watch him here get really low. Loses his balance. Still stuck on 48. And again, can't make contact. Well, it would be a real shame for Sami Ali Khan, having done all the hard work here, to somehow throw away a 50 that is there for him. Lost ball. Smashed away. Very casual running. He's going to get a single and keep the strike. It will be 2 to win. And credit to Srini Jetiboina. He has very much delayed the inevitable. Jetiboina has conceded just the 8 from his 2 overs, which will do his tournament economy rate no harm whatsoever. As you can see, comfortably the best bowler this innings so far. Nobody else has been in single digits in terms of economy rate. Now Pakistanska surely aren't going to wait another over before finishing this game off. Two runs away from 50. Sami Ali Khan, and a 10-wicket victory to boot. Short, pulled away, and that will be that. Gets to his 50 and hits the winning runs in the process. So it's an unbroken 77 first wicket partnership between this pair to see Pakistanska home. It's taken them just 6.1 overs. That is a performance and a win of champions. Pakistanska win this game by 10 wickets with 23 balls to spare. They've, after that 11-run defeat to the 4 non-rolls last night, decided that they really want to prove their point about what a good team they are. And they've done that very, very emphatically indeed. Sami Ali Khan dominating with 53 not out off 25. Well, that is just peak Pakistanska, really, when you think that last night they were chasing 79 to win. They made an absolute dog's dinner of it and lost. And today, chasing 75 to win, they've made it look so easy. 77 without loss after 6 overs and 1 ball, and they actually slowed up towards the end of that run chase. So that is about as emphatic as you can get. They were helped by some errant bowling, not least here from Ankit Pandey. 8 wides contributed to the score by the 4 non-rolls. They didn't really need the wides, in truth. Would have got there regardless of the charity. Ankit Pandey went for 17, Sahib Prussia went for 21. Rohit Jadeja conceded 15, as it was raining boundaries right from the off. Prussia trying right arm around, getting absolutely thwacked to all parts by Sami Ali Khan, who took full advantage of the power play in a way that Anirudh Ram and Rohit Jadeja just never did for the 4 non-rolls. 4 non did put on 57 for the first wicket, but it took them 49 balls to do that. And compare that to Pakistanska, Sami Ali Khan and Movaja Ali added 77 together in 12 fewer deliveries. One unfortunate instant there, a change of umpires, as Suki Savach had to go off after being hit by the ball. We wish her all the very best in her recovery. I'm reliably told that she's already not doing too badly, getting a bit of medical treatment on that nasty looking ankle injury. Focusing back on the field, they just kept finding their merry way along. Pakistanska pulled round the corner. There's Amaya Bendre. Nobody provided any sense of containment at all, apart from Srini Jeti Boyina, who was the one bowler that managed to contain for any notable period of time. So it's a very attractive looking batting card for Pakistanska. But before we come to that, this is how we look for match 20. Botshika winning the toss, and they're going to have a bat against Umia. So things will happen in the same order in which they did earlier on, when Umia got a surprise first win of this tournament, winning by 4 balls, with 4 balls to spare, I should say, winning by 5 wickets. They'll hope for another success to give them something to smile about on their long journey home that is coming after tonight. Got a 9-hour, 800-kilometre drive to get home. Thank them for their dedication and everything they've brought to the tournament. Heading back to that scorecard, which is a dream for Pakistanska. They only needed the openers. Samir Ali Khan with 53 not out of 25 balls. He was the dominant force. 8 fours and 2 sixes. Mohammad Vajra Ali with 16 of 12 and 2 fours. As for the bowling for Botshika, well, unless you're Srini Jeti Boyina, you probably want to look away now. 2 overs for 8. Nobody else impressed, really. It was one of those days where Samir Ali Khan started smacking boundaries all over the place, and the heads dropped for 4 non-rolls, and they never came back up again. So Pakistanska finish like champions. 7 wins from 8. They get revenge for that defeat last night against the 4 non-rolls. As for the rolls, 3 wins for 8 from 8 for them in the league campaign. Defeats against Stockholm and Pakistanska today. Confirmation there then, Pakistanska winning this game by 10 wickets with 23 balls to spare. They could at one point have done it before the halfway stage. They slowed up a touch, but not by much. Samir Ali Khan eventually getting over the line to get his 50. I'm Michael McCann. You're watching the European Cricket Network. Do join us for match 20, that rematch between Botshika and Umia, who got their first win earlier on today. That rematch coming up in just under half an hour or so's time. Confirmation there in terms of the table then. Pakistanska Freining will finish top. Stockholm right now in second on net run rate. Botshika can move into second and theoretically get themselves an easier quarter-final with victory over Umia in just under half an hour's time. That's when our build-up to that game starts. Do make sure to join us for the bias draft coin toss, which is happening in around 25 minutes or so on your screens, whether you're on FanCode in the subcontinent or you're watching on the European Cricket Network YouTube page. Great to have your company, and we'll see you for match 20 very shortly. It's the Biostraff coin toss ahead of match 20 of the FanCode European Cricket Series here in Sweden. It's fantastic to have Biostraff on board as one of our brand new partners here at the European Cricket Network. You can go to our page or Biostraff's website or europeancricket.com to find out more about Biostraff's fantastic herbal products. They've been improving health and well-being through Biostraff's products for about 60 years now. It's great to have them on board. They are bringing you this coin toss from match 20, which is a rematch of match number 18, which we saw earlier on in the day, Botkyrka against Umeå. Umeå got themselves a win to lose that tag of being the best ever winless ECS team. A narrow game, a high scoring thriller. It went right to the last over, and with 10 to win, a 4 and a 6 did it for them. Can they get a second win to go home on their long 9-hour drive back tonight with hundreds of kilometres happy? Well, we're about to find out. It's the Biostraff coin toss, Umeå against Botkyrka. The match referee has the coin in his hand.
So here's the head and tail. Okay, here's the head and the tail. And flip the coin.
Heads. Heads is the call.
Okay, it's you.
And it is a heads.
We are going to bat first.
So Botkyrka have won the toss, and they've decided in match 20 that the result of the Biostraff coin toss is they're going to have a bat. So things will happen in the exact same order as they did earlier on in the day when Umeå got that brilliant first win in the tournament for them. Victory by 5 wickets with 4 balls to spare. Can Umeå do it again? We'll wait and see. The result of the Biostraff coin toss is that Botkyrka have won it. They're going to have a bat. Let's get up to the commentary box ahead of the first ball. So, toss done for match 20, and our roving reporter has the information that Botkyrka are going to bat first. Earlier on today, when these two met, Umeå won the toss and decided they were going to bowl and won the game. So, as pointed out, things are going to happen in pretty much the same order. The question is whether we'll get the same result here at the Stockholm Norseberg Cricket Ground. This is how your team sheets look for match 20. The desperately struggling, winless, always losing in close games Umeå now have the confidence of that victory surging through their veins. And they'll be looking for back-to-back wins against Stockholm, who Botkyrka, pardon me. The reason Stockholm's in my head is because they can overtake Stockholm into second place, theoretically anyway, securing themselves an easier quarter-final. So they'll be looking in particular towards their normal big guns of Zishan Mahmood and Mohamed Tarar, as well as Osama Qureshi with the ball for inspiration. Botkyrka start this match having had the stronger tournament, but Umeå start this match with the confidence of having beaten their opponents earlier on in the day. Of course, this double round robin format means everyone plays everyone twice, and this is the very last pair of meetings, the very last game in Group A. Group B gets going tomorrow. Then after a rest day on Sunday, we get into the meat of Group B, the middle of the Group B sandwich next week. I'm Michael McCann with you once again, as I've been throughout this tournament, and back again for a 4th time. Thankfully we've managed to get on good terms with his agent, which has helped facilitate yet another return. Is the man who, as quoted by Mehdi Daub, loves to show off his long barrier. Michael Boosley joins me. Michael, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I think I'm going to become something of a long barrier phenomenon, but this is not my own doing. I will kindly point out to everybody, this is not my own doing.
Yes, I think your cricketing trademark is swiftly being stamped on you as this tournament
whether
goes
I
on.
like it or not.
Yeah, well, yeah, exactly. You've got to sort of turn that into, that's your brand now, the long barrier, and your strong support of it, which certain Mr. Sharad Brumbat was keen to stress that he felt.
I heard.
He said that it's for veterans cricket, and that because you are a veteran, that might be fine for you, but it's not suitable for T10. We will come back to that particular debate just after we've set up what's going on in front of you. Umia in the light green shirts and dark blue pantaloons are in the field, and Botshirka, having won the toss, have decided to bat. Ahmed Zulfikar is set to face the first ball. Shani Kawaja, who thrashed 74 not out of 38 earlier on, the second highest individual score of the tournament. He's at the non-strikers end. We are in the power play, so of course only 2 fielders can field outside the circle, and after much debate and changing of the field, they've got a deep point and a long off in a 6-3 offside field, so can't really afford to stray onto the pads. Hani Hassan, and it's a nice start, quick single, and he's absolutely wanged that straight at Hani Hassan, who in seeking to protect his own figures somehow got behind it. Well, that's a finger breaker.
Yeah, that is a finger breaker, but he's done well and he seems to be in no pain and he's back to his mark, so we're all good.
That's the first wide of the reply. So, we were saying.
Well, I think I don't really need to say a great deal, because when we were discussing it before, I think it was literally the ball afterwards. Someone on the boundary could have easily saved a boundary and it went through his legs. Now, with the long barrier, he wasn't protecting the single.
That goes straight through. I shouldn't laugh, and I'm not laughing at the fielder's misfortune. It's more the fact that we are discussing this very topic as it happens in front of us. It nutmegs the man at point, goes away for a single.
Yeah, we'll come back to it after this ball.
Baseball style shot down the ground from Zulfikar. Amir Hosseini comes round and puts in a very good piece of fielding. It was a nice throw as well. They just about scamper for 2.
I think technically, you know, I think in the ball before, the guy's attacking it, he's trying to protect, protect the single, trying to stop the single, trying to get the run out, which is absolutely fine. He had someone backing him up. There's no problem at all. I wouldn't have suggested long barrier for that.
It's gone straight through, beautifully bowled by Hassan.
However, when we were discussing it before and the guys on the boundary, they've easily taken a single. They're never going to come back for 2. Get your long barrier down. Stop the 4. And maybe in a certain level of cricket, there isn't a necessary thing, but at this, we have seen obviously that it was necessary in that situation. So
pulled away straight to short mid-wicket. So still boundaryless with 1 ball left of the first. I did put that point to Sharad about boundary fielding. His point was I would back my fielders to stop the ball on the boundary without needing a long barrier. So that again is pulled away. This time it's beaten the short mid-wicket, 4 runs. That is a cracking pull shot from Ahmed Zulfikar. He's absolutely nailed that for 4. He couldn't have hit this much harder if he'd have tried.
yeah, it just sits up nicely for him. It's a little bit short. It's a little, hasn't pushed that into the turf. It's just come up and set up nicely and pulled away as it should have been. Not the best start for Hani Hassan, but he's gone for less than 10, so
yeah, 9 off the first isn't the worst return.
I think, like, Sharad is probably right in certain respects. You know, if you're talking at certain levels of cricket, that, you know, there's maybe not a need for the long barrier, but we've seen time and time again when there is no pressure on the fielder, that they tend to let it slip through occasionally.
Amir Hosseini bowling the second and starting brilliantly. That is a very nice channel to be in first up. To Shani Kawaja, who is a batter in form. So that's 74 not out earlier on.
But
so you're not of the view that it's just for veterans cricket and you're a veteran.
Well, I think
you're not with the times.
Well,
you're delaying 2 to 3 seconds for a run out was his point of view. Time and a place, maybe. Off the outside edge and dropped. Wouldn't have been an easy catch. Kawaja gets a life, and if there's anyone you don't want to give a life to, it's probably Shani Kawaja.
I think, you know, there is a time for it, and I think we'll maybe leave it at that. As we said, there was never a second run going to happen, and he's let it go for 4. So there's no need to be running in and picking it up one-handed and fizzing it in.
A lot of pace, but not a lot of radar there from Hosseini.
And just as a final note, Shirad's a wicket keeper. He could pick up a ball on the boundary if he tried. So we'll, I'll leave that as a parting shot.
That was exact words I was just about to use. A parting shot from Michael Boosley. I should say that the YouTube poll was firmly in your favour. 3/4 saying yes, it is a sensible thing to use in T10 cricket. Is that smashed down the ground, and that is a great piece of fielding. Well, no long barrier required for this member of the younger generation. 19-year-old Hani Hassan charging around to his right and then getting his right paw out low to stop that. That is exceptional work out there.
It is, and he hasn't stuck a leg out. He's got his hand down, got his hand behind it and saved the boundary. Great fielding.
Big swing in, and Khawaja going straight back down the ground. 4 runs. Well, he's so destructive in that straight V. He's a very classical hitter when he gets it right, Khawaja, and that is his first boundary.
Not even the quick Hani could get around the boundary for this one. Unfortunately, just a bit far too round on the offside to make it across in time to prevent the boundary. Good shot.
Yeah, hit hard and straight. Rarely see someone fielding that straight. Seen PC Durham saying Mike Proctor was a massive miss for the mix. Yeah, that's a good point. Slipped through the net there. Of course, our YouTube live chat is putting together the Michael 11, which we then knocked up into a graphic last night. Well, that's been wided. I think Hosseini's a bit unfortunate here.
Yeah, I think his hand on the head says it all. Yeah, I think he can feel a little hard done by.
Yeah, they're using that wide guideline. Of course, it's about when it passes the bat, not where it goes afterwards. Passes the crease, I should say. Low full toss, whacked away through cover point. He's one of the 2 sweepers out there, though, so Khawaja will have to settle for a single.
Yeah, he hasn't quite got hold of this, come slightly off the toe of the bat, and as a result, flies out to backward point.
That's a nice ball by Hosseini. A few people chipping in the live chat about the history of Swedish cricket. And asked a question that I've got an answer to, which is always nice when it's that way around. 18 without loss after 2, so a bit of discussion about how Swedish cricket first got going and how it got to where it is now, as well as working out just what contributed to things happening at a certain point to bring things to now. It started when Happy Factory said formed in 1999. Botkyrka is one of the oldest clubs in Sweden with players from different origins and a good mix of experienced and young talent. As stepping up to bowl this second over for Umya is Pradeep Mishra, who's not had the best tournament in terms of his catching. His bowling, thankfully for him, has been a fair bit better.
Unfortunately, there's only a few that can boast a good catching tournament at the moment.
Yeah, Kaushik Vats, who was on with us earlier, the Stockholm batter, was just saying that really, it's a bit windy out there, but he just couldn't understand how so many were going down and was adamant that this is not an accurate representation of what normally happens when these very same clubs meet in league cricket.
Something up with Majid, the captain.
Yeah, Majid Mustafa.
Problem with his glove, maybe.
Yeah, of course, it can be a tiring art, both wicket keeping and batting at the same time. So a bit of a delay here. I think it's an injury delay of some description for Majid Mustafa. But there was a question following on from saying that Botkyrka were formed in 1999 from Michael Dow, the scorer in the Michaels 11. Said Botkyrka formed in 1999. That raises the question, when did cricket start in Sweden at all? What is the eldest club? Well, British Embassy staff created Stockholm CC in 1948, and that's the first organised club that's still going today. Back then they played games against crews of passing ships because there wasn't really much of there wasn't really any cricketing mainland set up. In the 1990s, that was when a national federation was formed. The MCC visited, and then more recently Sweden earned a place in the ICC European First Division. So that answers the question for you. Haris Siddiqa says hopefully Majid Mustafa's injury isn't that bad. He's a very important player for them.
No, not an injury, just a change of gloves. I think he ripped his old ones.
Able to make contact there. Khawaja, who's not quite yet into the rhythm that saw him hit that swashbuckling half century earlier on against these very same opponents. Of course, there is quite a nice, interesting dynamic to two teams playing two T10 games against each other in the same day. It's a chance for revenge for Botkyrka. Comes a long way down, and as we see so often, as a player struggles to score runs and get bat on ball, the problem gets worse and worse as they try and hit it harder and harder.
Yeah, for sure. And I must say, big congratulations to Mayor. As I was saying, when on comms yesterday, there was quite a number of fans of the club and people having a soft spot, so I was very pleased to see the win.
Inside out through the covers. That's a great shot from Khawaja into double figures. Good field manipulation. He knew that the only two power play sweepers that were out were at long off and point, deliberately targeted in between the two of them. Got it perfectly right.
Yeah, not stepping back or stepping forward and away to give himself the room. The room was already there, and shuffled that back foot across, and great strength, as we know.
Prakash Mishra says, good evening ECN team, hello from Bulgaria. Hello to you. Of course, we were in Bulgaria not too long ago. Sort of wide against Mishra. Sense quite a few people wanting a bit more about Swedish cricket history in the chat. It in fact goes back to 1883 when the first club was formed. They had a name that translates in Swedish as the Society of Joy.
I like it.
Can't get much better than that. Must have been a good team because I tell you what, you too often cricket club on a bad day, on a losing day, can be something of a society of misery.
Yeah.
So clearly they had a decent winning record, or they really backed themselves. Of course, the other
They didn't have anyone else to play.
Well, yes. So this was the other thing. It was generally a very occasional touring game.
Right.
Full toss, and he's not going to miss out on that, Zulfikar. He joins Khawaja in double digits, 28 without loss. And much like when these teams met earlier on, it's a very good opening partnership. On that occasion, it was Khawaja and Tarar, and this time it's Khawaja and Zulfikar getting things going.
Yeah, and I think what we've seen is that they're struggling to really hit the rhythm. They are punishing the bad balls and have taken this score to 28 already. They are one left in this third over, and whereas before, you struggle to get going, you can't get those runs on the board. They've still managed to punish the bad balls, and that's been vital.
Turned away by Zulfikar. He'll keep the strike. 29 without loss after 3. Yeah, they haven't quite been at their destructive best, particularly Khawaja hasn't quite. You do sometimes see these situations where players have played one good knock in a day, they turn up for their second one, and they look $1 million from the moment they get to the crease because they're already in as such from that previous innings. Can't quite say that about him, but it also hasn't been what we saw from, say, the 4 non-rolls against Pakistanska, where they've wasted the power play and gone in and around a run a ball. It's a start they'll be content with. 29 without loss after 3, so going at just under 10s. Atif Rahman says this partnership's getting stronger, but Botkyrka need to play like this more consistently. They've been an impressive side when they've got it all together. They know that victory here will take them second in the final Group A standings. Tries to go again, inside out through that cover region Zulfikar. Hani Hassan runs 15 yards away to his left-hand side and zings it in. But they're always getting 2 there, 31 without loss. And of course, we've got 5 brand new teams tomorrow. That will be a wide. The swing just taking it too far away from Abid Saeed.
Yeah, just straight in, just outside the lines that they're allowed.
It's hit very hard down the ground. And it's also, well, it was brilliantly half stopped, but it ends up trickling over. You cannot fault the fielder for the effort down there. He's chasing after it like a man possessed. Ends up sort of football goalkeeper style, palming it round the post, but no real reward for that in the ECS. 4 runs. Again, left alone, so that's yet another extra.
I think Abid Saeed has been a good go-to bowler over the course of the over the course of the week. He just seems to be a bit loose this particular spell.
Smashed away, and that is a Strath super strike. That is supersonic from Zulfikar. He has absolutely mowed that away. It was just coming into that slot region on middle, and he's got out the long levers. That's a big old hit. Potshirkat flying along, 43 without loss.
Yeah, that's right in his zone. You bowl it there, you know where it's going to go. It's going to go one way, and that is out the ground. Just not enough pace on it if you're going to bowl it in that area. So he's gone up to over 2 a ball with that strike. He's 25 not out after 12. Just discussing where they're going to put the fielders. I think you need to concentrate on positioning the field to your strengths rather than previous balls, but we will see.
Swung away, less convincingly, but it's still gone. Well, it wasn't an easy chance out there for Pradeep Mishra, who has struggled in the field this week, it must be said. And it ends up, in fact, being 6 more. I think he was maybe just trying to see if he can palm this in. But instead, Ahmed Zulfikar gets another maximum. And Potshirkat now 1 short of the half century.
Yeah, it just shows the guy's power, because he just doesn't get hold of that. And it flies just over the boundary, even without really connecting the way he wanted to.
Straight up. Got to be the keepers. And Iz takes responsibility, so they've got the breakthrough. Potshirkat 49 for 1, and Ahmed Zulfikar, after hitting 2 big 6s in succession, has to go for 31 off 14, just playing 1 shot too many off Abid Saeed. Top edge, nicely pouched by Majid Mustafa.
Yeah, and Abid gets his lines right at last, just outside off stump, just on a decent length as well, so it's popping up. And he gets his reward, unfortunately, for the big striking batsman. They've crossed, so the new batsman Tahir Tarar, captain, has come in on the non-striker's end.
It's just about okay in terms of the widiness of that delivery. So an eventful over for Abid Saeed. He concedes 20, gets hit for 2 massive 6s and picks up a wicket. Just an ECS classic really in that sense. So Potshirkat 49 for 1 of 4. Tahir Tarar out there. We had him in the seat next to me for the 2nd innings of match 19, but he has now metamorphosised back into Michael Bousley. It's there's all sorts of shape-shifting going on in that seat to my right. Every single time you come back to me, we keep you on your toes, folks. You just don't know what it's going to be. And speaking of keeping you on your toes. We sprung that little surprise on you with the loving to demonstrate your long barrier, and your reaction's not one I'll forget anytime soon. It was exactly as Medadao predicted, as Terrar faces his first ball. That's a respectful forward block. There was a moment of surprise as you saw me jump round to grab the free balls, and then I saw the smile on your face, and Meda did say he loves to show off his long barrier, and then like an excited school kid he ran over to the barrier and gave us the sign, I should say, behind us, and gave us a good demonstration. As Tahir Terrar gives a good demonstration of a swipe through square leg and gets off and running. 50 up, 50 for 1.
Yeah, he only saw that first ball. He only needs one to have a look at, and then he will start swinging. And the action man will certainly keep the other batsman on his toes, and they'll be pushing those runs and pushing those singles to try and keep these total ticking over.
It's a very good Yorker, and nothing much Khawaja can do with it. Yeah, he's a million miles an hour, Tahir Terrar.
Yeah.
He said we'd sort of pre-agreed that he might well drop into the box at some point in game 3. He said he was very, very keen to come and do a little stint of 10 or 15 minutes or so. And out of nowhere he popped just in time for the Pakistanska run chase and came in for 2 overs, and then had to pop out to reorganise his team due to an injury ahead of this match 20. He's absolutely mashed off the back foot. I think he only had 1 foot on the ground when he played this. There's a real swagger to the shot as he gets another single. That's a very good shot for 1.
Yeah, and Amir out on the boundary. He's a reliable pair of hands, I must say, and another action man.
Very, very high. Catching chance, long off, and dropped by Hani Hassan. Trying to take this above his head. It's never easy, of course. And he's got his hat covering his head now, and his head in his hands in frustration. Trying to take it up above him. He sort of overran it.
Yeah, he's seen it gone up. He feels like he's got to cover more distance than is actually needed, and lost a little bit of composure, found himself in the wrong position, and then the technique goes out the window.
54 for 1 off 5, so that's a pretty solid start. And from here, well, Botshirka should be aiming to beat the 107 for 2 that they got when these sides met earlier today.
Yeah, and after that unfortunate incident in the field, Hani Hassan has been given the ball, and maybe he can make amends in this over. Not with that.
That's not a good start. He was very good earlier on, Hani Hassan. Conceded 16 off his 2 overs. And arguably, for all the credit that went to the batters in finally chasing down a score successfully in a close situation. Very clever slow ball from the teenager. Hani Hassan deserved his share of it because his 2 overs, the first and the last over of the innings, went for 16. He bowled the last over of the innings that went for 4. And that, in the grand scheme of things, had such a big effect on the game. In that channel outside off, but just a bit too far in that channel outside off. Now, we showed you the Michael 11 earlier on. Now, across today was a discussion we started right in the early morning here in Stockholm and across the world. A challenger to that, but meanwhile, that is a serious challenge to Hani Hassan, laid down by Shani Khawaja. Well, he hit 2 big 6s and 10 4s when these sides met earlier on. And you can see why with shots like this. He shimmies down, gets right underneath this. That's gone a good 70 metres, never mind 55. His first 6 of the innings. Botshirka 63 for 1.
Yeah, and you can see Hani Hassan having a think about what's his next move. The young man played particularly well over this course and showed great promise and a great future for his club. So I hope this particular spell doesn't get him down, because he's done himself proud and he's done his team proud. I think he's shown a lot of maturity even in this over after straying on the first ball, just taking the pace off it. You see it so often with young bowlers, just trying even harder after the first ball goes wide and trying to bowl even faster and sending having a run of wides, and he's actually taken a little bit of pace, got the length and line, and unfortunately he's just up against a cracking batsman at the moment.
Yeah, Khawaja is absolutely flying. Ati Framan says Khawaja's getting dangerous and you need to get him out or else he could do great damage.
It's not wrong.
The only thing I'd correct about that, I wouldn't say he's getting dangerous, I'd say he's been dangerous on the off against Umya today. In fact, across the 2 innings, he's 95 not out against Umya. He's going to collect more here.
There's no one backing up. Yes, there is. Well done, wicketkeeper.
Eventually, Majid Mustafa gets across. So the gauntlet's been laid down. What's been built across today is an 11 of Steves. Steves can be with a V or a PH or an F, to be clear. And it's looking pretty good. We've got a team built here. Lily Panda seems to have installed herself as the manager. That's a great response from young Hani Hassan. Has shown maturity beyond his years in this competition. We've got Camacho, Fleming, Smith, War, Ticcolo, Rhodes. Short, proper cut shot this, but deep point is out there for that. So Tara not quite hitting his straps yet. He's hit some nice looking singles, but he's still yet to find the boundary, 4 off 6. O'Keefe is the spin option. Taylor now into the bowlers. Finn, Book and Harmison. And then there's reserves as well. It's a proper job this. Slow ball, mistimed. Got enough of it though to scramble for 2. That's good aggressive running. And there's Stevie Wonder, who I think is probably going up against Michael Bublé in the head-to-head for who can sing the better team song.
Oh, Stevie's won that.
There's Steve Mix and Steve Jones as well. That's what they're bringing to bear.
Decent.
Yeah, it's not bad. It's not bad. I mean,
I'd
I don't
back
know
the
where we're
Micros
getting with
myself.
this. This is normally one of those things where they get some like weird simulator thing to blitz it all together. But 67 for 1 off 6. Hani Hassan bowled out then. The problem with bowling him out early, I'm surprised they've done that, is now who's going to bowl the last over at the death? Kai Mia back. It's a good start from Mia, who has the best individual bowling figures in a game anyone's managed in the tournament. 4 for 14 off 4 yesterday against Pakistanska in match 14.
That's brilliant figures.
No one else has taken a 4 for, never mind a Michelle, in this competition so far. Just jabbed away for 1 by Tara, who's seemed content, and understandably, having watched him thrash it all over the place to earlier on in particular, to give the strike back to Khawaja.
Yeah, and he's adjusted really well. He's obviously looking to play down the ground as he does, or pull, or get the cut shot in, but he's a decent ball and he's adjusted and worked the single.
Low full toss. And again, not able to find the boundary, so just quietly putting together a very tidy spell here, Mia. Jabbed away by Tara for 1 more. 6 of 9.
Slinging action of Kyle Mears, quite difficult to read, I think, for the batsman. Obviously, doesn't come and hit the track. It kind of shoots through. It's quite difficult to get away. His figures say that.
Steps a long way across. He was trying to find the gap behind square on the leg side, but it was well adjusted by Mia, which made that difficult. And they may or may not have scrambled back for 2. I think maybe he just has. Yeah, the throw was a touch errant. Steve Buckner, umpire.
Yeah, yeah.
It's a fair shout. putting together a good team here. Mike Myers has been thrown in by Keanu Nolan, team comedian.
Yeah, some new roles created.
Yeah, this is a strange touring team. Turns up with a team comedian, a team song singer. Really have thought of everything.
Yeah.
Lovely ball from Mia to finish off a great spell. Just about inside the wide line. He's conceded 10 from his 2 overs to drag things back. Now, we're in a very uncertain world at the moment. You don't quite know what's going on with everything that's happening. But one thing you can guarantee, come rain or shine, is that at 9 AM CET and then 11, 1 and 3 from Monday to Saturday, we will be somewhere on the European continent bringing you some entertaining live cricket. Stockholm is well and truly up and running. Then, of course, we're in Malmo. And then after 4 weeks in Sweden, we head to Germany, Dresden to be precise, and then Capelle in the Netherlands. After that, we're on to the big one, the European Cricket Championship from mid-September onwards. That is going to be a really fascinating event. 15 countries across 3 groups, some bringing representative 11s, but vast majority their full best side.
Looking forward to Dresden. Mead has been bigging up that tournament, so I'm looking for that'll be my next trip after this one.
Oh, well, you've preempted my next question. Syed Junaid to bowl the 8th. Oh, that's coming a long way. What a ball. Oh, ho, look at this dip and drift in the air viciously. Well, there's nothing that Tahir Tarar could do about this. Gone for 6 off 10. And it's done all sorts. The absolute magician, and he celebrates joyously, Syed Junaid, and why not? 72 for 2. Tahir Tarar gone for 6 off 10.
Yeah, and he's just had no idea where that ball was going or where the flight just absolutely deceived him. And fair play to Syed Junaid for tossing it up there. You've got to give that ball some flight as a spinner. You've got to keep that variation, and that's an absolute beautiful ball. And away goes the captain. So, into bat is
Zishan Mahmood. Now
yeah.
this is fascinating on a few levels. As he's going to get off the mark with a 2 thanks to misfield. Shouldn't really have been 2 there. Now Zishan Mahmood has opened the batting in a lot of this tournament quite successfully for Botshika. He's been moved out to 4, so he hasn't got as much time to make an impact here, and he hasn't got the power play to bat in. There's a discussion now going on about who's going to do security for the 2 11s. I mean, this is really getting very specific. We've got Mike Tyson, apparently.
Wow.
I don't know what cricket match you're playing, and if you need Mike Tyson there.
Isn't
Again,
there a
drifts in from Junaid. He's picked out the sweepers who've collided nastily, and the ball's gone away for 4. Well, both fielders had their eyes on the ball, and in the end, neither has managed to get their mitts on the ball. They've got a good chunk of each other. Flighted by Junaid, hit away by Zishan Mahmood. And it was Abdullah Abrar coming together out there with Amir Hussaini. It's Hussaini who's definitely come off the worst of the 2. And assistants coming onto the field to help check that he's okay now.
I think he's okay. I think he didn't have any. He wasn't. His head wasn't colliding with any hard parts of Abdullah's body. I think the wind has been taken out of him considerably. So I think just a short moment, he'll be good to go. You don't hear a name. You've got to. You're both travelling at such speed.
No communication.
Someone's got to get their name on that.
Yeah, I mean, Hussaini a bit groggy, but up to his feet.
This strapping lad, he'll be fine.
Had exactly 3/4 of this innings. Zishama moved with the boundary onto 6 off 2. That's going to be more runs, 1 through cover. Well, the report back from our team that went over to make sure he was okay is he ran into the groin of Abdullah Abra. So pretty nasty coming together. Thankfully, everyone's okay, albeit a bit of damaged morale and weary bodies out there. It is quite hot for Stockholm, which is a very cold place.
Yeah, I think also what we've found with other tournaments, when we arrive, especially at this earlier part of the year, we're just getting into their season or pre-season. So a lot of these teams haven't had the opportunity to play a great deal of cricket.
Oh, he stepped a long, long way across there, and he's managed to turn an offside wide into a single through square leg. So it's fair to say that has not worked out well for Shani Khawaja.
Yeah, and I think what we've seen is with other tournaments, it's coming towards the end of the group stages, it does take its toll on players just using muscles that you haven't used for a few months and just trying to get back into the swing of things in time for the new season. And it is good preparation, but it's also quite an intense one. So you will find that people will pick up a few knocks along the way. Generally, muscle strains more than anything. Obviously, we've seen a few collisions, but that can't be helped, and I'm pretty sure that would have happened whatever time of the year.
PC Durham says, just winded, I hope. Yep, just winded. Phil G says, might have got a knee in the lower abdominal region. No, I'm told it wasn't anything quite so bony, thank goodness. Start of the 9th. Mishra back. And starts with a wide. Pradeep Mishra, who's always flirting with that wide line out there. Bowled 4 wides in his first over.
Do you know what? Maybe I'm more a benefit of the doubt person than the other way around, because there's been quite a few of them today that have been very close. Could go either way. I'm not blaming the umpires, just my opinion.
And that swings in just a touch.
That's the line. That's the length, that's the line. Gets a good bit of pace, good bit of bounce. Batsman reaching, not able to get that bat up for a real cut, just kind of swinging through. Dot ball. More of them, please.
Got him! Well, no, maybe not. He's managed to sneak back in time. Very, very good bowling and some sharp wicket keeping from Majid Mustafa. Well, he's got to be careful there. Didn't run the bat in, just plopped it down at the last moment, having come a long way out of his ground.
Just got that down just in time, but this is good bowling. This is exactly, he's got his lines and length right now, and just 2 decent balls in a row flying past the bat.
Tara Siddiqa says good line outside off. Yep, absolutely.
And again.
Just coming back, but maybe starting too far in terms of when it pitched, how far it was outside that off stump for our umpire.
Yeah. Ooh.
Standing umpire for this game, Mashra Akeith.
That comes in quite, it's almost a
good
off-cutter.
Sampat Manju is at square leg, and of course they're swapping each over. Miscued into the covers and taken. So that's Khawaja gone. That is a huge moment in the context of this match. And he scored a century against them across 2 games today. 74 not out earlier on. And now he's gone for a slightly less impressive 30 off 24. Just didn't quite get going, Shani Khawaja. 2 4s and a 6 in that knock. And Botshika 84 for 3. So 9 balls left. And Gopal Randhara comes out the non-strikers because they crossed. Turned away by Zisha Mahmood. Eyeing 2, but they turn it down. Good enthusiastic fielding by Amir Hosseini means that even if they did take the second, it was only ever going to be a bad run out there. Huge swipe. No nick on it. Not the most convincing shot from Randhara to start his innings. Mishra's getting it right in this over. Very, very tight thus far. All dots and singles. Inside out, through the covers. It's gonna. That's just in front of point. And they will scamper back for 2. So Randhara off and running, and at the end of the 9th, Botshika 87 for 3. So Mishra's first over was full of wides and went for 11. His second, the penultimate over of the innings, concedes just 5. And the last 3 overs of this innings have gone for just 20. They've really put the brakes on here, Umia. Kind of like what we saw earlier on today. I feel like I'm watching a very similar pattern in terms of the way the match is going.
Yeah, it was an excellent over from Mishra, really was. Got his lines right, got his length right, and got the just rewards. A decent wicket, and as we've seen, when they do lose those top order, the run rates slow down considerably. Just slapped down the ground for a single. So.
Well, just following on from the theme of that game, the last over in that game went for 4. Now, unless Botshika can find something much better, they're going to fall short of the 100 mark, which from that start they had is a really poor show. Lovely looking straight drive. It's too straight a straight drive, and it's out. Well, he's got a little flick on it on the way through, Amir Hosseini. Just the worst way to possibly get out in a game of cricket. Nothing wrong with the shot from Gopal Randhara, and Amir Hosseini just gets the tiniest little deflection, and that's all it needs. And so he's run out his team's best hitter in the final over. What a horrible moment for poor old Gopal Randhara. Lovely stuff from Amir Hosseini. 88 for 4. Zishan Mahmood gone for 9.
Yeah, it's a great effort from Amir Hosseini to get down. That ball's coming back so quick at him, and he's managed to just get a fingertip to that and tip it onto the stumps. Obviously not trying to do that tip onto the stumps, but just the agility to be able to turn his body, try and get his hand out to stop that, and he gets his rewards. That's a great wicket for them.
For a man, Nerval says, and we have bowled excellently in the last couple of overs. Good comeback from the bowlers. A few people saying that Pradeep bowled excellently in that second. Oof. And that could be another. No, not quite, but another dot for Hosseini. Well, they're really finishing this innings strong. Remember that after 4 overs, Botshika were 49 for 1. And we were sitting here, understandably, thinking that they would be eyeing up at least 110, if not 120. They're not going to get anywhere near that. Didn't really time it properly, Randhara, but he'll get 1. So Wasif Mohammed in his first bat of this ECS will have 2 balls to face, at most 2 legitimate balls, of course. Jab Lobs that away. He's off the mark. He'll settle for one. He won't now. Misfield coming around to his left by Abdullah Abra from long on. So 90 for 91 for 4, I should say, with just the one ball left.
I'm not going to say what maybe he should have done in the field there, but we'll...
Last ball of the innings. He's banged it in, deflected straight to the keeper. Really should have been a run out at the keeper's end, but he didn't gather it cleanly there, Majid Mustafa. An uncharacteristic error from him. They scamper through for one. So Botshika finished on 92 for 4. They've wasted a very, very good platform, having been 49 for 1 off 4. They score 43 from the last 36 deliveries of their innings, which has petered out somewhat. And Umia will fancy their chances of, well, finishing their tournament like London buses. You wait for one win, then two come at once.
Yeah, it's interesting to see some of the batsmen that they've given Wasif a go. He's a cracking team ender. He's been ever present all week. So it's good to see him get an opportunity to have a bat, and I think also they'll be looking at this this particular game as a platform for what's coming, but also just to look at some of the players that maybe haven't had an opportunity, because you find in T10 in particular that you can play the whole week, you can play a number of games, and you don't get past the first few batsmen. So it's important that they give these chances to players to show what they're able to do, because at some point down the line they may very well be needed. As we can see from the unfortunate fielding there, just some cracking strikes, taking the ball into next week again, being able to manipulate the field. Moving the feet nicely. This one pops up, wicket keeper gets underneath it, does his job. Bowler stays well away from that one. Good from Majid. There's the captain, Tahir Tarar. That's another great unfortunate catch. That was the one. He just doesn't get himself quite into position. But Hani Hassan has got nothing to be ashamed of this tournament, that's for sure. He's performed particularly well, worked very hard. This is the Jaffa, absolute beautiful ball. Tahir Tarar unable to know which way to go with that one. It's absolute peach. And Zishan comes in, delivers a few blows, and a particular blow between the two fielders there colliding. Unfortunately, Amir up and strong and back on his feet. And a simple catch. As we go into the tail end of the innings, again some great agility by Amir, getting his fingertips to that one to take the wicket of Gulpal. And at the end of the innings, the chase is on. Umair are going to require 93 from their 10 overs. As we've seen so far, and as they're hitting the ground running now, they will attack and they will rely on those top 2 or 3 batsmen. So it's vital that the captain Majid and Abdullah Abra take this on accordingly. As we can see, pick of the bowlers, Saeed Junaid. Just 1 over, 1 wicket. Qayyum, 2 very good overs for 10 runs. And the wickets come from Abid Saeed and Pradeep Mishra, who have done their job.
Yeah, he was a big part of pulling it back in particular, wasn't he, Qayyum Mir? He's been a quietly impressive performer for Umia throughout this tournament. And, well, they've lost so many close games, but they might just be about to get 2 wins in the same day against the same opponent. Umia needing 93 to win, so it's 15 fewer to be technically correct, I should say, grammatically correct, than what they required earlier on in the day against the same opponents in match 18. Can they get over the line in match 20, or will Shirka going to get the victory that will ensure they will finish in second place in Group A ahead of Stockholm, who currently sit there on net run rate. Join us for the run chase in the final match of day 5 very, very shortly. Michael Busley has been alongside me. Thank you very much to him for his comments and observations on all things ECS once more. Look forward to having you back sooner rather than later. For now, though, join us for the last innings of the 5th day of action in Stockholm very soon. I'm Michael McCann, and you're watching the European Cricket Network. Hello, and for the final time today, welcome back to the sun-kissed Stockholm Norsborg Cricket Ground. We couldn't have asked for better weather if we'd have ordered it in via the hotel takeaway service menu. Exceptional stuff. It is mid-20s, sunny, not a cloud in the sky. And in this final match, there is nothing to play for in terms of qualification, but so much else to play for. The pride for Umeå of having travelled a round trip of not far off 2,000 kilometres and a 9-hour car journey back tonight to see if they can go home with 2 wins on their final day of ECS action, having already been confirmed as finishing bottom after 6 straight defeats. For Botkyrka, they can get themselves into second with victory in this game, avenge their defeat against Umeå earlier on in the day, and move above Stockholm, edging Stockholm into third instead. So plenty to play for both teams. Botkyrka, having won the toss and chosen to bat, put up 92 for 4, batting first. And now they're going to try and defend that. It's 15 below what they managed earlier on in the day, but it's still a decent score, maybe just a shade under par, but nothing more. Someone next to me who never makes the mood under par when they're around. A ray of sunshine within our ECN team. is back by popular demand. Arguably the most popular of the Daubs, but we might need a YouTube poll for that one. So I don't think any are seen in malcontent in any way, shape or form. Meda Daub, good late afternoon to you.
Thank you, Michael. Really happy to be back.
Yes, at some point, maybe we'll... What's the sort of... You know, they have those expressions with different animals. What is it with Daubs? Is it like a clan of Daubs?
Yeah, clan is, I think, a good way to describe it.
Yeah, because, I mean, you're all sort of jetting around in different places. Has there ever been a European cricket incident where we've actually managed to get all three in the same place at the same time?
Yes, I think in Frankfurt we actually were all for... The first Frankfurt one were all...
Yeah. First ball of the reply. That's a great ball from Zisha Mahmood. Almost nicked behind by Majid Mustafa. So that would have been back in September 2020.
Correct.
Yes.
I think the weekend event, I think.
Yeah, that was a very eventful week or so in the late German, slightly nippy weather. It at times brought us a bit of rain, but that's all part of the fun here at the ECS.
Absolutely. Fully agree.
Mustafa off the mark with a nice looking straight drive. Now we do get all sorts of weather, but it is nice to just get proper cricket weather, and that's what we've had this week.
Yes, the local organisers warned us a bit. Stockholm is a bit tricky with the weather sometimes, so hopefully we get another pretty weekend like this one.
Yeah, don't look at the forecast for next week.
Yeah, it didn't look that promising, did it?
I think we should just bask in this week for now. Nicely flicked away by Abrar, just using the pace from Zishan Mahmood. First boundary of the innings, and he's timed the living daylights off that. Doesn't really need to hit it too hard, just nudges it away, grazes it down to the fine leg boundary for 5 of that loss.
Just answering Lily Panda's question if there's a Steven Daub. No, there isn't, unfortunately.
Disappointing.
I don't really understand the question. I think I missed something here.
So basically, the YouTube chat has become a beast of its own. Really, it's out of control. Someone needs to take some kind of authority over it, and I'm certainly not being that person. But joking aside, it's kind of grown its own thing. I blame your dad. I mean, your dad started this when he decided to casually name a couple of people who were Michaels like himself and start a Michael 11. Because what it's now building into is a Stephen 11 with V's and PH's. And the 11's already pretty much been built. We're going to see if we can knock up another graphic for tomorrow ahead of that. But that's why they're asking whether there might be a Stephen Daub to contribute to things. Straight through. Oh, that's lovely from Zishan. So unlucky. Oh, who would be a bowler? Batsman's game. Oh dear, how has that missed? It's done everything.
Yeah, missed the edge, missed the stumps.
The only thing it didn't do was miss the gloves, thankfully. Byes really would have been an insult to the injury that was already very much taken. Skied up. Should be caught. Oh, and dropped. We've seen so many drops this week. Now, the wind sometimes could be an excuse, but that really did look as simple can be. Now, Wasif Mohammed is trying to use something as an excuse. He's even got sunglasses and a hat on, and the sun isn't even particularly shining in that direction, so I don't know what he's citing. End of the first over. It's an early life for Umya. They are 6 without loss.
It's been a tournament filled with drop catches and misfieldings, unfortunately. Let's see what Group B can do.
Well, everything I keep being told about Group B, you've got 5 teams that all, unlike these 5, play in the elite top division in both formats in Swedish cricket. So we are expecting Group B to be a lot stronger. Well, you know it's been a problem as Faisal comes in to start the second over. It's arguably been their best bowler at this tournament. And it's deliveries like that are why. When you've got Kaushifat's top order Stockholm bat next to you, and you think normally maybe you have to be a bit more diplomatic with a player, we're talking about the catching, and I say, well, I think it's been maybe around 50-50. He just turns to me, he goes, I think it's been about 25%. And then today he came back on and said, I think it might have gone lower in terms of the percentage. He really made
Brutal.
he's brutal. I don't think he's necessarily wrong either. And he just said, he just loses his line there, and he's not happy there, Faisal Mushtaq. Now, this isn't what we want to see. It's a difficult job being an umpire. That guideline is only a guideline. Now, based on that replay, he might well have a case, but we don't like the aggressive sort of gesturing and that gesticulating to an umpire. That's borderline intimidation. I imagine our match referee, Adrian van der Dries, might have something to say about that. So that's chopped away for 4 through deep backward point. So that's piling on the pain for Faisal Mushtaq. It's another boundary for Abra.
Yeah, that ball would have probably been a wide if that wouldn't have been spanked away.
Yeah, very, very true. It's rare the decision to chase after a wide with the bat works out in your favour, but that was an occasion where it did. I've seen plenty of people get out trying to hit a wide, just trying to hit the ball too hard, and the next thing you know, they're caught.
That's the most frustrating thing. So many regrets.
Well, that's again completely beaten Abra. He's had a strange innings. He's hit 2 glorious boundaries, but barely laid bat convincingly on anything else. Oh, that's missed middle stump by whiskers. And not a lot of whiskers either.
Lucky for Omeo there. After his innings in the last match, in the second match this morning, you really don't want to lose him early.
And they've lost him early. 9 off 8. Well, that is exactly what has happened. Faisal Mushtaq gets the breakthrough. He still doesn't seem overly happy. He's got a proper game face on. It was just chipped, completely mistimed by Abdullah Abra. So he's gone for 9 off 6. He'd scored 37, top scored with that 37 off 15 when they met earlier on. But he departs cheaply here, 11 for 1.
That was commentator's curse at its best. I'm very sorry, Abdullah.
Yeah, but see, I always hear this. Like, it's not a thing. This is not a, like,
Do you really
they
think
can't
so?
hear us. We have nothing to do with what's going on out there. There's plenty of times where we say someone's batting really well, and then he hits, 3 more huge sixes. No, see, what it is people only ever look for the commentator's curse. They don't look for the commentator's, I don't know what we're calling it, the commentator's carrot, where it goes on and it turns out what they said proved to be broadly correct.
It seems to be a very important topic for you.
I do, because I hear people all the time. I mean, I get it, I do get it, but what's the word I'm looking for? Ironic for a man who's supposed to talk words for a living. Nicely fielded by Faisal Mushtaq. He sort of went down in instalments here, but he got down quick enough. Self-fulfilling prophecy. That's it. Because people are looking for it. They remember the occasion where it's like this person's playing well. But it's like they didn't stop playing well because you said it,
Who knows, Michael?
Who knows? We need some research on this. 'Cause that's off the outside edge. That's an unconvincing way for Pardeep Singh to get off the mark. So end of the second. And Umia are struggling here. They are 12 for 1. And they're possibly quite lucky to have not lost even more wickets. There's been drop catches. Ball's just beating the bat. And that one just beating the glove of Ali Hassani, who couldn't quite take the catch. Yeah, if anybody fancies just going back and keeping a tally chart of every single time in the ECS a commentator has said someone's playing well or badly and what's gone on to happen, then they'll win a lot of unofficial brownie points, but I don't think we have the budget to actually fund that. I don't think that's seen as essential European cricket activity.
I will happily bake some brownies for that person. That is a lot of work and a lot of hours.
Yeah, I mean, it depends how big a sample size are we making them go through and watch. I mean, you need a few tournaments. You need, scientists talk about it.
All of them.
Yeah, maybe all of them. Tahir Tarar to bowl. And again, it's off the edge. Well, Umia are so lucky here. They're 16 for 1. They could be about 10 for 4. And Pardeep Singh gets off the mark in the most unconvincing of ways. Well, if there was a regulation first slip, it would have been a regulation slip catch. But neither of those things really exist in ECS cricket, to be honest.
Yeah, we rarely see any slip fielders.
Yeah. Yeah.
I would probably have a field like a slip fielder. I think that just adds to the pressure so much more. Why
Yeah.
not?
Particularly if you're in the power play.
Yes.
You've got to have them in anyway.
Anyways, right? Yeah,
Yeah.
fully agree.
It's nice from Tara, just in that channel outside off. He really is a live wire on and off the field, Tahir Tara. Had him in the commentary box, and he was, for a few overs earlier on today, he was like a jack in the box. Had all sorts to say. I thought I was chatty. And then I was next to Tahir Tara. Oh, he's a great character. Loves the game. Absolutely lives and breathes it.
Yeah, the captains have been wonderful to work with in this tournament. Made my life really easy, and Tahir Tara is one of them. It's been a pleasure to work with these guys here.
Yeah, so for those unfamiliar, the lady to my right, Mehda Daub, is someone that wears a wide array of hats. Very high on the bat. He's got away with it. He's going to get one par deep. And for those who maybe remember the Farhan Chowdhury fiasco from a few days ago, if you're watching Taranjeet Singh, when I say that, I just mean regulation size hats for a regulation size head.
Are we talking about hats again?
But when I say I mean this in regard to being skilled in a wide array of things. Mainly, I think it can be summarised as keeping the show on the road. And keeping the Umia run chase on the road is Majid Mustafa, as always. Short, pulled away. And it wasn't that bad a delivery, but it was a borderline room service ball in towards the pads. He still put it away nicely on the swivel pull. He gets his first boundary. So, to finish the point, I think, would it be fair to say your unofficial job title is keeping the show on the road?
Yeah, I think that is a good
Yeah.
expression to put it together. It's hard to explain. Yeah, as I think I mentioned yesterday, I call myself a firefighter. Anytime something goes wrong.
I think I described it once as the person that solves all the problems before other people know they exist, kind of thing. You know,
that describes it really well.
like a duck.
Like
Cut
a
away
duck.
by Tara. That's got you intrigued. Good. That's exactly what it was intended to do. I'll give you a few minutes to see if you or the viewers can pick out why I've picked a duck. I promise you it's not an insulting way at all. 10 off Tahir Tara's over, 22 for 1 off 3. So they've recovered somewhat, but it's still a below par power play, and that required run rate is just starting to creep up. It's already above 10. Phil G says, in my opinion, there's an assumption us commentators know everything and are always reliable with our facts and knowledge. As soon as something goes the other way, it's commentators' curse. Yep, I see that. See what you're trying to say. Keanu Nolan says that the BBC staff has created the term commentator's curse. I wasn't actually aware of that. And it's been around since in radio commentary. I definitely first heard it, I think, in cricket radio commentary, in fairness.
Yeah, that's Keanu Nolan saying that. It's been around since radio commentary.
Yeah, so it's a concept some believe in and some don't. Now Faisal's going to bowl his second straight off the reel, but it's power play done, so sweepers out all over the shop. And one of them, thankfully, for him is at deep point. He's not needed though, because running the circle's done well. And actually not run for that, to my surprise. Any ideas?
About the duck.
Got you flummoxed, have I?
I'm still confused about it.
Good.
Also have not seen any suggestions in the chat yet.
If anyone's got any ideas. Shorter, slower ball. So we're talking about someone that firefights, that makes problems look as if they don't exist, and things look simple. So it feels like one of those, those riddles that you have no idea and then someone tells you the answer to and it all seems obvious. So how could that relate to being a duck in terms of what you see and what you don't see? I think I've probably given it away there.
Definitely not to me. I have
Pulled
no
away,
clue.
and that could be 6. Nope, it's a one bounce 4 from Majid Mustafa. Well, they're not learning. He loves the pull shot, Majid Mustafa. He's pulled everything that's been short and anywhere near his middle or off stump in this tournament. He's got across and whacked it through square leg, and he's done it again successfully. So he's into double digits, and we are just starting to accelerate nicely now. And the top run scorer in this tournament is very much into his work.
Fully agree with you when you said they haven't learned. All the Lexa fielders are on the boundary, except for the one at square leg.
Yeah, and well, having praised Majid Mustafa, he has actually hit a ball there that would have been a wide and turned it into a dot. But you're quite right. He's got no one behind square on the leg side. Now, it's all well and good saying to Faisal Mushtaq, don't bowl there. At some point, you have to be practical. Nicely bowled and caught behind. Well, he had a few juggles at it, but eventually Ali Hassani just about holds on, and that is a key breakthrough. Majid Mustafa, the highest run scorer in this ECS, has gone for a poor score by his very high standards. He's out for 11 off 8. It's Faisal Mushtaq who gets his second. Umia, 28 for 2.
Really paid off getting Faisal into the attack early on, bowling him out in the first 4 overs.
Yeah, he normally bowls at the death.
Yeah.
So they've switched that up.
Which is, I think, a good idea, looking at the stats from the Umeå batting attack with Abdullah and Mustafa out early. They don't bat that deep, unfortunately.
No, they've got something of a soft underbelly, to be perfectly honest. And he's going to be not just 1 wide, but 2 wides. This poor old Hassani can't hold on. So that's a couple of extras. Seems the duck has flummoxed everybody. I've had nothing about it. I think everyone's just so bemused that they've just decided to pretend I've never said it. It's a good ball to finish his spell from Mushtaq. So 2 for 14 off his 2 overs. That's a very good set in anybody's book in T10. 31 for 2 off 4. And we are behind the required run rate, and they've lost their 2 top run scorers this tournament. So the reason, folks, that I've used the analogy of a duck for Meda Daub to my right is that she's the person that solves all the problems before they exist. Makes things look easy when they're not. Now, what does a duck do when it's floating along the water? Underneath, the legs are kicking furiously to power it and make things go along. But over the top, it all just looks fine and serene, and the duck's just there chilling with a big smile on its face, like, how are you doing? Yep, I'm fine, mate. I'm just sort of swimming it. Well, I don't know, not swimming. What's the word that ducks do? They don't
Floating?
swim. Float. Well, but they're not floating. They're kicking. That's the thing. Kicking
Looks
along.
like they're floating.
Yeah, well, see, there you go. That's the whole point. It looks serene on top, and underneath, it's frenetically making problems go away and keeping things moving in the right direction. So there you go. Started the 5th over. Sama Qureshi into the attack. He's had a pretty good tournament of things with the ball. Gets a lot of bounce. He's picked up 6 wickets in 6 games. His economy rate is just under 9, which isn't bad either. He's driven into his own foot, which can be very painful, but Pardeep's managed to get down the other end despite the injury. Of course, normally having your partner running at you is something of a motivation, knowing that if you don't move, you're out.
I'm really relieved to see Amir Hussaini still betting up the order. I was a bit scared after his clash
Oh, yeah.
in the fielding innings that really did look dangerous and prove once again how important calling for the ball is.
Yeah, it was a very solid advertisement for what happens if you don't. Nice looking drive from Hussaini. He's off the mark. Yeah, he had an unfortunate incident where he came together with Abdullah Abra's leg because both of them didn't call for a catch at mid-wicket. And in the end, it was very much a good lesson as to why. The ball went for 4, neither of them laid hands on it, and they both ended up on the turf in a bit of discomfort.
Yeah, we had to have a quick concussion check, but it was all good and he was able to continue.
Full toss, and he's got away with that one, Osama. Pressure just starting to build here. We're past the first tipping point of a run chase like this when the required run rate gets past 10. It's now starting to slowly move in the direction of getting towards 12, and that's when it's 2 a ball, and well, at that point you really are smoking pressure.
Yeah, they're in bad need of a few quick boundaries to get the runner down again.
It's another full toss, and again he's somewhat got away with this. Just a single out to Tara. But Shirka at this stage 50 for 1, powered by that very solid opening partnership. But you've got to be careful with that comparison, because the opening pair for Bot Shirka put on 49 in 23 balls. But Ahmed Zulfikar and Shani Khawaja were the only 2 players to get into double figures, and after that they lost a lot of momentum. So they might be 16 behind at this stage, Omir, but they're perfectly capable with a good finish of catching this up. Again, it's a shout of frustration from Hosseini. Knew that he hadn't got clean contact on it. So there's just a little pattern building up here now. Last boundary is 9 balls ago. It's mainly been wides that have just been helping to keep them somewhat in check.
Oh, that's very sweet from Andy Woods. He says, "Why a darker swan is a better analogy."
Oh. Well,
Thank you very much, Andy Woods.
I probably should stress, because I've dug myself a massive hole here.
He just threw you under the bus there.
It's just absolutely killed me. I only ever meant that analogy in the nicest possible way, and he's just like a politician's spin doctor, turned that right around on me. No, it wasn't a direct visual description, but yes, no, it's very kind from Andy. 5 overs gone, 37 for 2. I'm going to throw this out there because we're kind of in this sort of last game vibes. Last innings of the last game of the day. It's this kind of time for this. Which animals do you think would be useful on a cricket field?
Which animals?
Yeah.
I'm going with the dog.
Well, yeah, I was going to start there.
Easy, isn't it?
So I'm a big fan of golden retrievers. I've got one on my pencil case. A golden retriever, it's in the name. Like, you put them at long on. If you're bowling and you're the sort of person who they know and trust, they're going to keep getting that ball back to you pretty quick. So that's a start. But I want to go more obscure with this. Like, what do people think is going to be useful and why?
I think
short ball. I was just going to say, sorry, Ali on, flicked away for 1.
I think
far away.
I think an elephant would be quite helpful.
Okay.
He could actually, he could actually bowl.
Bowl? Oh, with the trunk.
Yeah, he could.
Did you see that video? I swear I saw a video of an elephant. No, it was an elephant having a hit. The elephant was batting.
Yeah, so
I promise you this was real, folks. This isn't a window into strange dreams. This Saini knocks 1. There's going to come a point very soon where Omio are going to have to get on with this. Knocking singles is just not going to be enough. There was a video, I think it might have even been filmed in Sri Lanka actually, of an elephant having a bat. They put a bat or something that vaguely looked like a bat in its trunk. Again, it's a low full toss, and again he's got away with it. Pardeep onto 12 or 14. And they were throwing a ball at it, and the elephant with its trunk, with the stick that was on the end of the trunk, was dismissively smashing it away. I saw it genuinely hit a cover drive.
So he would be an absolute killer all-rounder.
Gun bat. But not running between the wickets might be a bit...
He just has to smack it for boundaries. Just go for it.
Yeah, exactly.
Just like Umeo has to now.
Yeah, I tell you what, they could do worse than have an elephant out there. Because these two at the moment really don't look like hitting boundaries.
Oh, that was close.
Yeah, it was. Saying he can't put bat on ball. Well, it is a wide. Look, apologies if that sounds cruel. I know it's not easy being out there in the middle, but we've talked about tactical retirements before. I wonder if this is almost getting to the stage where a wicket might actually not be a bad thing. Just get somebody new out there who might be able to see the ball better, have their day. It's not been a boundary in 15 balls now. Chipped into the covers, and well, that might break the shackles. It's going to stop just short though. They are going to run free. We don't see many of them. They do just about get home, so Hosseini doubles his score.
I really like that. If you can't clear the boundaries, at least go for the 3 runs.
Yeah.
Take the risk, especially if you're not connecting that ball. If you go out, maybe not the worst thing that could have happened. If it works out, you got 3 runs on the board at least.
Yeah, at this stage they have to take those little half chances. Getting nudged away by Singh. They're eyeing off 2 here, and they're going to go for it once more. And this time his luck hasn't quite run out yet. Gets 2 more. Very avid and vocal support in the batting dugout.
Yeah, I think that's one of the many reasons why everyone has a soft spot for the Umeå team. They're just very, very supportive in the dugout and just enjoying themselves so much.
Steps away, and is he stumped? Yep, the bat was in the air, the feet were out of the crease, and that is the end of a struggling knock for Pardeep Singh. He just hasn't been able to get going at any point. Only 1 for 16 balls faced, and he is out for 14. And Umeå at the end of the 6th are very much behind the 8 ball. They're 46 for 3. Yeah, Imran Jahangir saying need some boundaries to release the pressure. No boundaries in 17 balls. We've also got this sort of Michael versus Stephen match building. Michael Daub saying to Lily Panda, who's sort of instilled herself as the captain of the Stevens, which I don't want to be mean, but I know that Lily, I remember Lily saying before, I don't believe her first name is a Stephen. So I'm not sure technically she can manage the Steves team. I think she might need to appoint a manager because I'm not sure she technically can do it. But Michael
Maybe she's the selector.
Yeah.
Selector of the Stevens.
Yeah, fair enough. In the same way that Michael Daub kind of was the selector of the Michaels, or the chief selector. Michael Daub says, who's your scorer? I'm curious to know who I have to sit next to while his team suffers the dramatic Stevens collapse caused by the excellent Michaels bowlers. So they're sledging for an imaginary cricket match that will never take place. Has already started from your dad. So I take it he's quite a competitive man.
No, he isn't. He told us not to sledge me and Maho.
But when it comes to imaginary cricket, he's all over it.
Then he's all over it. That's fair enough.
Well, I guess if it's not going to happen, then that's all the more reason to just lay in. Why not? So, teenager Hani Hassan is out at the non-strikers. That's your bowling figures so far. Very tidy stuff from Potshirka. Randhara on. 5th bowl, key moment. It's a nice start though.
I think Hani Hassan is one of my favorite players in that tournament. He has been very impressive, especially for his age.
So Umeå in real strife now. I mentioned required run rate of 12 plus as the tipping point. We are past that point now. It is more than 2 a ball needed. And Hani Hassan isn't even going to get a single there. That's not the ticket. Keanu Noya says, I remember in the CPL, Rakim Cornwall retiring out to let someone else come in and finish his team's innings. He'd set a great base. Yep, I remember that knock. And look, it's not like you're not giving up something. You're retiring out a batter in a situation like that.
I remember Karen Pollard was not very happy about that.
It wasn't. There's a bit of an idea that there's a spirit of cricket argument. But in so many other sports, substitutions happen. And there's never an argument that that's not allowed.
You're not really gaining any advantage if you're retired out, because It's not like you're retired hurt and then coming back later, so
Yeah.
you lost the wicket back.
Nicked it and dropped. Not an easy one standing up for Ali Hassani. Yeah, there's a bit of an idea that it's sort of like, I think frustrates fielding sides because they're like, if you're struggling, we want to keep you out there. And it might not have even counted as well because I think his hands were, he's trying to take that too early. Is that one out though? Yes, it is given. So Hani Hassan, the 19-year-old, gone for a 4-ball duck. Goes from bad to worse. The struggling Umair, who earlier on got a victory against Botshika, but look increasingly unlikely to do so now. Smart glove throw up from Ali Hassani, who did just enough to cling on. 47 for 4.
Definitely has to be very careful. He's close to taking the ball in front of the stumps. I think he was just okay, but definitely something the team has to look out for.
Yeah, you do see a lot of that in ECS. Keepers so eager to take the catch, they get those gloves too far out. Here comes Kayamiya, bowled brilliantly. None for 10 off his 2, so if they do end up losing this game, it's not his fault. He did his job. He's at the non-strikes. 3 overs left, 47 for 4, and they're only just past the halfway mark. So that tells you all you need to know about how they've gone thus far, Humea. Zishan back. Again mistimed by Hussaini. He's going to have to settle for 1, even if it was a misfield. There was doubt over whether they get 2 because they jogged it through. Which is something we've already discussed plenty of times in this tournament.
Yeah, it's one of our big pet peeves.
Yep. Again, a mistimed pull, this time from Mia. Will get off the mark, but this is just nowhere near enough for Mia. They've fallen very short in 4 close run chases. They finally successfully chased a score earlier on when needing 10 to win off that final over, and Mahmood Ahmed hit 4 and a 6 to win it. But it looks like this one isn't even going to get close unless they can find a glut of boundaries now. Wasn't a great delivery from Zishan. He's got away with it though. A direct hit. Hussaini could have been in trouble.
Unfortunately, Kayamiya ran a bit too far there. Would have been a chance for a second run, but he never turned around to have a look.
Yeah, Hussaini turns and looks at Mia, but Mia's at short fine leg by that point. Just scrolling back for when the last boundary was off the 3rd ball of the 3rd over.
Yeah, in desperate need of somebody stepping up.
Swipe from Mia. So no boundaries now in 24 balls. That is not far off half the innings. It's, to be precise, 40% of the innings in T10. This has gone a long way up. Keeper's called it, as he should. And holds on. Nice work from Ali Hassani, even with the gloves. That was swirling a bit in the wind. And it had gone right up into cyberspace. Never mind space.
He made a lot of ground there.
Did, yeah. He ended up at square leg. And that's a good catch. So Kayamiya gone for 1 of 3. Yeah, another one out. And Umair are falling apart here. 50 for 5. So out comes the man who was the hero of the piece earlier on. Mahmood Ahmed. He only faced 2 balls. 10 to win off the last 4 through the covers. And a 6 through mid-wicket. They're going to need a lot more than that here. He's at the non-strikers. Turned away nicely by Hussaini. This might be finally a boundary. It is. First boundary in 26 balls for Umair. And Amir Hussaini gets it to take his score up to 13. 54 for 5 at the end of the 8th.
Yeah, that boundary seems to come a bit too late, and at this point they probably need even more than fours.
Yeah.
Somebody has to clear the rope.
Somebody's got to turn into Dre Russ, haven't they? I mean, that worm tells you what you need to know. We're a long way behind the gold line that Shirka had put together. So Mahmoud Ahmed takes guard. Tahir Tara is back on his first over. Went for 10. It's a bit expensive by his high standards. Hold 4 wides in it. Nice looking straight drive from Ahmed. He's only going to pick up 1 though.
That was a really tidy delivery from him.
Yeah, he's been a star all-rounder for Botshika in this tournament, and I'm sure whoever ends up facing them in the quarterfinals is going to have taken a good look at him. It's again nicely bowled by Tahir Tara. Tara Sadiq says we need not just Dre Russ, but certain Chris Gale at the wicket. Yep, couldn't disagree with that. Praneet says, I mean, he's capable of pulling off a miracle. He's done it previously. Yeah, he is a very capable hitter, but he's just not in any kind of rhythm here. 14 off 10. Got him. Well, it's been coming. Lovely stuff from Tahir Tara. And the Tahir Tara Express has taken off as well in celebration. 56 for 6. Yet another one bites the dust. Mahmoud Ahmed gone for 1 off 2, trying to smash that away. And Umia steadily falling apart.
Yeah, 6 wickets down at this point. I don't really see anyone who could be up for this challenge of hitting over 20 runs per over right now.
It's going to take something truly extraordinary, even by standards of ECS cricket. Arslan Bajwa heads out. Bajwa, who has been demoted down to number 8 due to his slow scoring when in the top order, which is not the most encouraging of signs, to say the least.
Yeah, some of the supporters were saying he's a bit of a test player, and he's thrown into a T10 match.
I can empathise. I know someone like that.
You're talking about the person who didn't score 100 for being not out in a 50-over match.
Now, look, if you're going to play that game, look, in my defence, okay, so firstly, for those unfamiliar, my Saturday league team, the Acton Force, I batted through 50 overs for 52 not out. I only got there with the last ball of the innings. Ran 3 on an overthrow and got to 52. Pitch was the worst pitch I've ever played on. And the bowling tap was very good. Oh, yeah, of course they do. They are excuses, happily. Swipe and a miss. They're going to try a bite, run out chance at the bowler's end, and it misses. And he wants to come back for 2, but they won't. So it was, the things I'll say, look, it's the highest individual score of the match. 155 for 9 off 50 overs, plays 139 for 9 off 42. It was a timed game, so we had to bowl them out to win, and we nearly did. Now, it was their third team, but they had 2 guys who were first team bowlers who were just coming back from big, proper year-long out injuries, so they decided to put them in their thirds. So that was fun. Well, is that out? Slog sweep and he's gone. A strange old dismissal. Amir Hussaini getting down on one leg to Tahir Tara, who's blowing kisses to the batting dugout. Not a celebration you often see. And that is a curious way for Amir Hussaini to go. He's out for 14 off 11 from the last ball of the 9th. And Umir 57 for 7.
I wonder if he got a bit of glove on it. That's what he reckons at least, but our umpire is very confident that he didn't.
That was an interesting choice of shot.
Yeah, not
Yeah.
the best shot selection, but at this point, I guess you just have to try.
You have to try whatever you've got to find a boundary somehow. He's just trying to sort of paddle it round the corner. So, Syed Junaid, he's out there now with Bajwa, both yet to score. So anyway, that's my best defence.
Not a bad one, I have to admit.
Yeah, it wasn't a road. Quite the opposite. I don't know what the opposite of a road is. Let's come to the outside edge. Just one. People always say a flat track is a road. What's the accepted sort of what's the word? Colloquialism for a road, for a non-road. I mean, this was a park. Literally, like park as in you turn up, you actually cannot see where the wicket is. Like you literally do not know. Like we could have picked another part, any part of the park, and it would have played as well, if not badly. Swung away by Junaid, who's going to get off the mark. North Acton playing fields. We're in the process of moving our home ground for our 3s and 4s, and basically it was one day where we couldn't get a booking, so we ended up having to book this park, and I was warned extensively about how bad it was, and then I got there and was like, oh my, you know, you're facing a spinner and one ball pops up and hits you in the helmet and one like comes past your knees, like, or your ankles. It was wild. Hit down the ground by Bajwa, so that will again be another single. So, yeah.
Cabbage
great.
patch is
Oh,
what Andy Wood says.
Cabbage patch, yeah, that's a great shout. To be honest, you could have grown some cabbage on it. It wouldn't have made it any worse or better. And at least you'd have got some fresh produce out of the land. It was, yeah, it was dicey, to say the least. It's come off the pad, and it's just petering out before. Yeah, which is kind of sad because they've brought us so many magical moments in this ECS. Probably the best team I've ever seen that have finished bottom of a group. They've won a game, they've lost 4 very close games, and they've conducted themselves in a very impressive way, and they've improved as it's gone on. But they're going to go down here heavily.
But I'm very relieved that they got 1 win in. I'm always happy when all the teams at least book 1.
Yeah, there's nothing quite like having to tell people that your team got on TV with the world watching, and then the inevitable "how did you do?" and it's sort of, we didn't win any games. You know, that's, you know, don't ask that. You know, and
forbidden question.
Yeah, and particularly because they've travelled so far. They've got a 1,600-kilometre round trip there and back. They've been staying in a hotel down here in Stockholm, a 9-hour drive home after this last ball for them in the tournament, and they've managed to get a consolation single to finish off an innings that badly needed more boundaries. They only hit 1 boundary from the last 40 balls, and unsurprisingly that's left them well short. 63 for 7 then. They lose to Botshirka by 29 runs. And really, after the early losses of Mustafa and Abdullah Abrar, their 2 openers on which they're so reliant, they were just never in the hunt, were they?
I fully agree. They really needed somebody of the other players to step up, maybe Amir, but unfortunately all couldn't clear the boundaries and were well short of the target.
Yeah, it was the same old story for Amir, really. We've seen it all tournament that if you can dislodge that top 3 relatively cheaply, then what comes after is often failing to deliver, which might sound harsh, but also, unfortunately, we've seen it enough times. It is true. Top run scorer of the tournament, Majid Mustafa, perished early. They lost Abra there, caught and bowled by Fazal Mushtaq for 9. And then Pardeep Singh and Amir Hussaini at numbers 3 and 4 respectively. Really just didn't provide any kind of momentum. The only boundaries that came were off very rare poor balls. Nice pull shot for 4 there from Mustafa, and he repeated the trick here, but shortly afterwards he was to go.
A lot of green hearts in the commentary for Umair as a little goodbye.
Yeah, I can see why as well. They've brought a lot to this tournament, but unfortunately for them, not necessarily the requisite number of points on the ECS Group A table to make it into quarterfinals day. One team was always going to miss out, was to be them. Animated discussion between Qureshi and Tarar, but there was really nothing much to worry about for Botshirka, as Pardeep Singh was outstumped there by Ali Hassani off Nadim Ali for 14. And then that was smart keeping from Ali Hassani. Gopal Ranhara getting the wicket of Hani Hassan for a duck. Caught behind as the innings just gradually fell away, really. Kayam Mia gone for 1. Nice catch from the keeper, taking responsibility off the bowling of Zishan Mahmood. Mahmood Ahmed, the hero from when these sides met earlier on today, came out, but he couldn't turn the tide. That was the first boundary in 26 balls, which tells you of the struggles Umia had. Mahmood Ahmed bowled by Tahir Tarar for 1 then, as the wickets just kept coming and coming and coming, as the Botshirka bowlers got a chance to massage and improve their tournament figures. Another for Tarar here, a strange LBW, saying he just trying to paddle it round the corner. So he went for 14 off 11, and that 14 off 11 he managed was the joint top score. Here's how we look for tomorrow then. It is 5 brand new teams from Group B, and from everyone in Swedish cricket keeps telling me, now, all teams that not just play at the elite level in all 3 competitions, but are sides that probably the tournament winner will come from, and they're all going to be very difficult quarter-final propositions for the 4 who've got through from Group A. And speaking of dotting the I's and crossing the T's, from what's happened in Group A, the final scorecard, the final innings from the Group A action sees Umia manage just 63 for 7. And the 2 joint top scorers were Pardeep Singh and Amir Hussaini. You can see it 3 and 4, 14 each. But the amount of balls chewed up was the problem. 14 off 16 for Pardeep and 14 off 11 for Amir Hussaini. In terms of the bowling figures, well, these were a delight, weren't they? Can't get better than this.
Yeah, they really did well with getting Faizan Mushtaq into the attack early on. Got 2 important wickets. Just like here, Tarar also 2 wickets with just an economy rate of 6. Also, Usama and Nadim went really well, and Gopal just got 1 run against him.
Nobody let them down, did they?
Really, they played really tidy there. Also, not many mistakes in the field from them.
So that's your card for match number 20, a 29-run win, and this is what it means. So Botshirka move up into second ahead of Stockholm, and Umia finish bottom with 1 win. But that win was one heck of a consolation win, 10 to win off the last earlier on against Umia, and a 4 and a big 6 from Mahmood Ahmed sealed victory for them then. So Pakistanska win the tournament, win the group, I should say, pardon me. They've got a long way to go to win the tournament. 3 very difficult knockout matches. And this is what's coming up for you tomorrow on Saturday before our rest day on Sunday. And then we get into the bulk of the action in Group B. We've got 5 brand new sides to look at, all of whom are going to be impressive and all of whom are going to be challenging.
I'm really excited. 4 of the 5 teams are there tomorrow. Only Albizami is coming next week only.
Yep, yeah, and I think we're probably going to see some impressive cricket, but also, dare I suggest, some improved catching more than anything, because that's been the one thing that these players have really struggled with. Kaushi Vats, when he's next to me earlier on, quite openly said that was the thing that surprised him most, because he didn't see this many catches going down in Swedish league cricket, but also the pressure of playing on TV with all of our circus tents here and some spectators and fans milling around. It's just a different level to, I guess, what you're used to, where you rock up for a league match and there's your batting teammates scoring and maybe the odd person turning up, and that's it. It's a different level, isn't it, the ECS?
just so much more pressure with all the cameras and all the eyes on you.
Yep, and us sitting there in the commentary box where it's so easy to criticise. We do try and do it constructively. Of course, thank you to everyone who's been in the YouTube European Cricket Network live chat, not least your dad, of course, who I think is the paid-up #1 member of that particular fan club. He and Lily Panda busy building their Michael and Stephen 11s, featuring all sorts of things that I didn't really know you required at the cricket match. I've seen Mike Tyson on security, team song singers, all sorts of things that I've never really seen anyone wrong. I mean, an umpire, yeah, bring Michael Goff or Steve Buckner, but I don't really quite understand why we're going to need Mike Tyson at this game, or what particular reason you would need him as the Botswana players head off. We'll be seeing them next week in the quarterfinals. They can scout their opposition in Group B. So at the end of every day, we normally have Michael's moment, but because we've got you here, we've got the opportunity to have Meda's moment as well. So what would you say was your standout moment of either today or the 5 days of cricket so far?
Today, definitely the demonstration of Michael Brusley's long barrier.
He loves to show off his long barrier.
I had to mention it at some point.
It was just brilliant. And what I really liked as well, that was, so our viewers will remember this back in the first game of the day, Michael Boosley demonstrating his long barrier on the sign behind me. 3 out of 3 in terms of stopping it, so it did the job. But he didn't actually know we were going to do that. So we had the Kookaburra cricket balls just hidden under my laptop. And when I sprung it on him, you could see for a moment he was a bit confused when I said, go and stand over there. And then when I grabbed the balls and turned to throw them at him, suddenly he was like a kid at Christmas. He was so excited. He was like, yes, on camera with everyone watching. I don't need to keep showing the teams every time it goes near the operations tent. I can demonstrate my long barrier. And, well, he and Shara Brumbat have had a good debate about that, which I'm sure will continue long into the night and into the bar and the operations tent the very next morning. But for now, thank you very much, Meda Dowd, for your company once more.
Thank you, Michael.
Thank you very much to you guys at home, whether you're watching on FanCode in the subcontinent, keeping an eye on your Dream 11, or whether you're on the YouTube European Cricket Network live chat community. It has been fantastic to have your company. Group A done and dusted then. Just to dot the I's and cross the T's for you, Pakistanska finished top with 7 wins from 8. Botswana in 2nd, Stockholm 3rd, the 4 non-rolls in 4th, and it's poor old Umio who have the long drive back tonight after becoming the first team to depart. We'll see you tomorrow, where we've got 5 very strong teams from Group B to watch out for before a rest day on Sunday. We'll see you bright and breezy though on Saturday morning. Back here again. Bye for now.